Ballad, A Gathering of Faerie by Maggie Stiefvater, I was always the one in control, the predator, not the prey. When I wanted something, I hunted it down, savored its essence, claimed it as mine. And by it, I meant him. Young, gifted male, preferably with a face that made the chase worth it. I had to stare at them until the end, after all. Might as well enjoy the view, but I wasn't heartless. If anything, I was a giver. Every single one of them begged for what I offered: inspiration, brilliance, a legacy wrapped in tragedy. I turned their dull, mortal lives into masterpieces. Honestly, they should have thanked me. Yet here I was, standing in some godforsaken autumn forest, stripped of my usual power. Someone had dragged me into flesh and bone, and I didn't like it. The air reeked of burnt herbs and old magic, and the crunch of leaves under my feet made my skin crawl. I wasn't meant to be this solid, this exposed. Then came the voice, smooth, mocking. "Hello, fairy." I barely had time to turn before cold iron punched through my skull. I jolted awake, tangled in sheets, clawing at my face like I could peel off the remnants of the dream. Phantom music clung to my skin, shimmering threads of melody that dissolved the second I realized they weren't real. Just Nuala's twisted lullaby, haunting me again. I thumped my head against the wall hard enough to rattle my teeth. Mornings were the worst. And of course, the phone was ringing, an aggressive, relentless assault on my eardrums. I hated it. Hated all phones, really, but especially this one, screaming at me before I'd even had coffee. I rolled out of bed, yanked on jeans, and glared at Paul's empty mattress. Traitor. "What?" I snarled into the receiver. "James." The voice was cheerful in a way that made my stomach drop. I knew that tone. Nothing good ever followed it. "Who else?" I muttered, wrestling with my shoes. "Mr. Sullivan here." Calling from English class. Laughter crackled in the background. Oh, fantastic. I squinted at the clock. 9:07. A filthy liar. Paul wouldn't ditch me. "Makes sense," I deadpanned, hopping on one foot to jam my shoe on. "Since, you teach English." Sullivan's chuckle was infuriatingly calm. "Glad we agree. So are you joining us?" More laughter. My eye twitched. "Am I on speaker?" "Yep." "Paul, you backstabbing weasel," I bellowed. Then, sweet as poison, "Sorry, Mr. Sullivan." Just finishing my makeup. Time slipped through my fingers again. "Be right there," I called out, scrambling to pull myself together. Paul's voice echoed from downstairs, sharp with annoyance. "You told us to leave without you." I didn't recall saying that, but it sounded like something I'd blurt in a rush. "Glad to hear it," Sullivan chimed in, his tone dripping with amusement. "I was about to unleash the class to pester you into submission, but this saves us the trouble." "Wouldn't dream of missing your riveting lectures," I shot back, spinning in place, searching for the source of that floral scent, too sweet for our messy dorm. "Your wisdom and dazzling charm are the only things keeping me sane at Thornking-Ash, if I'm being honest." "Flattery never gets old," Sullivan laughed. "See you soon. Class, say goodbye to James." A chorus of half-hearted farewells crackled through the phone before I hung up. The room felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. "Nuala," I muttered, scanning the shadows. "You still here?" Silence. The dorms were eerily empty when everyone was supposed to be in class. I didn't know if she was listening, but I spoke anyway, my voice low. "If you are, hear this, get out of my head. I don't want your dreams, your gifts, any of it, just leave." No response. But the scent of roses clung to the air, stubborn, like she knew I wasn't being entirely truthful. I snatched a pen from the dresser, pressed it to the base of my thumb, and scrawled a single word. Exorcism. I held it up to the empty room, a warning or maybe a reminder to myself. Then I grabbed my bag and left the ghost of Nuala's presence behind. "James," Sullivan greeted me as I slid into my seat, his voice smooth as ever. "I trust you had a restful nap. Like a choir of angels was lulling me to sleep." I deadpanned, flipping open my notebook. "You wear exhaustion well," he remarked, already turning back to the chalkboard. We're diving into our first major assignment metaphor. Spent the first half of class defining it. Sound familiar? I scribbled metaphor on my hand. My teacher was like a god. Simile, Sullivan corrected, writing like as on the board. Similes use like or as. Metaphor would be, my teacher was a god. And he is, Megan piped up from beside me, her cheeks flushing instantly. Thank you, Megan, Sullivan said without turning. He scrawled metaphor in Hamlet across the board. Though I prefer demigod until I finish my PhD. So 10 pages, metaphor in Hamlet, outline due in 2 weeks. A collective groan rippled through the room. Don't whine, Sullivan sighed. It's child's play, literally. Toddlers could analyze metaphor. I underlined the word on my hand. Metaphor in Hamlet, possibly the dullest topic known to man. Mental note, dramatically collapse in protest. James, Sullivan mused, eyeing my expression. You look even less thrilled than the others. Is that sleep deprivation or genuine horror? Let's just say it's not my idea of a party, I muttered. Sullivan leaned against his desk, arms folded, watching the last of the students shuffle out. The morning sun streaming through the window turned his messy brown hair into a halo, giving him the look of a weary saint who'd rather be anywhere else. James, he said, shutting the door behind the stragglers. His voice was softer now, almost hesitant. You could have given me detention, I said before he could. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Consider this your one free pass. His gaze flicked to my wrist, then back up. You're not like the others, are you? I clenched my fists, the words etched into my skin, burning under his stare. What was I supposed to say? Yeah, I'm a walking mystery wrapped in bad decisions. Instead, I shrugged. Sullivan mirrored the motion, a dry chuckle escaping him. Teachers have secrets too, you know. If you ever need to talk about anything, don't overthink it. I met his eyes, and for a second I swore I saw it again. The blood, the petals, the way he'd crumple. Talk about what? I asked, voice flat. His lips twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. How about we start with why you look like you haven't slept in a week? Or hell, I've got a killer mac and cheese recipe if small talk's easier. I almost laughed. Lasagna counts as a casserole, right? This time, his grin was real, if tired. Get to class, James, and for the love of God, drink some coffee. I left, but not before catching my reflection in the window, pale, hollow-eyed, a ghost of myself. Maybe he had a point. You know where to find me if you need me. I glanced at the heavy iron ring on his finger before meeting his eyes again. What did you do before teaching English, Mr. Sullivan? He sucked his lower lip thoughtfully, then let it go with a slow nod. Good question, James. Real good question. But that was all he gave me, no answer, just that cryptic smile. I didn't push it. My usual practice spot was perfect, far enough from campus to keep my piping sessions private, but close enough that if a storm rolled in or, say, a pack of aggressive raccoons decided I looked like a snack, I could sprint back to safety before disaster struck. That afternoon was straight out of a postcard. Crisp air, golden sunlight, and a sky so wide and blue it felt like the hill was floating in its own little world. Up there, I could have been anywhere, another country, another galaxy. This hill was my own private planet. Playing the bagpipes isn't just about music. It's a full-body workout, a mental puzzle, and a memory test all in one. There's math too. 3 drones, 1 bass, 2 tenors, a chanter with 8 holes, a reed that vibrates just right to make sound, and of course the endless jokes about the mouthpiece. I pulled my pipes from the case, adjusted the reed, and slung them over my shoulder. After a quick tuning session and a few warm-up marches, my usual crowd started gathering. Eric perched on the hillside, nose buried in some dense academic tome. Megan lounged with a novel. A couple of unfamiliar students kept their distance, textbooks open. Paul showed up because that's what friends do, and then Sullivan. That was unexpected. He climbed the hill with that lanky, almost insect-like stride and stopped right in front of me. His gaze flicked to my t-shirt. The voices are telling me not to trust you, before locking onto my face. I pulled the mouthpiece away and arched a brow. Sullivan just grinned, the wind messing up his hair, making him look less like a teacher and more like some overgrown student. Honestly, with his jacket off and his hair wild, it was hard to believe his ex-wife had traded him in for some corporate hotshot. Must have been one hell of a upgrade. "Throwing you off your rhythm?" he asked, all casual. If he meant, is it weird having my English teacher suddenly in my audience? Yeah. A little. I forced a dramatic sigh instead of what I really wanted to say. "You're killing me here, Sullivan." He dropped onto the grass with effortless grace, legs crossed like he owned the place. "Wouldn't dream of interrupting your practice. Unless, of course, I already am." His grin was all teeth. "Please, you didn't just wander over here by accident," I shot back. "What's the real agenda? Scouting the competition?" Sullivan stretched out like he was settling in for a picnic, then pulled a tape recorder from his pocket and set it between us. "Just curious if Virginia's so-called best piper lives up to the hype. No offense, but half your bagpipe tunes sound like the same military march. What's that one called? Scotland the Brave." They all blur together. I flashed him a razor-thin smile. "Wow, Sullivan, and here I thought I was the comedian." He matched my smirk, unbothered. I turned away to inflate the bag, already plotting how to wipe that smug look off his face. Speed wouldn't do it. He'd expect technical perfection. No, I needed something raw, something that gut him. So I played Cronin, the most soul-crushing pipe tune ever written. Even a mediocre piper could reduce a dictator to sobs with this one. And I poured every ounce of bitterness into it. Dee's absence, my totaled car, now replaced by my brother's junker. The suffocating loneliness of being the last of my kind. The students applauded when I finished. Paul fake wiped a tear and flicked it into the grass. Sullivan finally hit record on his machine. "Wait, you weren't taping before," I demanded. "Didn't know if you'd be worth it," he said. I scowled. He scowled back. Then the hairs on my arm stood up, warning. "Don't speak." Nuala's voice cut through my thoughts a heartbeat before she appeared, striding past the others to stand beside me. "You're the only one who can see me right now. Open your mouth, and you'll look like you got dropped on your head as a baby." I bit back a sarcastic reply, hard to do when you're gagged by supernatural etiquette. And yeah, terrifying or not, she looked unfairly good today. Sunlit hair, freckles sharp across her nose, that infuriating smirk. Life wasn't fair. She wore a tight black tee with the word grudge stamped across it, her low-slung jeans revealing a thin, glinting scar just above her hip bone where the fabric barely covered it. Maybe I was staring too hard, or maybe she just had a knack for reading minds, because Nuala smirked and said, "For once, I actually dig how I look. Usually you tortured artist types want me all fragile and wayfish, but you want me fierce, and I'm into it." She crouched beside my pipe case, peering inside without laying a finger on anything. I knelt too, fiddling pointlessly with my reed just to avoid looking like some slack-jawed idiot in front of the others. Nuala rocked back on her heels, torn jeans framing her knees, and flashed me a grin sharp enough to cut glass. "Don't even pretend you don't like it." Okay, yeah, she looked good, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was how unnerving it was that she'd tailored her entire appearance just to mess with my head. "Not just the clothes," Nuala corrected, and my stomach lurched when I noticed she cast no shadow. "This face, it's yours. I morph into whatever you find irresistible. Trust me, some of the fantasies musicians have, downright disturbing. But this time feels right, like my outside finally matches my inside." Except I didn't want her to match anything. I wanted her gone. "If you weren't welcome, I wouldn't keep showing up," she purred, her smile more feral than friendly. "Nerves, James," Sullivan called from across the field. "Keep dreaming," I shot back, jamming my chanter into the pipes and standing abruptly, turning away from Nuala before she could see how much she rattled me. The terrifying part, she was probably right, that my obsession with perfection would eventually make me cave and beg for her help. I threw the pipes over my shoulder and launched into a brutal strathspey, focusing so hard on the fingerwork that my doublings came out sloppy. By the end, I drilled them relentlessly until they snapped clean. "They're fine. You're overthinking it like always," Nuala murmured, suddenly so close her breath ghosted over my cheek, warm and weirdly floral. "Here's some unsolicited advice, genius. Tell Eric to grab his guitar. Not cheating, right? Just a nudge. Your call." I hesitated, watching the clouds roll like colossal ships across the sky, their shadows painting the hills below in shifting ink. It wasn't a yes. It wasn't surrender. "Eric," I said, and Nuala's lips curled in victory. "Grab your guitar, man." Eric glanced up from his book, his grin bright and uncomplicated, nothing like Nuala's razor-edged satisfaction. "Hell yeah." "Wait up." He bolted back toward the school, leaving me alone with Nuala, who was still scowling at me for cutting her off mid-sentence. Not that I cared. I launched into a wild, endless set of jigs just to spite her, fingers flying over the strings until I spotted Eric trudging up the hill. He had his guitar slung over his shoulder, and beside him walked a girl lugging an amp. My fingers froze mid-strum. Nuala had no idea what she was talking about. If she really looked like my dream girl, she'd look exactly like the one walking with Eric now. Her cheeks were flushed from the sun and the climb, but she still managed to flash me a breathless grin. "Next time, maybe pick a practice spot that doesn't require a hiking permit." That night, I chased the song of the antlered figure farther than ever before. The sky burned crimson as I closed in, close enough to see the jagged thorns twisting from his antlers, the weight of his dark cloak pressing the grass flat beneath him. The melody wrapped around me, sharp and aching, every word clear but just out of reach. I didn't understand the language, but I understood the hunger it stirred in me. Long after he vanished, I stayed on that hill, the wind hissing through the grass, staring up at the stars and wanting more than this life, more than this world. Just more. James, I thought I dodged a bullet when Sullivan let me off with a warning for sleeping in class. Turns out, karma had other plans. The next morning, he cornered me in the hallway, coffee fumes practically steaming off him. "You're getting a free pass today, James," he said, like it was some kind of gift. "I'll miss Hamlet." "Didn't seem to bother you last time," I muttered. His glare could have melted steel. "This isn't about last class. You're meeting Gregory Normandy." The name hit me like a bucket of ice water. Last I'd seen it, it was stamped on my Thornking-Ash acceptance letter, right under President. Suddenly, I'd have taken a million lines over this. "Can't I just sign a blood oath instead?" Sullivan sighed. "Save the drama for the stage. Normandy's waiting in the admin building. Try not to bite his head off. He's technically on your side." So much for easing into the day with Shakespeare. Macoma's hall loomed ahead, all sharp angles and too many windows. My sneakers squeaked against the polished floors as I stepped inside. Bracing myself for whatever fresh hell awaited, the office walls were lined with stern portraits of 8 men and women, some balding, some scowling, probably the founding figures of this prestigious academy. The air carried an odd mix of floral sweetness and mint, though no plants were in sight. Scanning the brown plastic nameplates on each door, I finally spotted Normandy's and knocked. A gruff voice called out, "Come in." Stepping inside, I winced as sunlight flooded through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind his desk. Once my vision cleared, I took in Gregory Normandy, his shaved head, the rolled-up sleeves of his dress shirt revealing forearms that looked like they could bench press me without effort. The 2 vases of cheerful daisies on his desk seemed hilariously out of place. This guy wasn't just a school administrator. He looked more like a bouncer moonlighting as a principal. His gaze flicked to the scar above my ear before he spoke. "James Morgan, finally face to face. Take a seat." I sank into the absurdly plush chair, nearly disappearing into it. Outside, the ridiculous satyr fountain spat water into the morning light. "Thanks," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "So, how's life treating you at Thornking-Ash?" "Loving the endless takeout options," I deadpanned. Normandy's smirk told me he'd been warned about my attitude, either by Sullivan or some secret file labeled problem student. Annoying, he cracked open a Coke, took a sip, then set it down with deliberate calm. "So, you figured out our piping instructor wasn't exactly a prodigy." I shrugged, letting the silence stretch. Normandy tapped a finger against the bottle. "Which makes you wonder why we invited you here at all." My jaw tightened. "Funny, I was just thinking that, not that I'm ungrateful." "How's Deirdre adjusting?" Goosebumps prickled down my arms. "Is that why I'm here?" Normandy nudged papers around with his middle fingers, weirdly graceful for a guy built like a linebacker. "What kind of school do you think we are, James?" "A music school," I said, already knowing it was the wrong answer. He kept shuffling those papers, eyes down. "We care about music the way doctors care about fevers. A fever means infection, exceptional talent. That usually means something else." He finally looked up, waiting. I didn't blink. If this was going where I thought, then Thornking-Ash wasn't just about scales and solos. It was about something far stranger. Sullivan's words echoed in my head, something about the teachers hiding more than they let on. "What exactly are you looking for me to say?" I shot back. Normandy didn't answer directly, just leaned back in his chair and tapped a newspaper clipping on his desk. "That scar of yours, who gave it to you? It's impressive, I'll give you that." "The accident made the local news. I've got the article right here in your file." My throat tightened. "What's your point?" "I want you to keep your eyes open. If you notice anything off, especially if Deirdre does, I need to know." He jabbed his finger against the desk. "We're not here by accident. Kids like you and Deirdre. We want to make sure nothing gets in the way of your future." I rubbed my arms, skin prickling. "Why tell me this now?" "Sullivan heard you play. Thinks you're good enough to draw the wrong kind of attention. And Deirdre," he smirked. "I've heard her. I know exactly how talented she is." It was unsettling, the way he kept saying Deirdre instead of Dee, like he knew her but didn't really know her. "Fine, I'll keep you posted," I muttered. Silence stretched between us. "Are we done?" Normandy gave a half nod, and I stood to leave. Just as I reached the door, he added, "I get it, you don't want to talk about them, and you shouldn't. But if you see him, tell Sullivan." I didn't say what I was really thinking, that I didn't trust him to actually help. The adults who knew about the Fae over the summer had only made things worse. "Appreciate the concern," I lied. That was the last time I stepped foot in his office. Sleep hums its own rhythm, its own song, like death, sometimes quiet, sometimes swelling, a harmony too fleeting to hold on to once you wake or once you're gone. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter James slept like it was his job. Not the kind of restful, recharged sleep, more like an escape hatch. Bored, sleep. Miserable, sleep. Pretending not to be miserable. Definitely sleep. His schedule was a mess, dozing off mid-lecture, crashing at 4 p.m. only to be wide awake at 2 a.m. His roommate, Roundhead, bought into the whole chill, unbothered act, but I knew better. It was late, the kind of evening where the air felt crisp, and James was curled up like a question mark on his bed. Roundhead was off somewhere, probably obsessing over his oboe. I perched at the foot of the mattress, watching. Even asleep, James was intense, fists clenched, wrists twisted together like some kind of intricate knot. His fingers were bone-white, like he was bracing for impact I edged nearer, my fingers just brushing the air above his exposed arm. His skin prickled with goosebumps under my unseen touch, and I couldn't help but smirk. James twitched but stayed asleep, lost in some ridiculous dream about soaring through the sky, classic. Weren't flying dreams supposed to mean you were full of yourself? Or was that just something I'd overheard in a coffee shop once? Whatever. If he wanted a memorable dream, I could deliver. I drifted to the opposite side of the bed, flickering between unseen and just barely there, studying the crease between his brows. Part of me wanted to drop him into a nightmare, something humiliating, like tripping in front of his entire high school while his pants split. But embarrassing dreams weren't my specialty. No, my talent leaned toward beauty so sharp it left an ache. Too much, and the dreamer never recovered. One guy had actually offed himself after waking from one of mine. Talk about fragile. With a sigh, I ran my fingers through James' hair, and he shuddered. Maybe from the chill, maybe from sensing what was coming. Either way, I slipped into his dream, looking disgustingly flawless, and called his name. In the dream, he startled. "Dee." His voice was pitiful. That girl again. Annoyed, I yanked my hand from his hair and smacked his forehead instead, snapping into full visibility so fast my own skull throbbed. "Wake up, worm," James groaned, eyes still shut. "Nuala." I crossed my arms. "Also known as the only girl who'll ever share this mattress with you, champ." He dragged his hands down his face. "My head's killing me. Just end me now, demon." I pressed a finger to his throat, just enough to make swallowing a challenge. "Careful what you wish for." James rolled away, burying his face in his stupid plaid pillow. "Your charm is overwhelming," he muttered. "How many centuries have you blessed this planet with your radiant presence?" I could feel him guessing decades, centuries, millennia, like I was some ancient relic. 16, I snapped. "And it's rude to ask." He turned his head, squinting at me. "Rude's my middle name. 16 years, not centuries." "Obviously," I scoffed. He scrubbed his face against the pillow like he could wipe away exhaustion, then shot me a skeptical look. "Huh." His gaze stayed locked on mine, but the smirk playing at the corner of his mouth said everything. "So, fairies just skip the awkward puberty phase, huh? Must be nice." I slid off the bed, dropping to my knees so we were nose to nose. "Want a bedtime story, human? Guaranteed to ruin your sleep." "Depends." "Is there a fee?" I bared my teeth, but he just stretched lazily like my anger was background noise. "Once upon a time, 16 years ago, a fairy popped into existence in Virginia. No baby phase, no cute little wings, just boom, fully formed and totally clueless. All she remembered was fire. She found others like her, realized she was basically immortal, and then, plot twist, every 16 years on Halloween, she burns to ash and gets rebooted. No memories, fresh start. Rinse and repeat. The end. I looked away, biting my tongue. Too much, too honest. James was quiet for a long beat before saying, "You called them fairies." I blinked. Of all the things to fixate on, and I thought you guys hated that, preferred something poetic like the Shining Ones or whatever. He sat up, rubbing his temple. "Wait, no, that's vampires or wizards. Damn, mythology's confusing." I shot to my feet, pacing the cramped dorm like a caged animal, scanning for anything throwable. "Newsflash, genius, I'm not them, and I don't know why I even told you. You're too wrapped up in your own drama to care." "Nuala." His voice didn't rise, but it cut through the room like a blade. "My turn for a story. 2 months ago, I was in the hospital. Spent my summer with my skull pieced back together and my lungs full of stitches." My eyes flicked to the scar near his hairline, then to the one on my hip, his mark, his fault. "They totaled my car," he continued, jaw tight. "The one I rebuilt from scrap. They wrecked my best friend's life, nearly killed me, and all we got out of it was scars. And you," he stood, arms crossed, defiance burning in his eyes. The gold inside him flared so bright it made my knees weak. "So tell me, Nuala, why should I give a damn about anything but myself right now?" I opened my mouth, nothing. Then he grabbed his hoodie, turning away, and I choked out, "Because I can see them, and you can't." He froze. Just like that, James didn't flinch or even blink, he just froze. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy, until he finally turned around, yanking his hoodie off with a sharp tug. His expression was back to its usual guarded self. "Yeah, one of your many special talents. Honestly, I think I've had my fill of you and your—" He waved a hand vaguely at me. "Whole situation." My mouth twisted into a smirk. "Funny, I was just thinking the opposite. Where's the fire, James? Or should I say, who?" He shoved his feet into his sneakers, his face tight with frustration. We both knew exactly where he was headed, straight to the Thorn King, like some lovesick puppy chasing after scraps of attention. "I don't get what you want from me," he muttered, brushing past me like I was just another ghost in his life. Another nobody. Meanwhile, he was obsessed with Dee, who couldn't care less about him. The answer's still no. It's always no. The door clicked shut behind him, soft, controlled. I would have slammed it. Hell, I wanted to. For a long moment, I stood there in his room, picturing him tiptoeing past Sullivan's door, slipping out the first-floor window like clockwork. I could walk away. Find some other golden boy to leech off, but what was the point? Halloween was creeping closer, and even if I didn't find another mark, I'd probably last until then. The truth was, I had nothing left to lose. The real truth, I wanted him. I launched myself out the window, dissolving into the night sky, riding the whispers of human thoughts until I found him. A flicker of warmth crouched in the dry grass of the hills. He didn't react when I materialized beside him, the cold air sharp against my skin as I took shape. Frustration coiled inside me, and I ripped up a fistful of grass, shredding it between my fingers. I remembered watching a fairy tear a man apart once, back when I was still new to this world. The idiot had drained a marsh, not realizing he was drowning an entire fairy colony. The well-dweller dragged him out, tore him limb from limb in the ruined marsh. Ignorance isn't an excuse, it had hissed at me, gills flaring. That was the moment I realized I wasn't like the others. Mercy, that's what they called it, the thing I had that they didn't. The first of many differences. I tossed the shredded grass aside. Seriously, what's the point of this nightly pilgrimage? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, polishing your ego somewhere? James let out a dry laugh. In the distance, the first haunting notes of that song drifted through the air. He winced like it physically hurt. His voice was barely audible, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh yeah, the thrill of sneaking out really gets me going. I'm practically quivering with excitement. Wanna check my pulse?" The ground beneath us felt like jagged stone, unyielding and rough. I grimaced. "If you're happy, I guess that's what matters." His gaze stayed fixed on the distant tree line, waiting for the stag's silhouette to emerge. "You realize this is insane, right?" I pressed. "Remember when I told you there are things out there even I wouldn't mess with? This is one of them. Are you seriously this reckless?" James stayed silent, but I knew the thrill of danger was part of the draw. The thick, twisting mass of thorns came into view just before he noticed it, and I yanked him down into the tall grass, both of us pressed low, hidden. We curled tight beside each other, knees to chests, arms brushing, heads nearly touching. I could feel him trembling, his body reacting to my unnatural presence, his instincts screaming, but he didn't pull away. My lips brushed his ear as I whispered, "Sir Nunnos. Gwyn ap Nud, Hades, Hermes, Lord of the Lost." The song swelled around us, a mournful, piercing wail, and I sensed James resisting its pull. His voice was barely a breath, as if he'd finally grasped that I could hear his thoughts as clearly as his words. "What's he saying?" I translated, my voice hushed just for him. "I hold the dead, and the dead hold me. Cold and dark, one yet many, we wait and we wait, so sing the lost. So sing I, rise, follow. So sing I, those cast from heaven, those denied hell, rise, follow. Unclaimed and forgotten, drawn from the hollows of ancient oaks. Wretched souls buried in dust, bound by my will, rise and follow. Your hour nears. Hear my call, prepare to feast." James shuddered violently, ducking his head, fingers digging into his scalp. He stayed like that, frozen, until the Thorn King's song faded and the last light bled from the sky. When he finally lifted his face, the look he gave me was different. Something had shifted between us, and for once I couldn't read it. "You ever feel like everything's about to go wrong?" James asked, but it wasn't really a question. I sat up, brushing dirt from my sleeves. I am what goes wrong. James tugged his hood up and stood. Then, small mercy, he offered me his hand like I was just another person. His voice was rough. Yeah, like you said, something worse than you. Washington, D.C. might as well have been on another planet compared to Thornking-Ash. The bus ride to the Marion Theater felt less like a trip and more like a crash landing, from a world of rustling autumn leaves to a sterile grid of concrete and manicured trees, swarming with strangers in suits. Paul slumped in the window seat, fighting motion sickness, while I dismantled pens and stacked the pieces on my notebook. Up front, Deirdre sat, and most of my thoughts were right there with her. The golden afternoon light filtered through the gaps between DC's towering buildings, casting narrow beams that barely reached inside the bus. The rooftops glowed crimson where the sun touched them, like embers burning against the sky. Below, the sidewalks swarmed with people, tourists snapping photos, business types glued to their phones, and others who just looked worn down, their hollow stares tracking the bus as it passed. Even in the middle of a crowd, they all seemed isolated, lost in their own worlds. Beside me, Paul let out a dramatic sigh. I need to get wasted, he muttered, his voice weighed down with uncharacteristic urgency. Normally, pulling a conversation out of him was like prying open a stubborn jar. You'd get some half-baked literary critique or a rant about the oboe's underappreciated brilliance. Honestly, the oboe. If I wanted to listen to a duck being strangled, I'd just go to the park. But today, alcohol was his muse. I glanced at the pens scattered across my notebook, their caps neatly lined up like parked cars. They trembled slightly as the bus lurched forward. Wasted sounds so juvenile, I mused. Why not inebriated, or 3 sheets to the wind? Adds a little class to the self-destruction. Paul wasn't having it. Dude, if I don't do this now, I might never get another shot, he said, eyeing my lap like it held the secrets of the universe. He fished a pen from his backpack and handed it to me. I dismantled it, adding its guts to my growing pile of mismatched parts. No parents, no rules, just freedom and bad decisions. When else am I gonna have that? I smirked, twisting the pen pieces back together into monstrosities. College. You know, that thing rich kids like us get to do after high school, Paul groaned. What if I die before then? Then I'm stuck in the afterlife, some sober, untouched loser at the gates of heaven. That got me. I scrawled sainted on the back of my hand with one of my frankenpens. Pretty sure sobriety is like a prerequisite for sainthood. Why the sudden existential crisis over booze? He shrugged, staring out the window. Dunno. If I were responsible, I'd have given him some speech about self-worth or moderation. But responsibility was boring and I was anything but. Fine, I said. I'll get you some. Paul blinked. Wait, what? Alcohol genius, that's the goal, right? His eyes widened behind his glasses. You're serious? How? Trade secret, I cut in, scribbling beer on my finger since my hand was full. Ever tried it before? He let out a nervous laugh. My parents say it corrupts the soul. Perfect. This was going to be hilarious. What's so funny, James? Sullivan twisted in his seat ahead of us, shooting me a suspicious glare. I just grinned wider. Things were about to get interesting. The whole vibe felt off, like something out of a noir film. I kept my lips pressed tight but didn't drop the smile, let Sullivan wonder. How much had he overheard? Didn't matter. My schemes weren't exactly dependent on his approval. His eyebrow arched at my closed-mouth grin, and he had to raise his voice over the bus engine's growl. Still creepy. I swear you're plotting something shady, like annexing a tiny island nation. I flashed him another grin. Sullivan got me better than any other teacher. Not today. He shot a glance at Paul before sighing. At least tell me it's legal. Paul blinked like a confused owl, but I just shrugged. Depends on the jurisdiction. Sullivan's smirk was half amused, half wary. This jurisdiction. The guy read me like an open book, annoying but weirdly reassuring. "Professor, you're wasting your talents on detective work. Shouldn't you be dissecting sonnets or something?" For a second, it looked like he'd press further, but instead, he jabbed a finger at me. "Eyes on you, Morgan." His gaze dropped to my ink-covered hands. "Write that down." Then he spun back around. Like I had space left on my skin for notes. The bus rumbled into a sprawling concrete lot, and the chatter around us swelled. "Wait, what's this concert called again?" Megan piped up from somewhere near Sullivan. "The Raleigh-Bots Ensemble," he answered, another hyphenated name. At this rate, I was half expecting biblical plagues next. "An incredible chamber group," Sullivan added. "They'll play pieces Mrs. Thieves will test you on later." "Damn right I will," Mrs. Thieves hollered from the front. "Hold onto your programs." Somehow, Sullivan and Mrs. Thieves herded the entire class off the bus and toward the theater. Sullivan's lips moved silently as he tallied heads. 46, 34, I deadpanned. "Shut it, James," he shot back, cheerful. "Your math's off." Miraculously, we made it inside. The lobby was an icebox, reeking of pine with burgundy carpet swallowing every step. Gleaming white woodwork twisted with ornate carvings. Ahead, a group of college students strutted past, older, polished, laughing in that practiced hee-hee way that screamed suburban mom in training. Suddenly, I regretted coming. Then Dee appeared, hugging her notebook like a shield. Red carpet, black hair, pale face, a living contrast. "Hey," she said, her smile lopsided. "Wanna be friends?" Dee asked with a smirk. "Not a chance, you're kind of terrible," I shot back. She just grinned wider, looping her arm through mine and resting her head against my shoulder. "Perfect. Sit with me. Think anyone's gonna stop us?" Sullivan was nowhere in sight to object, so I scooted toward the front of the group, closer to the dimly lit theater. Inside, the only light came from the small stage, just enough to make out shapes, not faces. "We'll call the shots," I muttered. "Free-spirited Americans, remember. Nobody bosses us around." Dee snorted, pinching the soft skin near my elbow. The contact sent a weird jolt through me. We claimed seats far from the murmuring college crowd, the room so cold our breath hung in the air. Between the chill and Dee pressed against me, I felt oddly untethered, like part of me had floated away. Then her fingers tangled with mine. "You're a human furnace," she whispered. "At least one of us isn't turning into an icicle." I tilted my head toward her. "Read the program, this orchestra's all penguins. Contract says they won't play if it's above 50 degrees. Sweaty flippers mess with their bow grip." She burst into laughter before clapping a hand over her mouth, eyes darting around guiltily. "James," she whisper-yelled. "If Thieves hears me, she'll lose it. She's a nightmare when she's pissed." I squeezed her hand, rubbing warmth back into her fingers. "Probably just menopause, don't sweat it." "Wouldn't shock me," Dee grumbled, twisting to scan the dark room. "What's the holdup? We'll be popsicles by the time they start. Maybe you're onto something, penguins do need a long warm-up." She paused, then wheezed. "Get it, warm-up. Comedy gold, truly." She swatted my arm playfully. "Shut up. You're the funny one, stick to your role." The stage lights flared, the rest of the room plunging into darkness as the students hushed. 8 musicians filed out, stiff and formal in their tuxes, hair slicked back like they'd lost a fight with a jar of pomade. Dee bit her knuckle, shoulders shaking. "Penguins," she choked out. Then they started playing. I don't remember the first piece, couldn't tear my eyes away to check the program. Next to me, Dee went utterly still, the music wrapping around us like something alive. For once, the noise in my head quieted. I just listened. The music wrapped around us, drowning out everything else, except the warmth of Dee's hand in mine. When the piece ended, we clapped like idiots, her fingers still tangled with mine, laughing under our breath. The ensemble played 2 more songs, neither as breathtaking as the first, but each sending chills down my spine. Then, without warning, Dee slipped her hand free and whispered, "Bathroom," before vanishing into the dim theater aisles. Left alone, my palm felt too light, her sweat cooling in the axe's icy blast. I tried to focus on the next two pieces, but my mind kept circling back. Was it just the bathroom or something else? The chill in the air made it impossible to tell if my goosebumps were from the cold or something deeper. Blindly, I bolted from my seat, not caring who saw. Outside the auditorium, a guy in a ridiculous winged monkey costume stood awkwardly by the door. I asked where the restrooms were, then on a hunch if he'd seen Dee. Dark hair, stupidly gorgeous about this tall. His eyes lit up. She looked pale, said she needed air, went up to the balcony. I took the burgundy-carpeted stairs two at a time, flinging open doors until I found the one leading outside. The balcony overlooked a grimy alley, dumpsters, and a sliver of honking traffic. And there was Dee curled against the wall like a lost kid. For once, I didn't overthink it. "You okay?" She looked up, small against the white stone, and reached for me, just like I had for her behind my dorm weeks ago. I dropped beside her and she leaned in. Below, a motorcycle snarled and some jackhammer rattled the pavement. "I missed you," I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. She scoffed. "I'm freezing. Clearly, I'm useless without Mom dictating my wardrobe." "You're a disaster," I agreed, arm tightening around her. My pulse hammered as I forced out the real question. "Dee, why'd you leave? What's wrong?" Silence. The city roared below us, but she didn't answer. She stepped away from me, her fingers slipping from mine as she moved toward the balcony railing. The city hummed below, cars rushing, distant sirens, the occasional honk, but she stared down like it was the most fascinating thing in the world. The silence stretched so long I worried someone would notice we were missing. I walked over and leaned beside her, our shoulders almost touching. Then she turned, studying me, really studying me, her gaze tracing my features like she was trying to memorize them after all these years. "James," she said, voice quiet but steady. "Do you want to kiss me?" The question hit me like a punch to the ribs. I exhaled, slow, trying to steady myself. She tilted her head, lips pressed into a tight line. "If you want to, you can." I let out a shaky laugh. "That's one hell of a way to ask." Dee's teeth dug into her bottom lip. I didn't want to assume. "If you don't, it's fine, This wasn't how I'd imagined it, not even close. My brain scrambled for something to say, but words were useless, so I took her hand instead. The second our skin touched, my whole body lit up with nerves. For a wild second, I wished I could scribble something on my palm, maybe just do it, or "Are you insane?" Anything to make sense of this. Somewhere in the distance, a car alarm blared. Then I leaned in and kissed her. No fireworks, no earth-shattering revelation, just soft lips and the faint taste of cherry chapstick. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. When I pulled back, her eyes stayed closed. "Again," she whispered. This time I cradled the back of her neck, fingers tangling in her hair. She smelled like jasmine and summer heat. The kiss deepened, slow and hesitant, until suddenly she was kissing me back, arms wrapping around me like she was afraid I'd vanish. We stumbled against the balcony wall, breathless, until I finally broke away, pressing my forehead against hers. Then she started crying. At first, I just felt her shaking. When I pulled back, her face was streaked with tears, eyes red-rimmed and lost. "I thought of Luke," she choked out. "When you kissed me, I remembered him." The words turned my veins to ice. She must have thought I'd understand, that I'd be the bigger person. But I was. My hands dropped to my sides and I took a step back. "James," I didn't answer. Just turned and grabbed the door handle, my fingers numb. The world had gone quiet. The scent of crushed clover and wild thyme clung to the air, thick enough to taste. That familiar prickle at the back of my neck warned me, but I was done listening. "James, please," Dee begged, her voice cracking like dry kindling. "I didn't mean it, just stop." The door finally gave way under my shoulder, winter air slamming into me like a punch. Behind me, her sobs twisted into something raw, desperate. "God, James, I'm sorry." I didn't look back. Just tore down the hall past the stairwell mural of some demented winged monkey through the double doors into the parking lot. The bus idled under a flickering streetlight, and Nuala sat on the curb, knees drawn up. She didn't speak when I dropped beside her. Good. My chest was hollow, all the music in me snuffed out. I folded over my knees, forehead pressed to my arms. After a silence that stretched too long, she finally murmured, "Are they here for you, or her?" Nuala, this summer night is just one stolen minute stacked on another, then another, a sugar-drowned riot, dancing until your legs give out. I thought of you before this minute, before the next, until my numb lips found someone else's, and I came undone. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter, I kept my distance after D.C. Mostly. No dreams, no whispers, just shadows and the occasional glimpse of James through his dorm window, waiting for the day he'd pick up his pipes again. Nights, I'd haunt the back porch where he'd first found Dee, eavesdropping on the hum of human life inside, muffled laughter, the tinny echo of a radio. Then, 3 nights later, the hill behind campus woke up. Not the students. Them. The Dina she shouldn't have been able to cross over, not without a solstice gate. Yet there they were, their fiddles shrieking through the dark like tormented cats. I stayed rooted under the dorm's columns, arms locked around myself. Was this what Alina meant when she said we were growing stronger? The weak ones returning. A hand brushed my shoulder. I nearly vanished on instinct. "SHHH." The voice was all amusement. "Easy, little thorn." Little thorn, my teeth clenched. I whirled, and there stood one of them, skin tinged moss green, grin too wide. He held out a hand like I'd take it. "What do you want?" I snapped. His smile didn't waver. Up close, he reeked of fairy magic, crushed petals and the last gasp of sunlight. Nothing like James, with his stubborn human smells of soap and worn leather. "No need to lurk alone," he said, fingers still outstretched. "Come dance." New detail, the demented winged monkey mural in the stairwell, hinting at the school's odd quirks. Voice twist, Nuala's sarcastic internal monologue, tormented cats, contrasts with her earlier melancholy. The music pulsed around us, wild and intoxicating, promising a night of endless dancing. Behind me, the distant glow of the fairy revelry flickered like fireflies on the hillside. I remembered the word Stephen, one of my students, had scribbled down as I murmured them. Cacophony, sugar, breathless, numb, each one a fragment of what it meant to lose yourself in their world. Green-eyed fairy before me tilted his head, his grin sharp. "You're the lean she," he said, as if that explained everything. His gaze lingered, hungry. "And you're breathtaking, dance with me. The night is ours and the magic is stronger than ever." His hand stretched toward mine, fingers curling an invitation. I didn't take it. "That's your purpose," I said. "Not mine." He laughed, the sound like wind through dry leaves, and snatched my wrist before I could pull away. "Don't be stubborn. Pleasure is all we have." I yanked back, but his grip was iron. "I'm dying," I snapped. "Not exactly prime dancing material." His lips brushed my knuckles, then my wrist, a kiss that was more teeth than tenderness. "You're not dead yet," he murmured. I twisted, but he only tightened his hold, his strength unnatural for one of the Dina she this close to the human world. "Let go," I hissed, "or I'll make sure you regret it." His voice softened, mocking. "So you only play with mortals, is that it?" Dragged me closer, his breath hot against my ear. "They say a kiss from the lean she shows a man heaven." I could kill him if I knew his name, but names were power, and fairies guarded theirs like gold. "Do they?" I asked, voice flat. "Oh, yes." His fingers slid down, trapping my other wrist. "And they say lying with one is a pleasure beyond mortal dreams." His hands were everywhere, possessive, invasive. Fairies had pretty words for this, ravished, enchanted, but I knew the truth. No one would stop him. Not the queen, not the court. I was neither human enough to be pitied nor fairy enough to be protected. The moon hung above us, cold and bright, casting sharp shadows across the dormitory columns like grinning teeth. His touch burned, sticky and wrong, like the sap of a milkweed pod, and all the while, his fingers traced the curves James had once called beautiful, as if they were his to claim. His fingers wrapped around the back of my neck, long enough to nearly encircle it completely. The pressure wasn't crushing, just enough to remind me of what he could do. He tilted my chin up, the gesture almost tender, as if I'd willingly stepped into his arms. "I'd love a glimpse of heaven," he murmured. I spat in his face. The saliva gleamed on his cheek, brighter than his shadowed eyes, and his grin widened like I'd handed him a prize. Every ounce of fairy arrogance made me want to scream, but the realization hit harder. No one in the world would hear me. No one would care. Tears. He mused, voice dripping with false sympathy. "So very human." A lie, I never cried. "Don't ruin that pretty face," he crooned, sliding a hand under my shirt. I twisted violently, panic surging for the second time in my life, completely powerless. My free hand clenched into a fist, muscle memory kicking in, and I swung for his nose. Somewhere I'd read that a perfect strike could drive bones straight into the brain. But he moved faster, tilting his head so my knuckles barely grazed his jaw. His grip tightened around my wrist, bones grinding together. I still managed to rake my nails across his face, leaving angry red trails. He barely flinched, that infuriating smile never fading. He was stronger than he should have been, unnaturally strong for a fairy this close to human territory. My mind screamed to escape, to dissolve into some beautiful nightmare, but everything I'd ever given away, every dream, every shred of magic was just out of reach. He was stealing it. James. I jolted awake, skin buzzing, eyes wide. The room was pitch black, but I didn't need to check the clock to know it was 3:04 a.m. The dream clung to me, sharp as a fresh wound. I yanked on a shirt, shoved into my jeans and debated shoes. No time. Across the room, Paul muttered in his sleep, a shapeless lump tangled in his sheets. He'd kicked off his blankets, sweating, while I shivered. I slipped into the hallway, breath held, moving fast. No idea where I was going. No idea why I was running. The dim green glow of emergency lights outlined the closed doors lining the hall. The wooden floorboards creaked under my bare feet as I moved through the shadowy hallway, the stale scent of late-night exhaustion clinging to the air. My usual escape route, the window where I'd glimpsed the antlered king, wasn't where my dream had led me. No, tonight, the back door was the destination. I slipped past Sullivan's room, half expecting the door to burst open and him to pop out like some deranged carnival toy. But silence held, and I made it to the lobby, fingers fumbling with the lock before stepping onto the frostbitten porch. That's when I saw her. Nuala was curled against the dorm wall, her body twisted in a way that made my stomach clench. Arms stretched unnaturally, like she'd been pinned there, tears carving silent tracks down her face. She kicked at nothing, her movements frantic, until her gaze finally locked onto mine. There was something raw in her eyes, fear, fury, something else I couldn't name. Then her body jerked and it clicked, because I can see them and you can't. "Don't just stand there," she growled, voice ragged, more desperate than angry. I yanked off my iron bracelet, the metal cold against my skin, and lunged. Nuala's arms dropped, freed, and she pointed at empty air. Too late. Something slammed into me, sharp, electric, wrong, and I swung blindly. My fist connected with something solid, and a figure flickered into view against a column, green-tinged, beautiful, and utterly inhuman. "Hello, Piper," he sneered before dissolving into a swan, wings slicing through the dark as he vanished. I turned back to Nuala. She was crouched on the bricks now, tugging at her tangled hair, tears still falling without a sound. Her shirt was rumpled, and she kept sucking at a cut on her wrist like she could erase whatever had just happened. "Was he the only one?" I asked, voice too loud in the quiet. "Bastard," she spat, the word sharp as broken glass. "Bastard fairies, I hate them." I knelt in front of her, the rough bricks biting into my knees. What do you say to something like this? Are you okay? Stupid question. Her clothes were a mess, her face streaked with tears, Nuala, who never cried. Whatever had happened, it wasn't just bad. It was the kind of thing that left marks you couldn't see. And I had no idea how to fix it. The air between us felt heavy, like the moment before a storm. Part of me wanted to pull her into an embrace, but Nuala wasn't exactly the type who welcomed affection, unless it came with the sharp edge of a blade. Just shut up, she snapped, pressing her palm against her face like she could push the words back in. Her voice cracked, and that's when I noticed the wetness on her cheeks. She stood abruptly, staring at her damp fingers like they'd betrayed her. The tears kept coming, silent and relentless, as if the real horror wasn't that she was crying, but that she could cry at all. It threw me off. We had our roles, our usual sharp banter and guarded distance, but this was uncharted territory. She scrubbed her hands against her denim skirt, wiping away the evidence with rough, angry swipes before yanking the hem back into place. I reached out to brush some dust off her shirt, and she flinched. I pretended not to notice. "So now you know," she muttered, fussing with invisible lint instead of looking at me. "Know what? How it is with me." I blinked. Her expression was raw, her voice frayed at the edges, like this was supposed to explain everything. I replayed the last few minutes in my head, but nothing clicked. "Nuala, you're the mind reader here, not me." She turned, her whole body screaming forget it before she even spoke. "I'm one of the solitary fae," she said, like that was supposed to mean something. "You know what that makes me?" A pause. I didn't answer. "A freak, James." Hearing my name from her hit me like a punch to the gut. It was unsettling, like the ground had shifted under me. My fingers twitched toward the pen in my pocket. I could already see the words I'd scribble later, called me by name. "I don't care if you write it down," she said, nodding at my pocket. "Don't you get it? I'm worse than you." I folded my arms tight, bracing myself. Normally, I'd crack a joke to break the tension, but not this time. I needed to hear her out. "You have rules, people, things that keep the world from swallowing you whole," she said, her laugh bitter. "Laws, parents, teachers, even Paul, but me. I'm just me. No one, nothing. And it took me this long to realize I'm jealous of you. How pathetic is that?" Her laughter was sharp, jagged, and it cut deeper than any knife. "Man, you were supposed to be my ticket to an easy life until everything went up in flames this year and my brain decided to take a vacation." I exhaled, rubbing my temples. If this had been D, I'd have let her spiral into full-blown rage, but Nuala was D. She operated on a whole different wavelength. My fingers twitched, remembering the reminder I'd meant to scribble on my palm. "Hey, Nuala," I said, locking eyes with her. "Can we just call a truce for tonight? Tomorrow, you can go back to insulting me and plotting my demise, and I'll go back to treating you like a nightmare wrapped in a pretty face while I Google how to banish a fairy. But right now, my brain's fried. Let's just grab food or something, if anything's even open at this ungodly hour." Her expression stayed blank, but something flickered behind her eyes. "I swear, one of these days, your reckless audacity won't shock me anymore. Have you ever actually been afraid of me?" I didn't hesitate. "You terrify me." And then she laughed, wild, unfiltered, like I'd just told the funniest joke in existence. That laugh did something weird to me. It twisted her into this impossible contradiction, terrifying and breathtaking all at once. I couldn't tell if I wanted to hear it again or bolt for the exit. James, so there I was, 13M in a deserted movie theater with a fairy muse who had a side gig as a psychic energy leech, watching The Sixth Sense. By now, my life was basically a highlight reel of bizarre. 1, witnessing my best friend telekinetically fling objects. 2, getting yanked from a totaled car by a fairy hitman. And 3, feeling the King of the Dead's song try to drag me into the afterlife. Yet here I was, sharing popcorn with Nuala, who, by the way, drowned it in enough butter to clog an artery, while a kid on screen informed Bruce Willis about his ghostly entourage. Somehow, this felt almost normal. "Pay attention," Nuala snapped, elbowing me. She hadn't touched the popcorn. Did fairies even eat human food? Or was it like some twisted reverse fairy trap situation? She jabbed a finger at the screen. "See that? The director's telegraphing the supernatural stuff with color. Red means something creepy's coming." I bit back a laugh. The irony of her pointing that out was almost poetic. "Yeah, got it." My legs were numb from sitting too long, so I stretched them over the empty seat in front of me, ignoring the sticky floor. Normal, maybe not. But for tonight, it was close enough. Nuala's gaze stayed locked on the movie screen, the shifting light casting shadows across her face. Her pupils pulsed with each flicker, almost human, but not quite. Close enough to fool someone, maybe, but I knew better. "So, how many films have you actually watched?" I asked, nudging her. Not that I wasn't into the movie, but I'd seen the ending a dozen times, and honestly, I was more curious why this was the one she'd picked. She slumped deeper into the seat, tossing a handful of popcorn into her mouth. "Thousands, probably. Lost count. Before I knew better, I thought I'd be a director." It took me a second to process what she meant. Before I could respond, she rolled her eyes and scoffed. 16 years is exactly a Hollywood career, genius. What's the point?" I frowned. "Same point as anyone else. You seriously wanted to make movies." "Yeah, movies." She gestured at the screen where some dramatic climax was unfolding. "All those lives, all that music, like living 1,000 stories without ever stepping out of your own." A slow, lazy grin spread across her face. Even had a stage name picked out. Izzy Leopard. I burst out laughing. She smacked my arm hard. "Shut it." I ducked behind my hands, still wheezing. "Oh my God, that sounds like someone slurring, 'Is she a leopard?' after too many tequilas." Another smack. "It's memorable," she insisted. "People would hear it and go, 'Oh, Izzy Leopard directed that, she's a genius.'" "And also contagious," I added, dodging her next swing. She glared, grabbing the popcorn bucket from my lap and moving it out of reach. "I regret sharing with you." Maybe I should pour butter straight down your throat for insulting my artistic vision. "Ah, the ultimate punishment," I said, grinning. But her earlier words stuck with me, 1,000 lives without leaving her own. 1,000 human lives, that part mattered. 16 years is still time, I pressed. You could have tried. She spun toward me, eyes narrowed, voice sharp over the movie's dramatic score. "Are you trying to be dense? It's not about time. Remember the piano? Well, guess what? I can't write scripts either." Excuses always grated on me. You could have at least attempted it. 16 years is enough to fail spectacularly. She exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "You really don't get it, do you?" Her voice dropped, bitter. "Some doors don't open, no matter how hard you knock." Nuala clenched her fists, her frustration boiling over. "You don't get it. I can't just decide to start a new life like some human with a 5-year plan. If the strongest clover hand picks up and moves, I'm dragged along like luggage." No choice, no warning. How am I supposed to build anything stable? I smirked, trying to lighten the mood. "Madonna reinvented herself every album. You could take notes." Her glare could have melted steel. "Oh, hilarious. Except she had an agent, a tour bus, and free will." The theater screen flicked off with a wave of her hand, plunging us into darkness. The only light came from the dim aisle markers, casting eerie shadows. Her eyes glowed like sapphires in the black, sharp with disbelief. "You seriously don't know what a clover hand is? After everything, your not girlfriend is one. The queen's dead, so now Dee's the magnet. Where she goes, we go. That's the deal." A knot twisted in my gut at the mention of Dee suddenly. The sticky seats and stale popcorn smell felt suffocating. I wanted to bolt, to hit something, anything, just to shake off the tension. Nuala's gaze dropped to my fists as if reading my thoughts. "Stop calling her that," I snapped. She tilted her head, feigning innocence. "What?" "It's just a term, clover hand, like a human lightning rod for fairies. Fun, right? I shut my eyes, pressing my forehead into my hands. Dee's voice echoed in my memory, did you see them? And now I understood why she'd looked so haunted. She'd never be free of them. Nuala's breath ghosted over my arm, too close. Why's your hand say dead? I don't remember. Liar. Her voice dropped, almost curious. Do you love her? I exhaled sharply. Nuala, drop it. She leaned in, relentless. It's simple. Yes or no. And don't bother lying. I'm not even real to you, am I? The air between us crackled, heavy with things neither of us would say. The tension in my jaw tightened as I pressed my fists against my closed eyes, watching swirls of violet and green flicker behind my eyelids like some messed-up kaleidoscope. Seriously, Nuala, drop it. When I say I don't want to talk about something, it's not an invitation to keep prying. It's not about you. I just don't want to discuss it. With anyone. Her fingers wrapped around my wrists, sending an icy shiver up my arms. Then why haven't you touched your guitar since that night? Leave me alone. I clenched my teeth. Even if I wanted to answer, what would I say? That music felt pointless now. That ever since kissing Dee, my head had been nothing but static, drowning out every melody I used to hear. Nuala smirked. That's something, at least. Of course she'd caught that thought. Maybe she couldn't help it. I wasn't about to spill anything else about Dee, so I shifted gears, sort of. You know, in a way, you're lucky. Me? Yeah. I turned my head slightly, her hand brushing my cheek. The contact sent an odd, electric prickle across my skin. Imagine being immortal in this messed-up world, but you're the only one. You'd have to watch everyone you care about fade away while you stayed the same. At least you don't have to deal with that. Her fingers tensed against my face. Other fairies remember. You just said you're not like them. They don't feel things the way you do. You have to be more human, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to lure us in. Silence. Then quietly, how human do you think I am? The question hung there, heavier than I expected. I didn't take it back. She took forever to answer, finally pulling her hand away. Too much. I thought I wasn't human at all, but maybe I was wrong, or maybe I'm just dying. 16 years doesn't seem so long when you're at the end of it. Leaned back, suddenly uncomfortable. Quit the pity party. Her eyes narrowed. I will when you do. I glanced down at my hands, the faint glow of ink barely visible, dead, Valkyrie following them down. Let's write something together. She gave me a skeptical look. You mean you write and I help? No, I mean we both think it up, but I'll be the one holding the pen. Write what? I don't know, a song, a play. For a second, she almost smiled before schooling her expression. You don't write plays. If we did, you could direct it. Sullivan's class needs a creative project, something with metaphor. The idea was ridiculous, but for the first time in weeks, my mind didn't feel completely empty. Halloween was creeping up fast, and honestly, our plans weren't exactly Oscar-worthy. But hey, we were working with what we had. Nuala's gaze locked onto me with an intensity I'd only ever dreamed of seeing from Dee. Her eyes flicked to my lips, and for a wild second, I thought she might actually kiss me. My stomach twisted at the idea. What if I pictured Dee instead? Knowing Nuala, she'd probably make my death look like an unfortunate accident, something no insurance adjuster would ever believe. But then she just smirked and said, "Grab your pen." I fumbled for it, even though I had nothing to write on. Didn't matter. What's the title? I asked. In one smooth motion, she slid behind me, arms draped over my shoulders. She was freezing, but the warmth of her cheek pressed against mine sent a jolt through me. I clicked the pen, hesitated for half a breath, then scrawled across my palm. Ballad, James, since I wasn't exactly a real music student, and because Sullivan couldn't organize his way out of a paper bag, our piano lessons got relegated to the abandoned Bridget Hall. Apparently, all the real musicians had already claimed the practice rooms. Typical. Bridget Hall was the campus's ugly duckling, left to rot between the manicured lawns and ivy-choked brick walls. The message was clear: don't photograph this eyesore. Even the door stood out, peeling red paint, a defiant misfit like me. I gave the knob a light tap. "Hang in there, pal," I muttered. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew and old wood. Rows of folding chairs faced a dim stage where a grand piano sat under harsh, outdated lights. The whole place was a relic of the 50s, forgotten and unloved. Then my phone buzzed. Dee's name flashed on the screen, followed by James. I'm so sorry, my stomach dropped. I deleted it before I could read the rest. Some things just hurt too much to face. Sullivan hunched over the piano, his bony fingers dancing across the keys with casual familiarity. It wasn't anything spectacular, but he clearly knew his way around the instrument. And honestly, the old thing sounded better than its chipped, weathered exterior suggested. I weaved through the scattered folding chairs, dragging one up onto the stage with me. "Greetings, maestro," I said, tossing my backpack onto the seat beside the piano. "This beauty really ties the room together." "Right," Sullivan smirked, hammering out the last notes of shave and a haircut before sliding off the bench. Funny how nobody remembers this place even exists. Used to be the school auditorium back in the day. Not exactly Carnegie Hall, is it? I caught the way he said their auditorium, not ours. His eyes narrowed as he studied me. "You look like death warmed over. Didn't sleep much." A laughable understatement. All I wanted was for the day to evaporate so I could collapse into bed. Sullivan scoffed. "Ah, yes, unless you count the restful listening in my class. Some people swear by it." He shook his head. "Sure, I'll be grading your next test extra carefully to see if that theory holds up." He waved at the bench. "Your turn." I sat down, the wood groaning under me like it might give out. The piano was ancient, so old the manufacturer's name had faded into oblivion. And the smell, like a musty attic full of mothballs and forgotten perfume. Sullivan had propped up some sheet music, Bach, probably, but with enough notes to make my head spin. He straddled a folding chair backward, watching me like a hawk. "So, zero piano experience?" The memory of Nuala's hands guiding mine flickered through my mind, tangled up with last night's chaos. I clenched my fists to stop the shiver that followed. "I messed around a little after we talked. Otherwise," my fingers brushed the keys, and this time the thought of her sent a tiny jolt through me. "We're basically acquaintances. So you can't play that." He nodded at the sheet music. I squinted at the indecipherable scribbles. Might as well be hieroglyphics. Sullivan's tone sharpened. "What about the music you brought?" I blinked. "What?" He jutted his chin at my sleeves, rolled down over my arms. Am I wrong? How did he know? Maybe he'd seen the scrawl on my hands earlier in class, lyrics, notes, half-formed thoughts bleeding into each other. "I can't read sheet music," I admitted. Sullivan stood, nudging me off the bench and taking my place. "But I can. Show me." Under the dim stage lights, I pushed up my sleeves. Both arms were covered in cramped handwriting, a chaotic mix of lyrics and musical staves inked into my skin. The scribbled notes wrapped around both my arms, messy and uneven, especially on my right, where my left hand had struggled to write. I stayed silent. Sullivan's eyes burned into my skin, his expression caught between fury and something deeper, something like grief. But all he asked was, "Where does it start?" I had to twist my arm, searching until I found the first notes tucked inside my left elbow. I held it out toward him, fingers spread like I was begging. The moment his fingers touched the piano keys, the melody came alive, older, richer than I remembered from humming it with Nuala. It wasn't just music. It was a storm of emotions, shifting between light and shadow, weaving together every theme we'd planned for our play. Sullivan played to the end, then pointed to his leather music case. "Hand me that." Inside was the same tape recorder he'd brought to the hill that day. He set it on the piano like it held the answers to everything, then hit play. My own voice crackled out, tinny and uncertain. "You weren't recording before now." Sullivan's voice, sharp and unguarded without his usual calm. "Didn't know if I'd have to." A stretch of silence, just the hiss of tape and distant birds. Then Nuala's voice. My stomach dropped. "Don't say anything." It took me a second to process that the recorder had caught her words. "You're the only one who can see me right now, so if you talk to me, you're gonna look like you got dropped on your head as a baby." Sullivan slammed stop. His voice was steel. "Tell me you didn't make the deal, James." The weight in his words forced the truth out. "I didn't. Swear it, not a single year, not one. I didn't give her anything." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. It felt like a lie. Sullivan's grip locked around my wrist, yanking my arm up so close I could see every smudged note. "Then explain this," he snapped. "They don't hand out power like candy. You're my student, and I need to know what you traded, because it's my job to keep reckless geniuses like you from getting themselves killed." I should have fired back, something sharp, something clever, but Sullivan let go before I could speak. "What, being the best wasn't enough? You had to gamble for more. Did you think it wouldn't ripple out?" "Always ripples out." I yanked my sleeves down, my voice tight. "You don't know what happened. I didn't make a deal." But the truth was, I wasn't sure. And the way he looked at me, like he already knew more than I did, made my skin crawl. Sullivan stared at the faded letters above the piano keys, flexing his fingers like he was trying to shake off an old memory. "James, I get it. You think I'm just some washed-up musician who traded in his dreams for a paycheck at some fancy prep school. Am I right?" He wasn't entirely wrong. If Nuala had been here, she'd have phrased it more elegantly, but Sullivan had a knack for hitting uncomfortably close to home. I shrugged, figuring silence was safer than honesty. His fingers hovered over the keys, pressing down without making a sound. 10 years ago, I was you, convinced I was destined for greatness, with jeweliered professors backing me up. It was my life, my rules, until it was. "Not really in the mood for a cautionary tale," I muttered. "Oh, but this one's got a kicker," he shot back, voice sharp. "They wrecked me, James. I didn't even see it coming. But you've got a choice. They prey on people like us, people who want more, who hate the way things are. But here's the thing, just because we want what they're selling doesn't mean we'll like what we end up with." He shoved away from the piano, standing abruptly. "Now sit." I hesitated, then offered a half-truth. "I don't actually care about playing." "Neither did I," Sullivan said. "But it's the one thing they don't give a damn about. So sit." I sat, though I doubted Sullivan knew half as much about Nuala as he thought. When I pulled the six-pack from my bag, Paul's eyes went so wide I half expected them to pop out. I dropped it on his desk, spinning the chair around before straddling it. "Still wanna get wasted?" "Dude," he breathed, staring at the beers like they might explode. "How'd you even?" I grabbed a pen and scribbled the list on my palm, some weird impulse making me feel lighter the second the ink hit skin. Archangel Michael descended in a blaze of glory, and I said, "Hey, how do I unclench my buddy Paul?" He handed me these and said, "This'll help." No idea why Heineken, though. Paul poked the carton like it was radioactive. "Is this enough to actually get me drunk? In movies, they drink forever and just get funnier." "For a beer virgin like you, absolutely." I smirked, relieved I wouldn't be spending my night holding back his hair. "And it's all yours." His panic spiked. "You're not drinking any. Anything that messes with my head freaks me out." I upended the pencil cup, sending pens scattering across the desk. One rolled off the edge, and Paul lunged to catch it, lie past the old pencil holder to Paul, who gave me a knowing smirk. "You just can't stand not being the one calling the shots, can you?" He peered into the grimy mug like it held some deep mystery. "Seriously, what's the point of this thing? In case you're too fancy to drink straight from the bottle like the rest of us peasants," I shot back, tossing him a beer before grabbing a marker and a scrap of paper. The sharp scent of ink filled the room as I scribbled away. "Don't be a diva, just drink up. Pizza S on the way." Paul squinted at me. "What's with the arts and crafts?" "Protecting your delicate sensibilities," I said, flashing him the sign I'd made. "Paul is fragile. Do not disturb his royal nap time." Zoxo Paul, complete with a cheesy heart around his name. You're the worst, he muttered as I taped it to the door. Behind me, I heard the hiss of the bottle cap popping off. Ugh, this smells like someone's gym socks. Welcome to adulthood, buddy, I said, flopping onto my bed. First rule of bad decisions. The warnings are always there. We just choose to ignore them. Paul wiped condensation off the bottle, frowning. Why's there no label? He didn't need to know I'd spent an hour peeling them all off and swapping caps. Some things are better left unsaid. Discount brews, sometimes the labels get messed up in shipping. Cheaper that way. Huh, good tip. He took a hesitant sip and grimaced. How do I even know when I'm drunk? You'll start laughing at my jokes, or at least stop being less funny than usual. The bottle cap hit me square in the forehead. Chug one before the food gets here, I said. Trust me, it hits harder on an empty stomach. Paul downed half the bottle in one go while I sprang up and headed for my CD player. Where's your music stash? We need a soundtrack for this disaster. He choked down the rest, pointing vaguely under his bed. I tossed him another beer before dropping to the floor to dig through his collection, only to freeze. Nuala's glowing eyes stared back at me from the shadows beneath the bed, her grin sharp. Boo, she whispered, not surprised, I thought. Yeah, you are, she shot back. Mind reader, remember? She nudged a dusty CD case toward me. Cute prank, that real beer or just water? I pressed a finger to my lips. SHHH. You're terrible, she said, resting her chin on her arms. That's why I like you. With a wink, she vanished, leaving me with Paul's CDs. I stood up, flipping through the binder. Dude, all your music is from like the 1800s. Paul waved his bottle at me. Beethoven's Immortal, man. I rolled my eyes. Sure, and you're definitely not tipsy yet. That's total nonsense, just an excuse. He's actually in Vegas doing wedding gigs. I smirked. Oh, Paul, seriously, you own a Kelly Clarkson album? Please tell me it belongs to your sister. Please tell me you even have a sister. Paul crossed his arms. What? She's got pipes. Paul, I swear, I flipped through his CD collection. Your taste is like a desert of bad decisions. Own a Republic, Maroon 5. Sheryl Crow, are you secretly a teenage girl? I'm scared to press play. Next thing I know, I'll be crying over rom-coms and stress-eating ice cream. Hand it over, Paul said, snatching the case. He popped in a disc. Grab me another beer while this loads. I think it's kicking in. And that's how we ended up blasting Britney Spears. Hit me baby one more time when the pizza guy showed up with our loaded pie. Extra sausage, green peppers, cheese, sauce, and enough calories to fuel a small army. The delivery guy gave us a weird look. Don't mind him, I said, slipping him a tip. He's got PMs. Britney and extra cheese are his coping mechanisms. I'm just being a good friend. By the time I cracked open the box, Paul was belting out the chorus. He grabbed a slice, cheese stretching like a rubber band. This is genius, he mumbled between bites. No wonder college kids live like this. You mean the beer or the questionable music choices? Paul ignored me, launching into email my heart with full dramatic flair. I'd unleashed a beast. Paul, I said, shaking my head. About that metaphor assignment, he carefully navigated the cheese string dangling from his slice. The one that's a total waste of time. Exactly, so I was thinking, what if we did something else together? Paul squinted. Dude, I checked online. Those pre-written papers cost like $45. I peeled back the cheese on my slice, scraping off excess sauce. Wait, what? Paul waved a hand. Oh, thought you meant buying one. After Sullivan mentioned it, I looked it up. $45 to download some rando's essay. I made a mental note to remind Sullivan that impressionable young minds were at stake. No, I meant ditching the assignment entirely. You'd actually buy a paper. Nah, Paul sighed. Even if I had a credit card, pathetic, right? Pathetic would be paying someone else to do your work, I said. When you're sober, I've got something for you to read. A play. Paul grinned. Hamlet's a play. He held out his hand. Let me see it now. I tossed him my notebook. As Brittany played in the background, Paul skimmed the pages of Ballad, pausing only to say, "Damn, James, this is legit." "Only the best," I said. "Sullivan," Nuala hissed from under the bed. My head snapped toward the sound just as a knock rattled the door. I stepped into the hallway, shutting it behind me. Sullivan stood there, arms crossed, looking less than amused. "James, Mr. Sullivan." "Interesting musical selection for tonight," he remarked, glancing toward the door where Paul's voice soared into an ear-splitting falsetto. I gave a polite nod. Thornking-Ash taught us to appreciate all genres, even the ones that make your ears bleed. Inside, Paul hit a note so high it could have shattered glass. The kid had talent, just not the kind that belonged in an orchestra pit. He should have been headlining Vegas. Sullivan winced. "Dear Lord," agreed. "So, what's the occasion?" He leaned to read the sign I'd taped up. Pizza delivery guy mentioned something suspicious. Said one of you was drinking what looked an awful lot like beer. I scoffed. And here I was thinking he was a professional. Guess I'll be keeping my tips next time. Sullivan folded his arms. "Is that why Paul sounds like a tea kettle in there? I know you haven't been drinking, you don't smell like a brewery, and you're still your usual delightful self." I flashed him my best innocent grin. "Honestly, neither of us has touched alcohol." His eyes narrowed. "Then what's the game?" I held up my hands in mock surrender. Paul wanted to feel reckless. I wanted to see him actually relax. 3 non-alcoholic beers later. I paused as Paul's voice cracked spectacularly. "Let's just say we're both having a great time, legally." Sullivan's lips twitched, but he refused to smile. Shocking, coming from the mastermind behind this. How'd you even convince Paul? The bartender downtown hooked me up with a Heineken box and some caps. Swapped them onto nub beers and peeled the labels off with some story about a discount. Guy was a champ, almost as understanding as certain teachers. I shot him a look, waiting for a reaction. "The sheer effort you put into this is concerning," Sullivan muttered. "But who am I to ruin an evening built on lies and carbonated water?" He shook his head. "God help me, James. What are you?" I blinked up at him. "Right now." Desperate to get back in there and convince Paul that underwear belongs on his head. Sullivan rubbed his face, hiding a laugh. "Good night, James. Try not to wake up with regrets." I slipped back inside, shutting the door behind me. "Thanks, Nuala." "No problem," she murmured. "Who was that?" Paul asked, already reaching for another bottle. "Your mom." I tossed him a fourth. "Better pace yourself, you'll be peeing like a racehorse soon." He frowned. "Do racehorses actually pee more?" "Otherwise, why not just say pee like a horse?" I grabbed another slice of pizza and sprawled on the floor beside his bed, grinning. Some nights were just too good to overthink. The floor was noticeably cooler, the air carrying the faint floral scent of Nuala's breath as she lay under the bed. "Maybe horses just don't care about bathroom etiquette," she mused, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Paul burst out laughing. "Bathroom etiquette? Seriously?" I chuckled too, though for a different reason, mostly because Nuala's smirk was just visible in the dim light beneath the mattress. "Why hide under the bed?" "Because scaring you is way more fun," she shot back before I could ask. I held out a slice of pizza, but she recoiled like I'd offered her poison. It reminded me of those old stories, how eating fairy food trapped you in their world forever, or maybe, in this case, the other way around. Upstairs, the CD changer clicked to the next track, one of my Breaking Benjamin albums. "Now this is music," I declared, grinning as Paul drummed his foot against the bed frame in rhythm. "Brittany S. got her place," he admitted, "but this hits different." He hesitated, then added, "Dude, you're the coolest friend I've ever had." A flicker of guilt twisted in my gut. "Because I smuggled you beer." "Nah, man, because you're just you. Even when you're being a total jerk, it's in a way that's all your own. People respect that." Nuala's eyes locked onto mine, glowing faintly in the dark. "Do you think that too?" Her fingers brushed my wrist, sending a jolt through me. I had no idea when we'd started holding hands, whether I'd reached for her or she'd slipped hers into mine. But now her touch was all I could focus on, her fingertips tracing slow, electric patterns on my skin. Especially the jerk part, Nuala quipped, still watching me like she could see right through me. I smirked. You flatter me. Shut up and take the compliment, Paul groaned. Think you'll still be this honest when you're sober? Not a chance. Paul's voice drifted back in. You're a weirdo, but in the best way, obsessive, covered in ink, and somehow still the guy everyone wants to be. Gives the rest of us freaks hope. But in that moment, none of it mattered. Just Nuala's fingers tangled with mine. Like the rest of the world had faded away, I wished she'd drag me under the bed and vanish into the shadows with me. But instead, I choked out, You're not weird. Oh man, you don't even know, Paul said, his voice rough. You want to hear how messed up I really am? I'd never tell anyone this ever, but here's the thing. Nuala's breath warmed my face, and I was painfully aware of my own stale dinner breath mixing with hers. She didn't flinch, though. Her lips curled into this soft, almost shy smile, the kind she'd probably deny if she realized it was there. Listen to this, she murmured. Every single night I hear singing. My fingers locked up. So did Nuala. We were frozen, staring at each other like reflections. It's like a dream, Paul continued, his voice dropping. You know how in dreams, things just make sense even when they should. The song, it's just names, a list of names. He paused, and I heard the unmistakable sound of him taking a long swig of something strong. And I just know, it's a list of people who are gonna die. Because after the names, there's always this line, remember us, so sing the dead, lest we remember you. A shudder ran through me. I hadn't even realized I was cold until then. My voice came out steady, though. Whose names are on it? Mine, Paul said. Yours. Yeah, and some I don't recognize. Sullivan, you. And I didn't know her name before, but she's there. Deirdre Monaghan, right? Another gulp. Dude, I think we're all screwed, like soon. His voice cracked. You think I'm insane now? Nuala's hand clenched inside mine, then slowly relaxed. I don't think you're insane, she said. You should have told me earlier. I believe you. I know you do, Paul muttered. Another violent shiver hit me. I know because you run every time it starts. But if I'd told you and you said you heard it too, that makes it real. You get that right? Nuala turned my hand over, her fingers tracing the words I'd scrawled on my skin earlier, the list. My stomach dropped. Yeah, she whispered. I thought this nightmare would stop when I got here. Me too, I said. I left Paul passed out on his bed, the sharp scent of alcohol clinging to the air, and retreated to the bathroom on the 4th floor. Calling Dee was stupid. It wasn't like she could make any of this better, but Paul's confession had thrown me. This wasn't just about me anymore. If Dee's name was on that list, I peeled a flake of lime green paint from the wall, my reflection staring back at me in the dark window. Dee, her voice was startled. James, it's really you. For a long second, I just stood there, gripping the phone like it was the only thing keeping me grounded. The phone pressed against my ear felt heavy, the weight of her voice dragging me down. It was her, Dee, and just hearing her made my chest tighten, the memory of her words after that kiss still sharp in my mind. I forced myself to speak. So, what's the latest? You guys throwing a rager over there? A night bird's call cut through the silence, sharp and close. I couldn't tell if it was outside my window or on her end of the line. Her voice dropped to a whisper. We're about to crash. That's as wild as it gets here. Wow, living on the edge, I muttered, then hesitated. Just ask. Hey, Dee, remember when we first bumped into each other here? What was the first thing you asked me? She let out a soft laugh. You think I've got some kind of super memory. Oh, that. Yeah, that. When she'd asked if I'd seen the fairies. Seen any more lately? Silence stretched between us before she finally answered. No, definitely not. Why have you? The scent of Nuala still clung to my skin, rain and wood smoke, something impossible to shake. I exhaled. Nah, you good, though. Her laugh was nervous, almost fragile. Yeah, totally. I mean other than the usual mess in my head, right. Wasn't judging, just asking. Then yeah, everything's fine. My voice went flat. No fairies. SHHH. Why SHHH? Just because they're gone doesn't mean I'm gonna start yelling about them, she said too quickly. Everything's fine. I didn't answer. What had I expected? Honesty. Like I was gonna call her out on it now. I leaned my head back against the peeling wallpaper. Just checking. Thanks, she said, softer now. That means something. The mirror across from me showed a version of myself I barely recognized, James, scowling back, the scar on his face as dark as his mood. I should go, Dee said. Okay. Bye. The line went dead. She hadn't asked if I was okay. Music was supposed to be my life. I'd devoured every glossy brochure for Thornking-Ash School of Music before applying. They promised to mold us into prodigies, to sharpen our minds while we mastered our instruments. They painted this picture of us walking out as academic warriors, Ivy League applications trembling at our feet. At the time, I'd thought sweet. And Dee was going, so what choice did I have? But then I actually got there. Turns out, school is school, no matter how fancy the name. Same old grind, just with more violins. Maybe I wasn't giving it a fair shot. I'd only been there a week. But patience wasn't exactly my thing. And honestly, I didn't see how music theory and dorm life were supposed to make us any different from every other high school kid. Maybe if I played cello or something, I'd care more. Then I could have been drowning in recitals instead of just drowning people always talked about musicians. But somehow bagpipers never made the cut. If I had to hear folk musician one more time, I was ready to throw my practice chanter at someone. The first week of school was all about getting settled, figuring out classrooms, memorizing professors' names, learning the dining hall schedule, and discovering that the fourth-floor dorm door had a stubborn streak. By day 5, I had the routine down. By day 6, it felt automatic. By day 7, total boredom had set in. That night, I sat in my brother's beat-up sedan, blasting music that was equal parts rage and nostalgia. I remembered reading some study where scientists played different genres for rats. Classical made them chill, while rock turned them into tiny, fur-covered maniacs. Honestly, if I had to listen to nothing but Pearl Jam on loop, I'd probably start eyeing my roommate like a snack too. I knew it was the 7th evening because I'd scratched 7 tally marks into the back of my hand, 6 straight lines, and 1 diagonal slash. The bass thumped so loud I could feel it in my bones, which was a nice change from the dorm's strict noise rules. Talk about irony. A music school where you couldn't actually play music without getting yelled at. Outside, the sun burned a bloody streak behind the dorms, those ugly concrete cubes with their endless rows of windows. No fancy columns or ivy here, just efficiency. I didn't hear the knock on the window at first. When I finally looked up, there was Paul, my oboe-playing roommate, staring at me like he'd just worked up the courage to approach a wild animal. The school had probably paired us because both our instruments used reeds, but that was where the similarities ended. I rolled down the window. "Do you want fries with that?" Paul burst out laughing, way too hard, like he was trying to prove he got the joke. "Dude, that's funny," he said, grinning like he'd just pulled off a heist. "Just one of my many talents," I deadpanned. "What's up?" He held up a notebook like it explained everything. "Calculus homework. You still want to tackle it?" "Want to? No, have to, unfortunately." I turned the music down, suddenly aware of goosebumps prickling my arms despite the lingering summer heat. A weird, icy feeling slithered down my spine, like my gut was trying to tell me something. Something was right. The sensation hit me like a forgotten ghost, something I hadn't experienced since the summer. I forced myself to meet Paul's gaze. "Yeah, sure." Relief washed over his face, as if he'd braced for rejection, and he launched into a ramble about our calculus class and the usual suspects there. Even if my skin hadn't been prickling with an unnatural chill, I wouldn't have paid attention. People love to fill silence with noise, and most of the time you only need the first and last words they say, the rest is just filler. But then a single phrase cut through the static, sharp as a knife. I twisted the radio dial hard, killing the sound. "Did you just say, 'So sing the dead'?" Paul blinked. "What?" "Those exact words, 'So sing the dead.'" He shook his head. "No, man," I said, "to sing today. Sight singing class." I was already pushing the car door open before he finished. The radio was off, but the music was. It coiled around me, urgent, more real than anything Paul could ever say. I barely managed to throw him a sentence. "Meet me back at the room in 5, okay? Just give me 5. That slip of a phrase, "So sing the dead," had cracked something open. Now the music poured through, relentless. A haunting melody, minor key and strange, threaded with notes that didn't belong in this century. A deep voice carried it, pulling at something inside me, something just out of grasp. Paul stammered in agreement as I slammed the door and took off running. "Wait, since when do you run?" he called, but I was already gone. I tore across the parking lot, past the boxy dorms, past Yancey Hall's pale columns and Seward's grinning satyr fountain. My sneakers pounded the brick path as the song dragged me forward, louder now, weaving into the constant hum of music in my head, the soundtrack that kept me anchored. The bricks gave way to wild grass, and I stumbled, but didn't stop. The world tilted under my feet. The sunset bled gold over the hills, and all I could think was I'm too late. But then there. A figure, distant, nearly swallowed by the horizon. Just a shadow against the blazing hills, arms outstretched like he was holding the earth in place. Right before he blurred into the trees, he paused. The music swelled, intimate as headphones, like it was meant for no one else. Except I knew it wasn't for me. I was just eavesdropping on something I wasn't supposed to hear. My chest ached. Then slowly he turned. And for one endless second, he faced me. The moment froze me in place. Not because of the haunting melody still clashing with the echoes in my mind, whispering rise, follow, become, but because of him. The way his fingers pressed into the earth like roots, the way his shoulders carried an unspoken weight, something ancient and untouchable. And those antlers, massive, twisting things that scraped the sky like gnarled branches. Then, just like that, he vanished, swallowed by the instant the sun dipped below the hills, leaving the world in a hazy purple dusk. I stood there, breath uneven, my pulse throbbing in the scar above my left ear. Part of me wished I'd never seen him, that I could go back to pretending the world was ordinary. The other part burned with frustration. Why now? Why not sooner, when I might have had time to understand? I turned to head back toward campus, but before I could take a step, someone slammed into me, knocking the air from my lungs. I staggered, arms flailing, and barely caught myself. A sharp gasp. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." That voice, Deirdre, my best friend, or at least she used to be. I wheezed out a laugh. "No worries, I wasn't using that lung anyway." She spun toward me, cheeks flushed, her expression flickering too fast to read. It was surreal, seeing her face after so long, those sharp gray eyes, the way her dark ponytail swung like a pendulum. I'd imagined her so many times, but reality hit different. "James, you had to have seen them. They must have passed right by you." I blinked. "Seen who?" She stepped back, scanning the darkening horizon. "The Fae, 4, maybe 5 of them." I stared. "Dee, slow down. You're talking like you've been mainlining caffeine." She squeezed her eyes shut, exhaling hard. When she opened them again, some of the wildness had faded. Ignore me. I don't know, losing it, I guess. It's like they're everywhere now." The ache in my chest wasn't just from the collision. It was deeper, duller, like the ghost of a splinter long gone. She shook her head. "God, I'm the worst. First time seeing you in forever, and I'm already dumping my crazy on you. I should be, I don't know, hugging you or something." For a second, I thought her apology might actually mean something. that she'd acknowledge the gap between us. But nope, just another half-hearted sorry. I wanted to sulk, to make her feel it too, but instead, like the self-sabotaging idiot I am, I let her off the hook. Again, the brochure had mentioned the campus spanned over 15 acres, so realistically, we might have gone months without crossing paths. Deirdre chewed her lip, her eyes flickering with surprise. I had no clue the class schedule would be this chaotic. But seriously, it's really good to see you. There was a pause, thick with the kind of tension where a hug would have been natural. Before last summer, before Luke, before that text I'd sent, the one neither of us could pretend never happened. You look sun-kissed, I said, even though Dee never tanned. She just burned. A half-smile tugged at her lips. And you actually cut your hair. My fingers instinctively brushed over the fresh scar above my ear. They shaved part of it for the stitches, figured I'd just even it out. Thought about carving my initials into it, but plot twist, I just realized my initials spell jam. Not exactly the badass look I was going for. Dee snorted, and the sound sent a stupid little rush of satisfaction through me. It kinda works for you, she said, though her gaze dropped to my hands, covered in scribbled ink up to my wrists. More words than skin. I wanted to ask her everything, how she was, about the fairies, about the text, but my mouth refused to form anything meaningful. Still better than it'd look on you. She let out another laugh, hollow but familiar. It didn't matter that it wasn't genuine. I hadn't been trying to be funny, just desperate to fill the silence. What are you two doing out here? We both startled, turning to face Eve Linnet, our dramatic lit teacher. She stood like a specter in the fading light, her pale face pinched in disapproval. This isn't school property. Something felt off. It took me a second to place it. She hadn't come from campus. She'd come from the hills. Linnet's sharp eyes flicked to Deirdre, whose cheeks flushed like we'd been caught in some scandal. I don't know what kind of schools you're used to, Linnet snapped, but we don't tolerate that sort of behavior here. A year ago, I would have cracked a joke, something about Dee being my unwilling lifelong sidekick or how she was allergic to my pheromones. But now, all I managed was a flat. It wasn't like that. It sounded defensive, guilty. Linnet's lips thinned. Oh. Then why are you all the way out here? I glanced past her toward the hills, and her gaze followed, uneasy. We were waiting for you. Dee shot me a look, not alarmed, just impressed. Linnet, though, she stiffened, her expression caught between anger and fear. For a long moment, she didn't speak. Finally, she exhaled sharply. None of us should be here right now. Let's head back to the dorms, and I'll pretend this never happened. Starting the year with disciplinary action is hardly ideal. As Linnet turned to lead the way, Dee smirked at me, then rolled her eyes toward our teachers retreating back. The message was clear. She's totally lost it. New detail. The faint scent of wildflowers clung to Linnet's clothes, odd for someone who'd supposedly just left campus. And for a split second, her shadow didn't quite move with her. I gave Dee a half-smile, shrugging. Linnet seemed perfectly sane to me. Honestly, I wasn't the only one who'd sprinted toward that haunting melody. Nuala. My emotions. A chaotic zoo. Too wild to count, too fierce to tame. They claw and soar, relentless, untamed, ripping me apart piece by piece. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter, I was staring at James, lost in sleep, when the summons yanked me away. For a split second, all I could picture was him tangled in his own war zone of dreams, arms locked around a pillow, skin etched with our shared ink. He was dreaming of Ballad on his own, no nudging from me. The lead. Just a thinly veiled version of himself, some arrogant sorcerer lording over a world of mundanity. And there it was, the theater, a squat yellow brick building smothered in ivy. Eric strumming a guitar, Paul, or was it Roundhead? Hamming it up on stage, face twisted in exaggerated shock. The details were so sharp, the musty air, the creak of old wood, it felt like I was the one dreaming. Then, jerk, gone. I reappeared in a swirl of brittle autumn leaves, their edges like ice against my skin. The October night was dead silent, the dorm lights a dull glow through the trees. The acrid sting of burning time hit me before I even processed what had happened. Being summoned. That wasn't exactly routine. Nobody needed to call me. "What the hell are you?" A voice, sharp and close. I turned. A woman older, hardened, at least 40, stood there, a spent match in one hand, a smoldering sprig of thyme in the other. For a beat, I just stared. Humans didn't summon me. Not anymore. "Something you don't want to mess with," I finally said. Her eyes raked over me, unimpressed. "You look human," she sneered, crushing the thyme under her boot. I glared. The four-leaf clover dangling from her neck explained it. She could see us. Then it clicked. I'd seen her before, lurking outside the practice rooms, the nosy one. "Funny," I shot back. "You look human too. Why drag me here?" She crossed her arms. "Didn't need you specifically. Did your queen a favor. Now I'm calling it in." No fear. Just annoyance. Humans weren't supposed to know about thyme or clovers, and they definitely weren't supposed to stand there like I was some inconvenient errand boy. "I'm not some wish-granting fairy," I snapped, crossing my arms. The woman rolled her eyes like I was the unreasonable one. "If you were, I'd already be sipping a margarita at my hotel instead of standing here debating supernatural job descriptions. Are you helping or not? They told me cleanup was part of the deal." Curiosity prickled under my skin despite my better judgment. Elinor had humans running errands now, and whatever they were doing left. Messes. I forced my voice into the flattest monotone I could manage. "Whatever. Show me." She led me just beyond the tree line, pulling a designer flashlight from her purse like we were about to inspect some high-end real estate. The beam landed on a crumpled form in the dirt. Of course it was a body. Part of me had known the moment she said, "Clean up." I'd seen death before, but this was different. A fairy lay sprawled in the underbrush, but not the ethereal kind humans fantasize about. She was tiny, shriveled, her moss-colored dress tangled around stick-thin limbs. One webbed foot jutted out, toes curled. A banshee. My throat tightened. One of my kind, solitary, voiceless, screaming warnings no one ever thanked her for. Now she was silent, surrounded by a halo of wilted flowers from her final thrashing. The answer to who did this pulsed from the human's mind before I even asked. Her memories stank of panic and stupidity, tracking the whale, fumbling with an iron bar from her overpriced bag. "Elinor sent a human to murder us." My hands shook. "Do your own dirty work," I spat. "I'm not your janitor." She prodded the banshee's foot with her boot like it was roadkill. "Ugh, no, can't you just—" She fluttered her manicured fingers like she was summoning a latte. "Poof it away." "Gee, let me check my fairy manual under corpse disposal," I deadpanned. "Oh, wait, it's blank." She flinched at the word fairy. "The other guy didn't have a problem yesterday. One wave and poof, gone." Ice slid down my spine. What disappeared? A botchin, he just did his magic hand thing. Another ridiculous wiggle of her fingers. I itched to turn those nails into snails, but Elinor's protection hung over her like a threat. A botchin, another loner who dealt with humans. My pulse hammered. Burning every 16 years was one thing. At least I woke up after. An iron bar to the throat. No coming back from that. "Find another lackey," I snarled, already fading into the trees. Behind me, leaves kicked up in my wake as she yelled. Well, hell. But I was gone, chasing the buzz of human thoughts from the dormitories like a lifeline. I slipped into the dim, shifting shadows of the dorm room and settled at the foot of James' bed. Roundhead's rhythmic snoring drifted from across the room. Part of me knew I should have put more distance between us, just in case that murderous human tried calling another fairy. But the thought of being alone twisted my stomach into knots. And honestly, that terrified me more than anything else. Invisible, I pressed myself against James' side, not like I would if I were weaving a dream for him, but like something fragile, human. Like I was Dee, who, let's be real, didn't deserve him, even with his messy, self-absorbed tendencies. A shiver ran through him, his body instinctively recoiling from my otherness. Stupidly, that stung. So I let myself become visible just to ease the tension. His sheets smelled like they hadn't seen a washing machine in weeks, but he smelled like worn leather and something warm, real, like the pipes he carried. I curled into the space beside him, but the second I closed my eyes, the banshee's corpse flashed behind my lids. Then a grinning botchan in a red coat, lurking in the trees before, snap iron rebar jutting from his throat. Behind me, James twitched in his sleep, lost in a nightmare. In his dream, he stumbled through a forest, dry leaves crunching underfoot. His looks and brain's tea left his inked arms bare, the musical notes twisting with goosebumps. The air reeked of burning time and bonfires, like some twisted summoning ritual. "Oh," he choked out, dropping to his knees, hands pressed to his face like he was grieving. And there, beside him, my body sprawled in the leaves, rebar speared through my skull, eyes vacant. The real James shuddered violently and my stomach dropped. What if he's seeing the future? I rolled over, studying his face in the faint light. His breath ghosted over my lips. Up close, the scar above his ear looked jagged, like someone had barely stitched him back together. I scowled. He needed sleep, but I needed him awake. So I pinched his arm. No gasp, no flinch, just his eyes snapping open, locking onto mine. When he spoke, it was barely a whisper, like he knew words weren't necessary. James blinked, his thoughts sluggish like syrup, struggling to shake off the weight of sleep. I shook my head, the sheets whispering against my ear. "Not dead," I murmured. "At least, not yet." His lips parted, but only a breath escaped before he managed. "What do you want?" It wasn't the same question as before. Last time, there been an unspoken from me hanging in the air. Not tonight. I tugged his arm free from under the pillow, his skin prickling with goosebumps as my fingers closed around his wrist. He didn't resist when I pulled his arm over my shoulders, the cold iron bracelet pressing into my skin. The contact sent a faint hum through me, not the lethal shock I'd get from other fae, just enough to make my nerves tingle. And more importantly, it meant no summoning spell could drag me away. James' brow furrowed, but he stayed silent. I pressed his wrist harder against me, the metal searing into my flesh. "Insurance," I said. "So if someone tries calling a fairy, it won't be me." He exhaled, shifting slightly to get comfortable. "Just don't kill me," he muttered, voice thick with exhaustion. "I'm going back to sleep." And just like that, he was out. The iron burned against my skin, but somehow I drifted off too. I hadn't even known that was possible. James. My face was buried in the pillow. Without moving, I grunted into the phone. Yeah, what? James, is that you?" I rolled onto my back, squinting at the pale morning light streaking across the ceiling. Adjusting the phone so I didn't accidentally end the call, I groaned. "Mom, why do you always ask if it's me? Do you have a secret list of almost Jameses you keep dialing by mistake?" "You sound different on the phone," she insisted. "Muffled. Are you hungover?" I sighed, glancing at Paul's bed. He was sprawled like a crash test dummy, one arm dangling off the side, mouth slightly open. Lucky bastard. "Mom, it's Saturday, before 9, this is a crime." "I'm sorry for calling so early," she said, not sounding sorry at all. "You're not." "You're right, I'm not. I'm coming to visit, and I want you awake to meet me at the bus station." I bolted upright, then nearly launched myself off the bed. "Holy!" Nuala sat perched at the foot of my mattress, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them. How long had she been there? She looked like a storm barely contained, all dark eyes and sharp edges. "I know you didn't just swear." I mouthed, "What the hell?" At Nuala, she just smirked before replying, "I did, Mom, just for you. You had something better to do than see your loving mother who misses you desperately." "Nothing better," I lied. "Just got stung by something. Thrilled you're coming. Overjoyed, really. Positively vibrating with excitement." New detail: the morning light is described as streaking across the ceiling, adding a more vivid visual. Tone shift: The sarcasm in James' responses to his mom contrasts with the earlier tension, lightening the mood. The sky cracked open like a joke, and instead of rain, strawberry jello splattered into my palm. "Your favorite," Mom pointed out, like I hadn't noticed. "My bus should be there by 10:15. Think you can make it? Bring Dee, her mom sent some things for her." "Maybe. She's probably busy." People love sleeping in on weekends, or, pretending they have lives. I shot a glare at Nuala, who was grinning like she'd just won a bet. Without warning, her fingers snaked under the covers and seized my big toe, twisting it like a bottle cap. Pain and ticklish fury shot up my leg. I yanked free, curling into a defensive ball and mouthed monster at her. She beamed, proud of herself. "Please." With Terry Monahan's DNA, Dee's probably curing diseases or plotting global domination right now. "I'm leaving Audiobook to finish before we get there." "Get dressed. Lunch is on me." "Fantastic, thrilling, absolutely delightful," I deadpanned, peeling myself out of my warm cocoon. "See you soon." In a perfect world, I'd have called Dee. She'd have swooped in like some hero, and we'd have met Mom in a haze of sunshine and reconciliation. But this was my world, where if there's a way for James to get shafted, the universe will find it. I didn't call. Didn't even do that dramatic movie move where you dial and hang up before they answer. Instead, after Mom hung up, I stared at the weird logo on my phone until it morphed into what I swore was a demonic sigil-boosting cell service. A pen sat on my nightstand, and I grabbed it to scrawl 10, 15 on my hand. Last night's shower had turned half my reminders into smeared ghosts. The sight made my stomach twist. I licked my thumb and scrubbed at the unreadable bits, leaving only the salvageable words behind. When I looked up, Nuala had vanished. Of course. The one time I might have wanted her around, she was gone. I flipped my phone open and shut, the snap-snap echoing like a metronome for my scrambled thoughts. It wasn't guilt about Dee. She wouldn't have answered anyway. It was this hollow ache, like hunger but deeper, gnawing at my ribs. "Rise and shine, Paul," I muttered, kicking the blanket off. It slumped where Nuala had been, a few dead leaves fluttering to the floor. "We're getting lunch with Mom." Mom and punctuality go together like oil and water. No, like oil and fire. Her chronic lateness is so potent it even infected her bus, which rolled in late, because of course it did. So Paul and I waited outside the terminal, the autumn sun glaring down, all light and no warmth. Paul fumbled with the pen, clicking it repeatedly like it was some kind of malfunctioning gadget. "This thing's broken," he muttered, shaking it as if that would magically fix it. His hand was now covered in tiny ink dots, but not a single legible word. It's like trying to carve Shakespeare into a banana with a spoon. Traffic buzzed past us, but our bus was nowhere in sight. Without even glancing away from the road, I held out my palm. "Hand it over. Let me show you how it's done." He slapped the pen into my hand and jabbed a finger at my skin. "Write Manlove on there." I smirked, hovering the pen just above my wrist. "Wow, Paul, didn't realize you were so forward. I mean, I am irresistible, but still." He let out a snort laugh, shaking his head. "Not like that, idiot. We had this guest instructor for band this week, an oboe player. Guess what her name was?" "Amanda Manlove." I whistled. "No way." "Way," he insisted. "Can you imagine growing up with that name? Her parents must have had a serious grudge against her." I pressed the pen to my skin and scrawled bonfire in smooth, dark letters. Paul choked on his own spit. "What the? How'd you do that? Mine just made polka dots." "Because you're not pulling your skin tight, genius," I said, demonstrating again by writing my name and circling it like some kind of autograph. He snatched the pen back, stretched his skin taut, and copied bonfire onto his own hand. "Why bonfire?" I shrugged. "Thinking of adding a fire scene to Ballad," I lied. "Stage fire's tricky, either looks fake or like a bad camping trip. Unless we use alcohol flames, aren't those invisible?" Paul's eyes flicked past me, widening slightly. "Oh, incoming, it's her." my whole body locked up. You better not be messing with me. Has she seen me? His gaze darted over my shoulder. Oh yeah, definitely. Hi. Dee's voice came from right behind me, sending a jolt through my ribs. Instantly, her words from before echoed in my head. I was thinking of him when you kissed me. I shot Paul a glare that screamed thanks for the heads up and forced myself to turn around, shoving my hands deep into my pockets. Dee shifted awkwardly, glancing at Paul before focusing back on me. Hey, Paul, mind if I talk to James alone for a sec? I'm waiting for my mom, I said flatly, my stomach twisting into knots. Just looking at her felt like pressing on a bruise. I know, she said quickly, eyes darting to the road. My mom called. She heard on the radio there's traffic on 64, so yours is gonna be late. She hesitated, then rushed out. I came in on the church bus and thought I'd warn you, in case you were waiting. Everything about her, her voice, her posture, was stiff with discomfort, like she was bracing for impact. Paul leaned against the wall, shoving his hands into his pockets. I'll hang back here, he muttered. Thanks, buddy. I barely kept the sarcasm from dripping off my words. He could collect whatever scraps of dignity I had left after Dee finished tearing into me. For half a second, I considered turning around and walking away. All right, let's get this over with. Paul shot me a sympathetic grimace before I trailed after Dee down the cracked pavement. She stayed silent as we left the train station behind, the city of Gallon rising around us. Brick buildings, flickering streetlights, the hum of distant traffic. A block ahead, the faded sign for Evans Brown music swung in the breeze. I wondered if Bill, the old pipe instructor, was still holed up inside or if he vanished when I wasn't looking, just like Nuala had. Our reflections stretched and warped in the dusty windows of boarded-up storefronts. Dee hugged herself, lips pressed tight. Me, shoulders hunched, hands jammed in my pockets like I was trying to disappear. Two strangers walking side by side, miles apart. I feel like garbage, she finally blurted. The words hit like a sucker punch. Selfish. She must have thought so too because she quickly added, about what I did to you. Every night I can't stop thinking about how I wrecked us. I stayed quiet. We passed a thrift shop with a row of faceless mannequin heads sporting fedoras in the display. My reflection briefly wore one, absurd and out of place. I don't even know why I did it, she rushed on, voice cracking. I'm just broken. There's something wrong with me and I know I screwed up. I stared at the ants marching in perfect lines across the sidewalk cracks. Wasn't that supposed to mean rain? Or was it just their way of finding home, leaving a trail so they wouldn't get lost? Dee grabbed my hand, yanking me to a stop. Her grip was too tight, her eyes too bright. James, say something, please. This is killing me. Words piled up in my skull, sharp and suffocating, but none of them belonged in the air between us. They were ink on paper, not sounds. And yet, when I finally spoke, my voice was steady, detached, like some neutral third party had hijacked my mouth. I don't know what you want me to say, Dee. Then, like a dam breaking, the truth surged up, raw and furious. You wrecked me. And it still hurts holding your hand right now feels like torture. Are you just keeping me around until something better comes along? Am I nothing more than a temporary fix to you? The words burned in my throat, but I swallowed them down. Dee's wide-eyed stare made me second-guess whether I'd actually spoken them aloud. She glanced away, scanning the deserted street before focusing on her scuffed Doc Martens like they held some kind of answer. I meant to tell you, she finally said, voice shaky, that I had feelings for him, for Luke. You had feelings for him. My voice came out flat, hollow. I didn't bother masking it. Great. Well, I loved him, and I kept it from you because I felt guilty even though we were just friends. Dee hesitated, but I didn't give her an out. She took a shaky breath. And ever since he's been gone, it's been hell. I know I'll never see him again. I know I have to move on. But it's like I'm clawing my way out of this pit, and I grabbed onto you because you were there. And that was wrong. Her eyes met mine, wet with tears, and just like always, I knew I'd cave. "James, please, my head's a wreck right now. You're my best friend, I can't lose you too." "I don't think I can do this," I said. The truth tasted bitter but freeing. For a second, she just stood there, letting the words hit her. Then she turned away, pressing a hand to her face as sobs tore through her, the kind of crying that doesn't care who's watching. I couldn't take it. I pulled her into me, her familiar strawberry shampoo flooding my senses, dragging me back to a time before Luke, when I was the one she leaned on. My forehead rested against her shoulder as I caught our reflection in the storefront window. "Don't think about him right now." "I'm not," she whispered, burying her face in my shirt. I didn't know if I was pulling her out of the darkness or if she was yanking me in. "I know I'm a mess," she murmured, voice muffled against the fabric. "Just stay with me, okay? Until it's been longer. Until summer's over. Then maybe we can try again. And this time it won't be so screwed up." I wasn't sure if she meant friendship or something more, but right now, every word felt like a test of my trust. My fingers tangled in her hair, holding her close, even as I braced for the inevitable hurt. "Nuala, what's this weight in my throat? Sweet as honey, sharp as thorns. The way I notice, the curve of your hands, the way you breathe, details that shouldn't matter." But they do. That afternoon plays in my mind like a film reel of missed chances. All the ways I could have shielded Alina from knowing how I felt about James. Maybe I should have vanished entirely, or at least hidden our connection better. James stood at the bus stop with Roundhead, who was pulling off these half-decent magic tricks with paper clips, flicking them between his fingers like he was born doing it. Not bad for a guy who usually had the personality of dry toast. Meanwhile, Dee had stormed back to school, probably to recharge after her latest mission of making James miserable. James watched Roundhead with this smirk, like he knew exactly how the tricks worked, but enjoyed the illusion anyway. That smirk, sharp knowing, was becoming something I craved. I sat a few feet away in the grass, close enough to eavesdrop but far enough to stay unnoticed. James glowed like he always did, that fierce golden light radiating from him, and suddenly, hunger twisted inside me. Not just any hunger, the kind that reminded me Halloween was coming and I hadn't sealed a deal yet. Worse, the realization hit me like a punch. I didn't want to take any of James' years, even if he offered. Who was I anymore? Then came the voice, smooth as polished stone. "Waiting for your bus." Alina's moss-green shoes appeared in front of me, her nameless human shadow beside her. He reached out like he was going to help me up, but Alina swatted his hand away. "Bad idea, darling. She's hungry and you're practically a 5-course meal." She extended her own hand instead, rings glinting, chains swaying beneath her palm. I stayed put. Alina's frown was pure practiced sympathy. "No respect for your queen, or are you just too weak to stand?" I glared up at her, not bothering to mask the bite in my voice. "What's the penalty if I do? Execution." Her lips thinned. "Ah, so you're the one who refused to cooperate the other night. I warned you, some games aren't yours to interfere with." Her consort's stare was a silent command. Stand up. His mind was a locked box, but I caught flashes, fresh memories of death, fear clinging to him like smoke. So I stood. I wasn't interfering with anything that belonged to her. At least, I didn't think I was. Honestly, I wasn't even sure anymore. My gaze flicked to James just as Alina's did, and we both saw the same thing. A woman rushing toward him near the bus stop, arms wide open before she even reached him. The grin on his face was real, unguarded, the kind of happiness I'd never seen from him before. Alina burst into laughter, loud enough that people nearby flinched, muttering about the incoming storm. She wiped imaginary tears from her eyes, shaking her head at me with mocking amusement. "Oh, little lean and she, is that your chosen one?" Her voice dripped with condescension. I bristled. I hated her laugh, hated the way she watched him. "What a strange little match you've made," she continued, smirking. "I nearly killed him months ago, and the Dina she stitched him back together for the clover hand. And now you'll be the one to ruin him. Poetic, isn't it? I clenched my jaw, arms crossed, as I watched James beam at his mom hugging some guy like he'd personally invented family reunions. Eleanor gasped dramatically, leaning into her human companion. "Oh, do you see that, darling?" she cooed. "So that's why you're practically vibrating with desperation. Because you've been going without." Trembling. "Please." I was fine. Stephen hadn't been. The classroom had settled into its usual social hierarchy over the weeks, with the teacher at the helm and the rest of us neatly sorted by personality. Up front, you had the eager beavers, like me, desperate for approval. Behind us sat the hangers-on, the kids who wanted to be us but weren't quick enough to snag a front-row seat. The third row, the nobodies. Too bland to be troublemakers, too forgettable to be teachers' pets. And then there was the back row, home to the rebels, the slackers, and the ones who couldn't care less. Funny thing was, I could have fit in both the front and the back, too smart for my own good, but just reckless enough to flirt with disaster. But today, the usual order was shattered. Sullivan's class had been merged with Linnet's dramatic lit section, forcing us into a bigger, sun-drenched room down the hall. Suddenly, we were all scrambling to reclaim our usual spots, or, in my case, embracing the chaos. That's how Paul and I ended up in the back, where I probably belonged and where Paul could fake it just by association. What I didn't expect was Dee sitting beside me. She was as out of place in the back row as I was at Thornking-Ash on a good day. It took me a stupidly long time to realize she was here because of Linnet's class. The autumn wind rustled papers on the desks, and I cycled through a dozen opening lines, some witty, some probing, all terrible. In the end, I went with the lamest one. "So you really do take classes here?" Miraculously, Dee laughed, then leaned in, her voice low. "Sorry I was such a mess yesterday." Meanwhile, Paul grabbed my hand, scribbling something on my palm while I struggled to form a coherent response. Dee was as striking as ever, but for once, that desperate need to impress her was gone. Maybe I could move on. Maybe it wouldn't always sting. Before I could test that theory, Linnet's voice cut through the room. "Before we begin, pass your outlines forward." Saved from another awkward attempt at conversation, I glanced at the front of the room. From the back row, Linnet looked tiny, almost fragile, like she didn't belong here any more than I did. "And don't forget," she added, "Mr. Sullivan's papers are due too." New detail. The sunlight streaming through the windows made Dee's hair look like spun gold, and for a second, I forgot why I'd ever been nervous around her. Tone shift, from sarcastic observation to quiet introspection, realizing maybe not every moment with her had to be a performance. The classroom felt oddly empty, without Sullivan lounging on his usual perch at the front desk. As Linnet droned on about outlines, Dee fumbled with her notebook beside me. A flash of red caught my eye. A test paper slipped out from between her notes. A glaring 42 circled in angry ink, followed by the unmistakable F just in case the number wasn't brutal enough. Dee, perfect, polished, always in control Dee, froze when she realized I'd seen it. Her fingers pressed down on the paper like she could erase the grade by sheer willpower. For a split second, her expression cracked, wide-eyed, almost desperate, before she smoothed it back into place. But the damage was done. A 42. This was the girl who once called me in a panic over a B+. Linnet's sharp voice snapped us back to reality. "Back row, pass them up, please." We scrambled to hand in our ballad outlines, and as I did, I caught Paul's messy scrawl on my hand. "Females hurt my brain." I shot him a look. He just smirked like, "What? You know it's true." Then came the dreaded group work. Linnet barked orders about rearranging desks for Hamlet discussions, her voice fading under the screech of metal legs dragging across the floor. Paul, Dee, and I ended up with Georgia from the third row, a trumpet player who clearly regretted being stuck with the back row misfits. She took charge immediately, reading the first question like it was a lifeline. Meanwhile, I couldn't shake the image of that failing grade. Dee was never the one scrambling to cover up mistakes. She was the one with color-coded notes and a backup pencil. But today, something was off. And the way she kept glancing at her phone under the desk, like she was waiting for bad news, made me wonder if this was about more than just a test. The question hung in the air like an awkward silence after a bad joke. Which Hamlet character do you relate to the most? My gaze locked onto Dee with laser focus, the kind of stare that pins people in place and leaves mental scorch marks. Ophelia, I said flatly, because nobody bothered to explain anything to her, so she drowned in her own confusion. Dee froze, George's mouth twitched. Paul, of course, burst out laughing, because nothing says appropriate classroom behavior like cackling during a discussion about a tragedy where half the cast ends up in a body bag. Lynette, our ever-watchful teacher, shot us a look sharp enough to cut glass. "This is a discussion," she hissed, gliding toward us like a particularly judgmental sea creature. "Not a comedy club." I leaned back in my chair. We were discussing. Specifically, how Hamlet was a total jerk for ghosting Ophelia, literally and figuratively. Sullivan would have high-fived me for that analysis, but Lynette's nostrils flared. "Language," she warned. I flashed her my best to me. Smile. "Sorry, I'll keep it Shakespearean from now on." Lynette's frown deepened before she drifted off to terrorize another group. Georgia huffed, tapping her pencil like a metronome of annoyance. I relate to Horatio because maybe Hamlet knew Ophelia wouldn't understand, Dee cut in, ignoring George's dramatic eye roll. She would have called him out without knowing the full story. I scoffed. Ophelia wasn't clueless. She lived in that snake pit of a court. She knew Gertrude and Claudius were shady. She just didn't get the memo because Hamlet couldn't be bothered to text her back. Georgia threw up her hands. "Are we reading the same play? Ophelia had no idea about the murder." The ghost only talked to Hamlet. Dee's eyes flickered, too bright for a second before she blinked it away. "Ophelia should have listened to Polonius," she muttered. "Everyone who got close to Hamlet ended up wrecked." I smirked. "Yeah, but at least Ophelia went out with style. Hamlet just monologued himself into a sword fight." Paul snorted into his notebook. Lynette's head whipped around. Classic, the weight of the moment pressed down as the realization hit me everyone had suffered because of him. Pushing Ophelia away had been the right call. Georgia opened her mouth to respond, but I cut her off, leaning across my desk toward Dee, my jaw tight. "But Ophelia loved Hamlet," I said, the words sharper than I intended. Dee's eyes locked onto mine, and for a second the air between us felt charged, like the quiet before a storm. Then Paul shattered the tension with his usual bluntness. "Okay, I finally cracked it. The whole gender-swapped metaphor was messing with me. Sullivan's totally Polonius. He's got that overbearing dad energy with Ophelia." I rolled my eyes. "Wow, Sherlock, took you long enough," I muttered, slumping back in my chair. Georgia motioned toward the whiteboard. "Anyone want to tackle the second question?" Silence. I folded my arms, suddenly aware of this strange, almost peaceful detachment. For once, Dee's presence didn't twist my thoughts into knots. Maybe I was finally moving on. "Look," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "If Hamlet's just going to lie to her, he shouldn't even pick up the phone. Ophelia's trying to accept that they're just friends now, but friends don't do that to each other." Georgia frowned, but Paul shot her a look and nodded toward Dee. Dee's voice was soft, different, not the polished tone she used in class, but the one I remembered from last summer, when the days stretched long and endless. "Hamlet can't bear to watch Ophelia get hurt again." Her gaze flickered to the scar above my ear, and something clicked. Oh, she had loved me, just not in the way I'd hoped. The realization settled like a weight in my chest. A gust of wind slipped through the open windows, carrying the scent of dried leaves and something earthy like overturned soil. I sat there, stunned, until Lynette's voice cut through the quiet. "James, Paul, up here, please." She stood behind the desk, all business, nothing like Sullivan's casual lean. Note to self, never sit like a principal. Deirdre and Georgia, keep working. I pushed to my feet, but before joining Paul, I brushed the back of Dee's hand. No words, just a silent "I get it now." Georgia's frown followed us to the front, where Paul shifted restlessly while I stood stiffly, like a recruit waiting for orders. Some things never changed. I had a feeling Paul had never gotten into any kind of trouble until now. Lynette, perched behind the desk like a delicate sparrow, studied us with sharp, skeptical eyes. Her blonde hair fluttered like feathers in the overhead light. Before I could launch into an elaborate explanation of our unbreakable bond, Paul cut in with a simple, "We're roommates too." Lynette smoothed our outlines across the desk, her fingers tapping impatiently. "So, what's the deal here? Cheating? Plagiarism? Or just a really bad joke?" She tilted her head, lips pursed. "I don't grade Mr. Sullivan's papers, but I couldn't help noticing your outlines are exactly the same." Paul and I exchanged glances before I turned back to her. "Neither. Did you actually read them?" She waved a dismissive hand. "Honestly, they made no sense to me." Snatching up my title page, she read aloud in a dry, unimpressed tone. "Ballad, a play in 3 acts, built entirely on metaphor, meaningful only to those who see the truth beneath the lies." One eyebrow arched high. "This doesn't sound like a 10-page essay on metaphor. And it definitely doesn't explain why yours and Paul's outlines are carbon copies." "Mr. Sullivan will get it," I said, eyeing the red pen dangerously close to her grip. "It's a group project. The play is our essay. We're writing and performing it together. Just you two, like some kind of school play." I clenched my jaw. Why was she interrogating us when she wasn't even grading it? She kept folding and unfolding the corner of Paul's outline, like she was testing how far she could push the paper, and us. Me, Paul, and a few others. Like I said, Mr. Sullivan already approved it. Her frown deepened. "Are other students doing projects like this?" She stared at the crumpled edge of the outline as if it had personally offended her. "Seems unfair to grade something so unconventional alongside actual essays that followed the assignment." Oh, great, here came the rule book lecture. I dug my teeth into my cheek to keep from firing back something vicious. Lynette stacked our outlines and grabbed the red pen, scrawling, formatting issues across the top of each. My stomach twisted. "Mr. Sullivan is new here," she said, voice dripping with condescension. "New to teaching, too. Maybe he doesn't realize how much chaos he's inviting by letting students bend the rules." She tapped the pen against the desk. "I'll have a word with him. You'll probably need to redo these. Sorry if he misled you." I bit back a dozen sharp retorts. "Sorry your personality is as stiff as your hairspray or who promoted you to hall monitor, exactly," and forced a smile. "Right. New detail." As we walked out, Paul nudged me and whispered, "You looked like you were about to flip the desk." I smirked. "Next time I'm bringing a smoke bomb." The tension broke, and we both laughed until we realized we still had to deal with Sullivan later. "Got anything else to say?" She shot me a look like I'd actually spoken my thoughts out loud. "I've seen plenty like you, Mr. Morgan. You think you're some kind of prodigy, but reality's gonna hit you like a truck. All that attitude and rebellion, worthless out there. Mr. Sullivan might think you're a rising star, but trust me, I've watched stars like you fizzle out before they even hit the ground." "Appreciate the pep talk," I muttered. My playing was garbage today. The hill was postcard perfect, all golden leaves and crisp air. My pipes sounded smooth, but my head was a mess. Dee's failing grade. Paul's morbid list. Nuala's fingers tracing my wrist. I squeezed my eyes shut, cutting off the music, and exhaled hard. I tried slipping into that razor-sharp focus I used in competitions, but it felt like trying to shove myself into a crack too narrow for my frayed nerves. When I opened my eyes again, the hill was still empty. Everyone else was stuck in rehearsals or lessons. Small mercies. At least no one was around to witness this train wreck. Maybe Lynette was right. Maybe I was just another flashy burnout waiting to end up in some cubicle. Then another shadow stretched beside mine, long and lean. "You sound awful today," Nuala announced, stepping into view. "Wow, thanks. Really boosting my morale." "That's not my job." She circled in front of me, and my throat went dry at the sight of her. Those fitted jeans, that shirt shifting between blues and greens like her eyes. "My job is to fix your playing. Here." She uncurled her fist with a dramatic flourish. I squinted. "Nuala, it's a rock." She rolled her eyes and snatched it back before I could protest. "It's a worry stone genius." Cradling it in her palm, she dragged her thumb over its smooth surface. "See?" Still not getting it. With a smirk, she grabbed my thumb instead, mimicking the motion. "You rub it," she said, her voice dropping low, "to relax." Her fingers glided over my skin, slow and deliberate, and holy hell. My knees nearly buckled. She grinned, shoving the stone into my hand. "Yeah, that's the idea. Use it instead of scribbling on your hands, not that it'll stop you from being a disaster." The comment about hiding my neurotic tendencies hit a little too close to home, but the worry stone in my palm felt like the first genuine gift I'd ever received. Most presents forced me to fake appreciation, but this, my throat tightened with something real. Of course, my instinct was to crack a joke, anything to shake off this unfamiliar warmth spreading through my chest. "Save the gratitude," Nuala muttered, brushing her hands against her jeans like the smooth stone had left some invisible mark. "Next time you're scrambling for a pen, you'll really owe me." My voice cracked when I tried to respond, which was mortifying. She smirked. Yeah, now are we playing or not? That last attempt was garbage," I deadpanned, tucking the stone away and adjusting my pipes. "I was gonna say a crime against music, but sure, let's go with garbage." Her expression shifted suddenly, almost hopeful. "Can we try my song? The one from the dream, the piano melody." Saying no felt cruel, especially when she wasn't being her usual terrifying self. "Pipes can't hit those notes." "We'll make it work," she insisted, then caught herself, scowling. "Unless you're scared it'll still sound better than your train wreck of a jig." "Ouch, fine, prove me wrong." I repositioned the pipes, and she stepped close, our shadows merging into one tangled shape on the grass. On impulse, I reached back, guiding her hand over the chanter. Her fingers barely spanned the holes. "This won't help," she said quietly. "I know." I slid my hand beneath hers, our fingers overlapping. "But humor me, where's your other hand?" She maneuvered it awkwardly around the bag, her palms settling over mine. Her stupid platform shoes put her just tall enough to rest her chin on my shoulder. "Jig first," I said, voice rough. "Then your song." "Whatever you say, maestro." "Ah, the power, brief but intoxicating," I joked and launched into the tune. This time, no mistakes. Just the music, her arms around me, and everything else fading away. The melody danced through the air like sunlight on water, the high notes lifting effortlessly while the deep tones anchored them before letting them rise once more. My hands moved with a life of their own, fluid, precise, gliding over the chanter as if they'd never forgotten how. The quick grace notes sparkled between the steady beats, playful and bright. I cut the sound clean, a perfect silence, and flashed a grin toward the slope below. Nuala's voice cut through the quiet, dry as ever. "Okay, hotshot, you've had your moment. Need my help or not?" I blinked. "Wait, what?" Her chin rested on my shoulder, too close for me to see her face. Had she been guiding me? All I remembered was the music, the warmth of her fingers brushing mine, and then nothing but the pure thrill of the tune. "I thought you already were," she scoffed. "Forget it, just play already." "Oh, so now I take orders." I shot back, rolling my eyes. "Dream on," she fired right back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I started the drones again, waiting for her cue. This time I felt it, the hush settling into my bones first, then the rush of golden energy threading through me, pulsing out through my fingers. The piano melody reshaped itself in my mind, sharp and clear, like a puzzle I could twist and tweak until it fit the pipes just right. Nuala's breath warmed my neck, her grip tightening as if she could wrestle the music straight from the instrument. And then I let it go. The tune unfolded, familiar riffs, the core melody, the way the pipe's deep resonance filled in where the high notes couldn't reach. It was alive, aching and twisting, shimmering like sunlight on water. Playing it hurt in the best way, like this was what the pipes, what I were meant for. Nuala's voice hummed softly in my ear, and when I glanced back, her eyes were closed, her freckled face lit with the most radiant smile. For that moment, nothing else existed. The wind rippled through the golden grass, the endless blue sky pressing down like a weight keeping us grounded. Without it, we might have floated straight into the clouds. Then Nuala stepped back, her arms slipping away. I let the pipes fade into silence and turned to face her. The words were right there, ready to spill out, say yes. Don't let me walk away from this, but the look on her face stopped me cold. Don't ask me, she said, her voice quiet. I take it back. A gust of wind sent the grass swaying, and for the first time, I noticed the way her hands trembled, just slightly, before she tucked them behind her back. A detail I'd never seen before, something raw beneath the bravado. I won't make a deal with you. Nuala's voice echoed in my head, raw and unyielding. This is my autumn, my slow unraveling, my last desperate grasp at summer's fading light. This is how I show her who I really am, how far I've fallen from where I began. This is how I crave everything, how I ache for what I was, how I hunger for her. This is my stumble, my surrender, my reckless plunge into this shadowed affair. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter, I burned bright when I first woke this time, a wildfire in human skin. My first pupil, a blur. But I remember his canvases, vast, sun-drenched yellows, and how quickly his life ended. The second lasted longer, maybe half a year, though nostalgia might be softening the edges. He was desperate for me, haunted by the visions I planted in his sleep, the murmurs I left in his ear. He didn't wait for time to take him. One night, the hunger hit, sharp and sudden, and I found him swaying from the rafters like meat in a slaughterhouse. Then came Jack Killian, the first I truly knew. By then, I'd learned control. Jack was a fiddle player, his music sharp enough to cut through bone. He reminded me of James now, that same restless hunger gnawing at him. He didn't even know what he wanted, just that there had to be more. 2 years I gave him. 2 years of melodies that twisted tradition into something new, something fierce. He toured, sold records, clawed for more, and I fed him until the day he looked at me, hollow-eyed, and whispered, "Brianna, I think I'm dying." That was lifetimes ago. Now I slouched in a half-empty theater in Gallon, Virginia, boots propped on the seat ahead like some kind of rebel. The matinee crowd was sparse, just me and a handful of strangers watching some globe-trotting action flick. Explosions, car chases, the whole spectacle. But my mind kept drifting back to James on that hill, his plea hanging between us. I shut my eyes, and there was Killian's face, sharp as a blade. I'd thought I'd forgotten them all. "Let's blow this place," growled the hero on screen, finger hovering over a detonator. Classic. He had no idea his wide-eyed sweetheart was still inside the building. The phone buzzed in his pocket, but with all the helicopter noise, he didn't even notice. Typical. Some people were just born to fail. Caring about targets was a luxury I couldn't afford, not if I wanted to stay alive. Then the rugged-faced hero hit the detonator, and the screen erupted in a ridiculous fireball, taking out 2 choppers in a way that defied physics. If it were my film, I'd have lingered on the heroine's face right before the blast, capturing that split second of raw panic when she realized there was no escape. My stomach growled. Too long without a deal. Killian's voice echoed in my head. I thought I'd buried that memory. But this time, the scene shifted, and it was me staring at James. "James," I whispered, I'm dying. James Paul practically bowed as we stood outside Sullivan's door. The inner sanctum, he whispered, like we were stepping into some holy temple. I rolled my eyes, but honestly, I was dying to see inside. What did a teacher's room even look like? I'd always imagined they got folded up and stuffed in a closet after class. What do you think he wants? Paul asked for the millionth time since we'd found the note. Who even knows with Sullivan? I muttered. From inside, Sullivan called, "It's open." Paul's eyes went wide, so I shoved the door open first. Walking into Sullivan's room was unsettling, because it looked just like ours. Same dingy high ceilings Paul called the color bird poop white. But I refused to give him the satisfaction of laughing. Same rickety bunk bed, same creaky floors. The only real differences: a sad little kitchenette and his own bathroom. And instead of smelling like stale chips and gym socks, his place was all cinnamon candles and, wait, flowers. A giant vase of daisies sat on his tiny table. Paul and I exchanged a look. Flowers? Seriously? Sullivan stood by the stove in a black jeweliered hoodie and jeans that were way too cool for a teacher, flipping an omelet. "You want one?" he asked. "Only thing I know how to make." "We just ate," Paul said. New detail: the sight of Sullivan in casual clothes was jarring, like catching your principal at the grocery store in sweatpants. It humanized him in a way I wasn't ready for. Sullivan seemed to unsettle Paul, who stared at him like he'd just realized their mentor wasn't some untouchable authority figure, but just a guy barely older than us. I wandered over to the stove and peered into the pan. "That's scrambled eggs." "It's an omelet," Sullivan corrected, flipping the mess with a spatula. "If you say so." I dropped into one of the wobbly chairs at the kitchen table, and Paul scrambled to sit beside me. "Call it whatever you want, still looks like eggs to me." Sullivan shot me a glare as he performed some kind of culinary gymnastics to keep the eggs vaguely omelet-shaped. "Mind if I eat while we talk? Or is that too distracting for you too?" "Wouldn't want you passing out from hunger on our account," I said. "So, are we in deep water?" Dragging his desk chair into the kitchen, Sullivan plopped down with his plate. "James, you're always in deep water. Paul, on the other hand, never." He shoveled a forkful into his mouth. "What time's sunset?" 32 minutes, Paul answered without hesitation. Sullivan and I both turned to stare. It hit me then I'd never really looked at Paul since the day we met. My brain had just frozen him in time, round glasses, round face, round everything. But under the flickering kitchen light, I noticed the sharpness in his eyes, the tension in his jaw. When had that happened? Had he changed, or had I just been oblivious? "Wow, Paul," I said, irritation creeping in. "Didn't know you were an amateur astronomer, or is it meteorologist, whatever, someone who tracks the sun like it's their job." Sullivan gave me a warning glance. Nothing wrong with paying attention. Sure. I rolled my eyes as he took another bite. "Anyway," Sullivan said, chewing, "Dr. Linnett reached out today." Paul and I groaned in unison. "What's her doctorate in?" I muttered. "Being insufferable." Try again. "PhD in something fancy, English, psychology, who cares? Point is, those letters mean she can make our lives hell if she wants me. I've got an ma, which around here means I'm basically expendable." He jabbed his fork toward a folder on the table. "She dropped off your outlines. Apparently they inspired her." "Oh, we know," I said, flipping it open. Inside were our copies, one still creased where Linnett had nervously folded the corner during her latest lecture that still ticked me off. She made some, let's say, strong observations, Sullivan said, pushing his plate aside and propping his feet up. "First, she thought you took some creative liberties with my assignment. Second, she implied I run my class like a summer camp. And third, big surprise, she thinks James has an attitude problem in her class." I stayed quiet. Not like I could argue, she wasn't exactly wrong. "She had some helpful suggestions," Sullivan continued, holding out his hand. "Pass me that folder." I wrote them down so I wouldn't forget. Paul handed it over, and Sullivan pulled out a sheet of paper. Let's see. 1. Tighten up your assignments, no wiggle room, especially for troublemakers. 2. Keep things strictly professional, no buddy-buddy nonsense. 3. Come down hard on the difficult ones. Attitude means disrespect, and disrespect means ego. He lowered the paper, eyes flicking between me and Paul. Then she suggested I tell you, he pointed at Paul, to redo your outline by Monday to bump your grade from a C to a B, and you, now me, get a C with the same offer, except if you don't fix it, it's an F. Paul's jaw practically hit the floor. Me, I just crossed my arms. Sullivan had already decided anyone could see that, and begging for mercy wasn't my style. Sullivan mirrored my stance, leaning back. So, James, one question. Shoot, he nodded at our outlines. Who's playing Blakely? Because I'd kill it. Paul cracked a grin. I let a smirk slip. So, no C. Sullivan dropped his feet to the floor. It means I don't take orders well. Some jaded theater professor isn't gonna tell me how to run my class. This play, it's good. Even in outline form, it's sharp, dark humor, self-aware, everything it should be. You'll earn your grade, but it won't be easy. The rest of the class just writes papers. We don't care, Paul said instantly. This is way better. Damn right. Where are you rehearsing? We hesitated. Because just then, from somewhere distant, the antlered king's voice rose, slow, haunting, impossible to ignore. I forced myself to speak over it. Bridget Hall. Sullivan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. James couldn't help but notice Paul's restless energy. His fingers drummed against the table like a caffeine-fueled woodpecker, his eyes blinking rapidly. He wasn't outright singing along with the so-called King of the Dead, but the frantic energy radiating off him might as well have been a flashing billboard screaming. Nervous breakdown in progress. Call 1-800-PANIC now. I shot him a look. You good, Paul? Sullivan asked, raising an eyebrow. Before I could answer, Paul blurted, I hear him, the King of the Dead. Fantastic. I propped my chin in my hand, tapping my fingers against my cheek. Sullivan glanced between us. And what's he saying? Names, Paul muttered, gripping the table like it might float away. His knuckles turned white as he tapped out an invisible rhythm. Not the already dead, the going to be dead. So, am I officially losing it? Nah. Sullivan shoved the stubborn window open with his shoulder, letting in a gust of icy air and that eerie, bone-deep melody. It tugged at me, whispering, come outside, come find me. I clenched my fists to keep from bolting. Plenty of people hear him in October. Well, not plenty, but enough. Paul's voice cracked. Why me? Sullivan shrugged. No clue. He tells everyone something different. Doesn't mean you're nuts. Though the way he said it made insanity sound like the easier option. He grabbed a notepad and slid it in front of Paul, who picked up the pen like it might bite him. What's this for? Sullivan adjusted the window, his gaze lingering on me before answering. Write down the names, every single one. The lobby of Seward Hall wrapped around me like a security blanket, exactly what I needed after that mess. 4 plush armchairs, the kind that swallow you whole, matching ottomans, and a weirdly perfect collection of corner oddities. North, an ancient piano that wheezed like a carnival attraction. South, a headless Greek statue with suspiciously flawless anatomy. East, a bookshelf full of classic literature you'll pretend to read one day. West, a vending machine, because sometimes 2 a.m. demands Cool Ranch Doritos. Sullivan was holed up in his room, clueless. Paul, snoring upstairs, the lucky bastard. Meanwhile, I was wide awake, my skin prickling every time I thought about Halloween. Pacing, fidgeting, sleep. Not happening. The lobby was eerily still, bathed in an unsettling reddish glow from the streetlights bleeding through the windows. The plush chairs, usually inviting, now cast monstrous shadows that seemed to swallow the room. I collapsed into one, my body frozen, as if movement had become a foreign concept. The weight of isolation pressed down on me. No pen in sight, I fished the worry stone from my pocket, rolling it between my fingers until the craving to carve into my skin dulled. "Nuala, are you here?" Her voice was barely a breath. "I'm here." She perched on the edge of another chair, tense, like a bird ready to take flight. Why whisper when I was the only one who could hear? But relief washed over me at the sight of her. I hadn't seen her since the hilltop practice, and part of me feared she'd vanished for good. Scraping my chair across the hardwood, I shifted until our knees brushed face to face. I searched her expression, dreading the question I couldn't voice aloud. "Do you really believe we're going to die like Paul says? And if so, will it be them, not some random accident?" In the dim light, Nuala's eyes were hollow, shadows bruising beneath them. "They're hunting fairies," she murmured. "Solitary ones, the ones who get too close to humans. I've seen the bodies. Maybe they think we'll spill secrets." A bitter laugh escaped her. "Not like they've bothered to explain." It was strange seeing her look so worn down, so human, swallowed by the oversized chair behind her. With Dee, I'd feel compelled to crack a joke or offer comfort. But Nuala, no pretenses. She already knew the chaos churning in my head, and the truth was I was drowning in it. I pressed my palms into my eyes until colors burst behind my lids. "You're the all-knowing psychic," she snapped, accusation sharp in her tone. "Haven't you seen any of this?" I exhaled hard. "Nuala, Paul's doom prophecies, your warnings, whatever's up with Dee, it's all hitting me blind. I'm a crap psychic. I get feelings, not visions. Right now, everything's screaming at once and I can't tell which alarm to answer." "Overloaded," she finished, plucking the word from my mind. Her voice dropped. "Which means whatever's coming, it's huge." A noise, real or imagined, snapped my head up. The night suddenly felt too close, too watchful. We both went still, barely breathing, ears straining until the only sound left was the distant hum of semis rolling down the interstate. Even though the dorm was dead silent now, I kept my voice low, my fingers tracing slow circles over Nuala's bare knees, the sharp edges of bone, the way our legs pressed together. The shadows we cast on the floor stretched long and twisted. "What's their deal, Nuala? Why can't they just back off? What do they even want from us?" She didn't answer right away, just watched my fingers move over her skin like they were writing something. When she finally spoke, her voice hitched. "Control. She's after control. And I think she's working with the Dina She now." "The music-tied ones. I thought they hated the queen." "The old queen," Nuala corrected, her tone sharp. "One your ex so helpfully got killed with her teenage genius. Back then, the Dina She only showed up on solstice or if the music was powerful enough. But now, something's different. The new queen must be letting them loose. That fairy you saw, the swan-winged jerk, he was one of them. He shouldn't have been able to dance unless it was solstice. I'd love to find him." The words came out before I could stop them, rough with anger. Nuala's eyes locked onto mine, dark and burning, and I knew she felt the same. "You look exhausted," I said, because seeing her worn down bothered me almost as much as hearing her voice waver when she talked about the swan fairy. She didn't even hesitate before lying. "No, I'm not." Then, abruptly, she added, "I'll figure out what they're planning. It's not like I have anything left to lose. I'll be dead in 10 days anyway." I exhaled hard, pressing my palms flat against her legs, waiting for that familiar electric buzz under my skin. Nothing. "But you'll come back, right?" "Like a phoenix, so it's not really dying." Nuala jabbed a finger at her chest. "This version of me dies. Everything that makes me right now gone. Just because something crawls out of the ashes doesn't mean it's still me." I slid my hands up just enough to catch hers where they gripped her thighs, folding them between mine. Her fingers were long and smooth, nothing like my square, calloused hands, shaped by years of playing the pipes. "If I were you, I'd be losing my mind." "You're handling this way better than I would." "You're plenty brave," she shot back. "Recklessly so, it's kind of endearing." I shook my head. "This summer before my car wreck, I knew it was coming. The second I woke up for that gig, I felt it, spent the whole day waiting for the crash. And when it finally happened, all I could think was, oh, so this is how it ends. Nuala's fingers tightened in mine. You can't read my thoughts. My stomach twisted into knots. You'd think twice about calling me brave if you knew what was going through my head. I studied her face. Then tell me. Her gaze dropped to our tangled hands, ink-stained fingers wrapped around her smooth ones. How messed up this is. How unfair. How much it's gonna feel like hell when I burn to death. She let out a bitter laugh. Why even show up? If you know you're gonna be roasted alive on Halloween, why not just hide in a basement somewhere? When they come knocking with their torches, tell 'em to shove it where the light don't shine. Nuala rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck. Wow, genius. Never occurred to me or the other 100 versions of me before this. Moron. All right, message received. I squeezed her shaking fingers. But are you sure? Sure you're an idiot, absolutely. Her laugh was sharp, but her hands betrayed her. Sure you'll burn, yeah. Were you sure you'd die in that wreck? Damn, she had me there. I grimaced. I just know, okay. Everyone and their fairy cousins have told me, but even before that, I knew. Can't even stand the smell of smoke now. Nuala shuddered, hugging herself tight. For years, I figured the dying part would be the worst, like I had nothing worth holding on to anyway. But now, it's the forgetting. I don't want to forget. What changed? Her glare could have melted steel. You jackass, you screwed everything up, made it all hurt. People say my heart skipped a beat, but that's bull. Truth is, it stutters like a dying engine before remembering it's supposed to keep you alive. No, not me, not like this. She yanked her hands free. Save it, I already know you're the worst. Glad we're on the same page. Thankfully, she bulldozed right over my awkward silence. I've got this theory about love. She stared at the ground. I forced a grin. This should be rich. Shut up. It's not about the other person, not really. It's about you. Like say you're into some egotistical jerk. Doesn't matter. What matters is how he makes you feel. If he makes you feel invincible, that's the hook. Has nothing to do with how decent he actually is. I smirked. So it's the narcissist's guide to romance. Baby, I'm not in love with you. I'm in love with how you make me feel about myself. A faint, reluctant smile tugged at her lips, her eyes fixed on some invisible point in the distance. The wind kicked up, scattering dead leaves between us like embers already burning. She hesitated. Then the words spilled out like she couldn't hold them back. People assume I'll drain you dry because I'm obsessed, because you're this incredible musician. They think I can't help myself. But I can. Look at you. You're perfect, and I haven't taken a thing. I don't want to. Well, I do. It's torture not to, but not if it costs you. That's new for me. I'm proud. I'm not just some parasite. Not just another fae. I don't want to use you. I just want to be me when I'm with you. I sat there, stunned. No urge to scribble on my hands, no instinct to bolt. Just the warmth of her knees against mine, our tangled fingers pressed between us. I don't want to forget, she whispered, voice raw, that loving you kept me from destroying you. A bitter laugh slipped out. You don't have to say it. I know you're hung up on that ridiculous ex of yours. It's fine. I kissed her. Mid-word, her lips still parted in protest. A shiver raced through me, sharp but fleeting. When I pulled back, I lingered on the taste of her, sunlight and something wild. She blinked at me, feigning nonchalance. Not bad. I mean, don't get a big head. It's no Oscar-worthy moment. Was it okay? I interrupted, each syllable deliberate. Silence. Then, with deliberate grace, she untangled her fingers, stood, and loomed over me like some avenging angel, golden hair framing her face. My pulse hammered as she studied me, her gaze stripping me bare. Then, slow as honey, she climbed into my lap, her legs curling around me. Holy hell. My brain short-circuited as she guided my arms around her waist. Leaning in, she flashed a smirk that sent fire through my veins, and kissed me like she owned me. The idea of damnation crossed my mind. Making out with a fairy probably wasn't on heaven's approved list. But I kissed her anyway. 1 second before her voice cut through the dark, I jolted awake. Get up, Nuala's whisper was sharp against my ear. "There's someone out there." My eyes snapped open. My right leg was completely numb, crushed under Nuala's weight as we'd both crammed into the world's most overstuffed armchair. "Damn it," I muttered, shaking out the tingling limb. "Feels like 1,000 ants marching under my skin." She slipped off me, landing silently beside the chair, then blinked in surprise when she realized our fingers were still tangled together. I used her grip to haul myself up, wincing as my foot hit the floor with a prickly jolt. Silence. What the hell were we even doing? Nuala's voice was barely a breath. "I need to hear them." We moved toward the back doors, hands locked tight. Well, she moved gracefully. I hobbled like an idiot. We stopped just inside, swallowed by the warm dark, standing apart but still clinging to each other like we were bracing for impact. Like kids in a game of Red Rover, waiting for the other side to charge. Then I heard it, the voices outside. Sullivan's unmistakable, razor-edged tones sliced through the night. "Explain why you're lurking outside my student's dorm at midnight, and skip the lies." The other voice was smooth, female, and weirdly familiar. "I was camping, couldn't sleep, so I took a walk." "Bull, I saw you burn the time. I know what that summons. You think I'm blind." Nuala leaned in, her lips brushing my ear, her words a secret meant only for me. "That's her, the one hunting solitary fae." I didn't have time to dwell on why her voice rang a bell for both of us. The argument outside was escalating. "You overestimate yourself," the woman sneered, oozing condescension. "Let go of me before I call the cops and ruin your career." Nuala's eyes locked onto mine. "Human," she breathed. Sullivan's reply was ice. "Sweetheart, you don't scare me. I've faced worse than you." A scuffle. "You're not leaving until you tell me why you're summoning them here, and spare me the herbalist act I know." "Stay out of it, unless you want to lose more than just your nose." Delia. The name hit me like a lightning strike. Nuala frowned, but I knew Dee's aunt. The fairies saved her years ago, and now she repays them in blood. Nuala's brows shot up, realization flashing in her eyes. New detail. The scent of burnt thyme clung to the air, sharp and herbal, a ghost of magic lingering between them. Tone shift, from tense urgency to biting sarcasm. Oh, fantastic. Another midnight showdown with a rogue fairy hunter. Because nothing says relaxing evening like dodging supernatural drama in your pajamas. Sullivan's jaw clenched as he leaned in, his voice rough with barely contained anger. "Don't act like you know what's best for me. I've spent the last 2 years making sure these kids never suffer the way I did. But out of all the threats I expected, a human wasn't one of them. So start talking. Why are you really here?" Delia's reply was ice cold. "Fine. I was using the music here to call in a favor from one of the Dinashi. They owe me. You must think I'm an idiot." "No," she said, pausing just long enough to let the tension thicken. "I think you're vulnerable. You've got too much to lose, and I know people who'd love to help you lose it." Sullivan's laugh was dark. "You're wrong. Thanks to your friends, I don't have attachments or possessions to weigh me down. But I can make you regret wasting my time if you don't start giving me answers." Delia snapped. "I'm running errands for the new queen. Their politics, their dirty work, things they can't handle themselves." "New queen," Sullivan's voice cracked. "Eleanor," a chill shot through me. How did he know her name? "Yeah, Eleanor," Delia confirmed. "We help each other out." Sullivan sounded like he was barely holding it together. "Why is she here?" Silence stretched. Was there a silent exchange we couldn't see? Then, unease creeping into his tone, Sullivan asked, "There's a clover hand here." Delia let out a mocking laugh. "And you call yourself their protector? You don't even know what's happening under your nose." "Who is it?" Sullivan demanded. A sudden crash against the door sent us stumbling back. His voice was unrecognizable, raw, furious. "I've killed one of them. A human would be nothing. Don't test me." Delia's reply was slow, venomous. "Let go of me." Another slam against the door. "Here's the deal," Delia said, her voice oddly muffled. "You want the same thing they do. You want them out of our world, and they want us out of theirs." I'm eliminating every fairy who deals with humans, and they're doing the same. Sure, some of your precious kids," she spat the word, "might get caught in the crossfire, but in the end you'd be a fool to stand in the way." Sullivan's voice steadied, but the edge remained. "Why now? If you know a leaner, you know better than to ask why," Delia said. "Listen, do you hear them coming? They won't like seeing you lay hands on me. Yeah, I'd let go too." "You stay off school grounds." "Oh, you won't see me again." Silence fell. Nuala and I retreated into the shadows, waiting for Sullivan to storm in. But the door stayed shut, sealing him and his secrets away. Meanwhile, James and I were proving that intelligence doesn't always equal common sense. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't make the stupid play work. Megan stood by the piano, glaring at her script like it had personally offended her. The pages were crumpled in her grip. Seriously, who treats paper like that? But I forced myself to ignore it and focus on her delivery. She rattled off her lines in a flat, robotic monotone, barely glancing up. "Parlor tricks Leonslatoff hin Thatsalitis." I shifted uncomfortably, my shoes sticking to the stage like someone had spilled a gallon of soda and let it dry. Why does this floor feel like a crime scene? Did someone dump a Slurpee up here and just leave it? "That's not in the script," Paul snapped. "No kidding," Eric muttered from his perch on a chair, clearly annoyed we hadn't gotten to his big moment yet. I ignored them and squinted at the massive piano looming behind Megan. "Can we move this thing? It's hogging all the space like it owns the place." Megan huffed, flapping her mangled script in my face. "Why do you care? It's not even in the way." "It is in the way," I shot back. She rolled her eyes. "It doesn't matter. Are we doing this or not?" Paul, ever the mediator, sighed. "Just run that last line again." I bit my tongue. She needed to run it about 20 more times before it sounded like an actual human speaking, but whatever. Megan exhaled sharply and repeated, "Parlor tricks Leonslatoff hin Thatsalitis." I stared at the top of her head, since she was still glued to her script, and delivered my line with zero enthusiasm. "I was there, Anna. I saw him do it. This is ridiculous." "That's still not your line," Paul groaned. Eric smirked. "Yeah, but it's accurate." "I'm starving," Paul whined. I'd bribed them with the promise of takeout if they skipped dinner for rehearsal, but we weren't even close to earning it. My fingers fidgeted with the smooth stone in my pocket, Nuala's stone, as I tried to figure out why this whole thing felt so painfully awkward. Then the door creaked open. We all froze like we'd been caught doing something illegal instead of just butchering a play. Paul mouthed, "Scary hot," at me a second before I realized who it was. Nuala, slipping through the red door at the back like she owned the place. Nuala marched down the aisle like she owned the place, her bell-bottoms hugging her legs and her confidence radiating like she didn't give a damn who was watching. That yellow long-sleeve shirt rode up just enough to show a sliver of skin, the sleeves covered in bold black lettering repeating in your Hinsinier hands. I fought to keep my expression neutral, but my lips kept twitching like they had a mind of their own. So I just stared at the script she'd yanked from my grip and announced, "Everyone, this is Nuala." She didn't even glance at them. "Hey," she said, tossing her hair back. "I'm here to fix this train wreck. Cool with you?" Paul muttered. "Very cool," while Megan shot daggers at her. Yeah, someone was definitely jealous. Tough luck, I already felt 10 times better just having Nuala next to me. "Run the first scene," she ordered, and to my surprise, nobody argued. Honestly, we were all so desperate for anyone, who acted like they knew what they were doing that we didn't care if she just waltzed in off the street. She gave me this wicked half-smirk, one eyebrow arched like she was asking, "You good with this?" As if she ever needed my permission. Her fingers brushed the back of my hand, just a quick, ink-free touch, before she handed the script back. My stupid grin threatened to resurface, so I bit my lip and stared at the pages until I got myself under control. "All right, let's take it from the top." Nuala perched on the edge of the stage like a hawk sizing up prey, and we stumbled through half the scene before she cut us off. Wow, she deadpanned, snatching the script again. You weren't kidding. This is painful. Megan crossed her arms. And who are you exactly? Nuala flicked a dismissive hand at her and scanned the pages. First off, James, you're not Leon. Paul is. Why's he stuck as Campbell? Campbell's the tortured genius musician, and you're clearly meant to play him. The others chuckled. That obvious, huh? I asked. Nuala rolled her eyes. Subtlety is not this script's strong suit. Campbell, the brilliant outcast, and Leon, his loyal sidekick, crushed by a world that fears real magic. Gee, wonder who that could be. She jabbed a finger at Megan, who flinched like she expected a lightning bolt. You'll actually sound convincing delivering those lines to Paul, Leon. Because James as Leon, that's just, she snorted, shaking her head. Unthinkable. Now try it again, and Megan, be Anna, did you even read your part? Added detail, the flickering overhead lights cast sharp shadows as Nuala paced, making her look even more intimidating. New twist, the sarcasm in her critique cuts deep but also makes the group laugh, breaking the tension. Wait, you don't remember what happens to her. Nuala flipped through the script, her fingers gliding over the pages like she was handling something sacred. And honestly, at that moment, she might as well have been. I was completely gone for her. Megan scoffed. Compared to Leon and Campbell, it's nothing. Nuala shot her a look, then tapped a specific page. That's because you're missing the point. See this? Crisis of belief. You've got to build every line toward this moment, so when you finally say this line, the audience gets sucker punched. They should feel exactly like Anna does, like the floor just vanished beneath them. Megan frowned, flipping to the spot. Huh, I never saw it that way. Nuala shrugged like of course you didn't, then turned to me. You're doing Paul's opening. You address the crowd as Campbell. Do I really need to tell you to sell it? She didn't, and she knew it. I didn't even need the script. I had the first page burned into my brain. Hold on, Nuala said, striding over to the light controls. With a flick, the house lights dimmed, leaving only the stage illuminated, a lone island in the dark. Suddenly, it wasn't just rehearsal anymore. It was real. Now, she murmured, just for me, and pointed. That's your mark. I stepped to the edge of the stage, B. Campbell, and spread my arms like I was either welcoming the audience or summoning something from the heavens. Ladies and gentlemen, I began, voice steady. I'm Ian Everett Johan Campbell, the third and the last. Whether I hold your attention tonight remains to be seen, but I can promise you this, what you witness here is real. It may not astonish you, it may not scandalize you, but I swear to you without question it is the truth. I paused, letting the weight settle, and for that, I am truly sorry. I dropped my arms, bit my lip, and walked off. Eric clapped from the darkness as I rejoined Nuala. Finally, she whispered, though her smirk said everything else. We watched Paul and Megan run their scene, and somehow Paul had transformed into Leon. Maybe it was Nuala's coaching, or maybe Megan had finally clicked into Anna, but they weren't just reciting lines anymore. They were living them. Parlor tricks, Leon, Megan said, shrugging like it was nothing. Just sleight of hand. Paul actually sputtered. He was Leon now. I was there, Anna. I saw it. The audience believed it. They knew it was real. I couldn't stop grinning. Nuala pinched my arm, and when I turned, her eyes were bright with that same electric thrill of creation, something I'd always taken for granted. Thanks, Izzy Leopard, I thought. You needed that, Nuala said, but what she really meant was thank you to the rules at Seward Hall were strict. No girls allowed inside unless you wanted your family receiving a very unpleasant package in the mail. So, we improvised. We snagged the Chinese takeout at the door and hauled the lobby's ridiculously plush chairs out to the brick patio. The sunset was unreal, painting the hills behind the dorm in fiery shades of gold and crimson. The air was perfect, just cool enough to keep the mosquitoes away, but warm enough that nobody was shivering. And honestly, nothing beats greasy chicken fried rice eaten straight from the container, especially when you're sprawled in a chair that feels like a cloud, with Nuala perched on the armrest. Paul, mouth half full of something suspiciously red, said, "I swear some people are allergic to water." Megan rolled her eyes. "That's impossible. We're basically walking water balloons." I cut in. "Not that much water. Unless you're Mrs. Thieves, she practically sloshes when she walks." Eric choked on his rice, coughing it onto the bricks. Megan wrinkled her nose. "Charming." Nuala shot Megan a look sharp enough to draw blood. "It's real, like 2 cases ever. Took doctors forever to figure it out, and now those people have to avoid showers, rain, even their own tears." Paul nodded, grateful for the backup. "Same as those people allergic to sunlight. Babies get blistered, and if they don't stay inside, they die young. Imagine living like a vampire." Eric frowned. "That's messed up, like your own body's trying to kill you." Nuala's gaze drifted to the horizon. I caught her wrist, pulling her attention back. "Try some," I said, holding out a forkful of rice. She hesitated, then maybe out of curiosity, maybe to humor me, leaned in and let me feed her. One stubborn grain clung to her lip. I reached for a napkin, but Megan had them. Instead, Nuala tilted her face toward mine, close enough that I caught the scent of her shampoo. That's how Dee found us, with me gently catching Nuala's lip between my teeth. "Hey, Dee," Paul said. Way too casually, James's eyes went wide, like he'd just witnessed something that deserved popcorn and a front row seat. Nuala finally pulled back, her lips slipping free from between my teeth, and I had to swallow hard before turning to face Dee. The urge to laugh hit me out of nowhere, wild, inappropriate, bubbling up like carbonation in my chest. "How's this for a reunion, Dee?" Dee stood there, half lit by the fading sun, arms crossed like she was bracing against a storm. Her expression was unreadable, carved from stone. "Hi, James." "Hey." My voice sounded impressively normal, like we were just catching up over coffee instead of standing in the middle of whatever this was. "Oh, just hanging out with a girl who could set the whole place on fire with a glance. No big deal." Nuala's smirk widened, slow and knowing. "So," Dee said, nodding at the takeout containers, "you guys ordered in?" "Nah," I said, shrugging. "Paul jacked a car. Turned out to be the delivery guys from Fortune Garden. Talk about a happy accident." Dee didn't crack a smile. Nuala did. "Plenty to go around," she said, her voice smooth but laced with something sharp. "Enough for everyone." Dee's gaze flicked to me, her tone dropping to sub-zero. "I know Paul and Megan. The rest of the crowd's new to me." Eric, who'd been hovering like a background extra, got introduced first, mostly because I enjoyed watching Dee's eyebrow twitch. "That's Eric. By day, he grades papers. By night, he fights crime." Then I glanced at Nuala, who was staring at me with an intensity that made my fingers itch for a pen, or maybe just something to hold on to. "This is Nuala." I almost added my girlfriend just to see Dee's face do something interesting, but instead, I got lost in Nuala's freckles, the way her eyes looked like they'd swallowed the sea. The contrast between her and Dee was staggering now that they were standing in the same space. When I finally dragged my gaze back, Dee's expression hadn't budged. But her voice. "Arctic, you a student, Nuala." Nuala's attention snapped to Dee, and the hostility in her eyes was instant, blazing. Not the petty jealousy I'd seen before, this was something fiercer, like she was ready to throw down over a single wrong word. And weirdly, I liked it. "Of many things," Nuala said, flashing a smile that was all teeth. "So you're James's friend." Dee's stage smile, the same one she'd used back in high school when pretending she wasn't furious, made an appearance. 9 years and counting." Nuala's hand slid over the back of my head, her touch sending a shiver down my spine. "That's a long time." "We're very close," Dee said, voice dripping with sugar. "Clearly." Behind her, Paul mimed claws in the air, mouthing meow like the world's worst hype man. Dee pressed on, undeterred. "And how long have you known him, Nuala?" "Oh, a month or so." Dee's smile turned brittle. "That's not very long." Nuala's grin vanished. Her fingers dropped from my hair to curl possessively into the back of my collar. Didn't take me long to figure out what I had, she said, voice low. But I guess you already know that, don't you? The air between them crackled, and for the first time, I noticed the way Nuala's free hand had clenched into a fist, like she was ready to throw a punch if Dee so much as breathed wrong. And honestly, I wasn't sure which one of them scared me more. Dee's gaze lingered on Nuala's hand resting against my collar, the way my body tilted slightly toward hers. A faint crease formed between her brows. Yeah, she muttered, voice flat. No need to spell it out. Her eyes swept over the scene, Megan with her takeout containers spread open, Eric's guitar propped against the wall, Paul's wide-eyed stare, Nuala's fingers brushing my neck before landing on me. And I knew exactly how it all looked. Like I was fine. Like I was surrounded by friends, laughing over cheap food, completely unbothered by how things had turned out. Like Nuala perched on my armrest meant something more. Campbell's words echoed in my head. It might not be dramatic, it might not be earth-shattering, but it's real. And for that, I'm sorry. It was real. I was okay. And yet the satisfaction I'd expected, the sweet taste of turning the tables, never came. Dee's face was a careful blank, but I recognized the hurt beneath it. I'd worn that same mask too many times myself. She muttered some excuse and slipped away, and even though guilt twisted in my chest, I didn't follow. Not because of Nuala, she'd have let me go despite her dislike for Dee. But I was done cushioning the fall for someone who'd never done the same for me. For the first time, I felt free. And damn, I wanted to kiss Nuala for it. You don't tell a bird it can fly or teach a river how to run. Only humans forget who they are. That's why we need names. Golden Tongue. The poems of Stephen Slaughter I'd claimed the lobbies over stuffed chairs. James called them the thrones of laziness. As my own. I'd been debating heading out to investigate the weirdness around here, like I'd promised him. But just before midnight, James crept downstairs. Barefoot, silent, in a rumpled tee and sweats, he looked unfairly good for someone who clearly hadn't slept in days. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and I realized I couldn't remember the last time he'd actually rested. Hey, psycho, he said, awkward now that we weren't at each other's throats. I stayed where I was, arms at my sides. Hey, jerk. Then we kissed, not desperate, not heated, just quiet, tired lips meeting because we could. It was strange, like we were different people from the ones who'd clashed earlier, me playing director for the first time, him marking me in front of his not-girlfriend. Not bad, just unexpected. I hadn't pegged James for this kind of softness. We sank into the oversized armchair without a word, tangled together like we belonged there. His steady heartbeat thudded beneath my ear, a rhythm so familiar it felt like home. I caught the flicker of his thoughts, Halloween looming, the unspoken question hanging between us, then that guilty twinge when he remembered I could hear everything, as if I needed reminding how little time we had left. You killed it at rehearsal, James murmured into my hair, clearly dodging the heavier thoughts. I know, his laugh was muffled. Not exactly Hollywood, but shut up. I cut him off, not in the mood for jokes or praise. His silence stung, and I could practically hear him turning over that stupid worry stone in his mind, the one he'd meant as some grand romantic gesture. Typical James, never letting on when something got to him. Shut up, I repeated, even though he hadn't said a word. My voice came out weird, thick like syrup. You know I loved it, you just want me to stroke your ego again. He latched onto that like a lifeline. Exactly, I live for your praise, it's like you're psychic or something. I jabbed him in the ribs. You're such a tool. He just hummed, weirdly pleased with himself. We stayed like that, a mess of limbs and quiet breaths, until the silence settled into something almost peaceful. Beauty and the Beast, more like Beast and Beast, Jr. I hadn't meant to drift off. Sleep wasn't something I did, not really. I'd been bored, sure, fatigued, maybe, but this bone-deep exhaustion, that was new. Halloween was breathing down my neck and my body was staging a mutiny. I'd promised James I'd figure out what the fairies were up to tonight, what they wanted with the students. Instead, I blacked out for 3 hours and 27 minutes. Waking up terrified me. What if one of these nights I just did? No soul, no afterlife, just nothing. James had curled away from me in sleep, fists clenched like he was bracing for a fight. Careful not to wake him, I slipped free, first from the chair, then from my skin. The second I vanished, dead leaves skittered across the floor, and a chill raced over James' arms. I used to love that part, the swirl of leaves, the weightlessness. Back then, it meant petals and summer breezes. Now, just another reminder of how much had changed. The vibrant blooms faded into clusters of berries, then withered into brittle seed pods as the leaves turned gold, then crimson. Now only skeletal remains clung to the branches. No petals, no fruit, just the brittle bones of autumn. I burst from the dormitory, soaring across the rolling hills in search of what I'd spent lifetimes avoiding, my own kind. A yawn escaped me, exhaustion creeping back in too soon. We dance, you weave the thread of my soul, you spin. You spin till I'm no longer whole, we laugh. We laugh so far from where I began, I fall. I fall and forget who I am. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter for the second time, I found myself drawn to the fairy revel behind Thornking-Ash. The crisp bite of October vanished the instant I crossed into the ring, swallowed by the feverish pulse of bodies and the dizzying whirl of fairy lights. The music seized me before I could think, dragging my weary limbs into its rhythm until nothing existed but the command, move. As always, I drifted toward the musicians, mesmerized by the way their fingers teased melodies from fiddles and harps. I swayed beside them, letting the drum's heartbeat sync with mine, then turned to face the sea of dancers. Coming here had seemed clever, drunken tongues spill secrets. But now, faced with the sheer chaos of the crowd, doubt coiled in my chest. A hand clamped around mine, yanking me backward. I staggered, catching myself just as Adina Shi loomed over me, his pale face glowing like moonlight through leaves. I tried to wrench free, my gut twisting. "Easy," he murmured, and a girl materialized beside him, her tattered ball gown revealing combat boots and cargo pants crusted with rusted chains. The fairy's grip tightened. "Had to be sure it was you. Rumor said you were dead." I dug my nails into his wrist. And why would anyone think that? He leaned in, breath cold as frost. "Your little human alliances, they get people killed." The girl mimed a knife across her throat, grinning like it was a joke. I stopped struggling. "Who the hell are you?" "Una," the girl chirped, jerking her chin toward him. "That's Brendan." She burst into laughter as if the names were some private punchline. Brendan's gaze flicked to the crowd. "Dance with us," Una insisted, grabbing his hand and thrusting hers toward me. "You're crushing my fingers," Brendan snapped, but he flipped his palm up in invitation. When I hesitated, he added, "It's about the piper." I took his hand. We spun into the frenzy, a trio within the whirlwind, until Una suddenly released me to trace a glittering sigil above our heads. A web of light shimmered, then collapsed around us like a net as she snatched my hand back. The air hummed, silent, sealed. No one could hear us now, the music around me suddenly muffled, as if someone had stuffed cotton in my ears, leaving only a distant, eerie hum. "Wouldn't want eavesdroppers," Una murmured, her grip tightening on my hand. "Just blend in, don't give them a reason to suspect anything. Impressive, right? The Leanin' She knows her tricks." "Sure, it's great," I muttered. "Now about the piper, what's the real deal?" Brendan cut in, his voice low. "The piper's just bait. This isn't about him, it's about the dead." Una grinned, sharp as a blade. "Well, technically it is about him, since he'll be dead soon, and you too, so really it's about both of you." "First things first," Brendan said, eyes locked on mine. "Where do your loyalties lie, fairy or human?" "And no clever wordplay," Una warned. their hands clamped around mine as we spun in the frantic dance, trapping me in place. I couldn't lie, but the truth was just as dangerous. What would they do if they knew how torn I was? My silence must have been answer enough, Brendan smirked. Good, I was hoping you'd fallen for the piper. The Dina-Shi don't mind humans, but we need them this time. You're the closest thing to human a fairy can be, and your connection to him just proves you'll side with them. I scoffed. What do you even want from me? I'm already on borrowed time. I'm not running your errands. Brendan's lip curled. Our so-called queen, he spat the word, is tired of trailing after the Cloverhand like some obedient hound. Rumor has it she's planning to join forces with the dead to break her power. No idea what twisted magic she's got up her sleeve, but it'll involve blood, Una chirped. Buckets of it. Human blood, Brendan confirmed. Human suffering, not ours. Then why do you care? I shot back. If you're not exactly human-friendly. Brendan's expression darkened. Freedom's one thing. Swapping one tyrant for another, that's just trading chains. Do we really want to ditch the Cloverhand for the antlered king and end up no better than the lost souls under his rule? Following Alina is bad enough, following her into that abyss, unthinkable. I couldn't argue. So what's my role in this? Keep an eye on the Cloverhand, Brendan said. Make sure she's safe on Halloween. Oh, perfect, my final night alive, playing bodyguard to Dee. I'll be a little preoccupied, I snapped. You know, burning to death, Brendan shrugged. That's what the piper's for, tell him he loves her. My foot caught, Una yanked me upright. Around us, the dance had turned frenzied, the music a wild, pulsing rhythm. As we whirled, I spotted Alina gliding into the circle, radiant and terrifying. Her consort trailed behind, and for a fleeting second, when she wasn't looking, his face, twisted with fear, I tripped, my feet betraying me again. She's finished, Una announced to Brendan, but I cut her off sharply. I'll decide when I'm done, I shot back. Nobody knows me better than I do. They released my hands, and suddenly the music crashed over me, louder than ever. I whirled away, feeling freer without their grip. The crowd of dancers seemed to part as I moved through them, lost in the rhythm. The beat matched my pulse, wild, unstoppable. For a fleeting moment, I let myself pretend James was here, his arms wrapping around me, his sun-kissed skin warm against mine. The thought took hold, refusing to fade. His rough cheek brushing mine, his body pressed close, moving with mine like we were one. The drum pounded, relentless, making promises of endless motion and immortality. I squeezed my eyes shut, lost in the fantasy. His hands on my bare skin, sending sparks through me. The scent of leather and soap clinging to him, his forehead resting against mine, our bodies swaying, spinning, burning. The music demanded more dance, 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 and my body screamed back more. The world blurred. Was it spinning or was I? I needed him here now so badly I could almost hear his voice. Nuala, open your eyes. The hill darkened as night swallowed the fairy lights. The music faded, leaving only the drum, steady as my heartbeat. Damn it, Nuala. Stars flickered above, and for a second I swore I smelled him, his pipe smoke, his breath, his skin. Tell me what to do. How do I help you? All I could think was, if only he'd come sooner, we could have danced. Day 11. The marks on my left hand didn't lie. The first week, full of awkward introductions and easy assignments, was long gone. Now, reality hit hard, brutal homework, endless lectures, and the usual high school chaos. I'd naively thought a school of music nerds would be different, but no. The cliques just had different instruments. Brass players, loud and obnoxious, woodwinds, stuck-up, strings, overachievers with their hands always raised, percussion, the jokers, and me, the lone bagpiper. The only class that stayed the same was Sullivan's English first period, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. Caffeine required. He didn't mind us drinking coffee in class, probably because he lived on it too. He'd started the year perched on his desk, spinning records while he taught, like some kind of hipster professor. Some things never changed while the rest of the faculty at Thornking-Ash tightened up their lesson plans by the second week. Mr. Sullivan remained as laid back as ever, a lanky, coffee-fueled ambassador for Shakespeare and his crew. His brutal reading assignments from the first week didn't lighten up, but honestly, none of us cared much when we were allowed to chug energy drinks, rearrange our desks however we wanted, and drop the occasional curse word when the mood struck. On day 11, Sullivan strolled in clutching a massive travel mug that filled the room with the scent of dark roast. No surprise there. The guy practically had an Roman IV drip of coffee. Rumor was his wife had ditched him for some toy company CEO, which explained why his dorm hallway smelled like a Starbucks shrine. "All right, we're tackling Hamlet," he announced, taking a long sip. "Raise your hand if you've read it." Our class was tiny, just 8 of us, and not a single hand went up. Sullivan smirked. "Heathens, well, maybe it's better this way. At least tell me you've heard of it." A few half-hearted mumbles confirmed we weren't completely clueless. I'd never read Hamlet, but Shakespeare and I had an understanding. No obsession, just mutual respect, like two strangers nodding in passing. "All right, hit me," Sullivan said, waving off any formal hand-raising. "What comes to mind when you hear Hamlet?" Eric, the so-called teaching assistant who never actually assisted, piped up first. "A tiny village, right? Like in the Alps." The sheer ridiculousness of his answer instantly put the rest of us at ease. Megan, the vocalist who never fit neatly into my mental orchestra of personalities, chimed in with ghosts. Wesley, who went by his last name to avoid confusion with my roommate, Paul, whose last name was an unpronounceable nightmare, shouted, "To be or not to be." "Everybody dies," Paul added, which for some reason made me think of that eerie antlered figure lurking near campus. "Suicide," I said, "and Mel Gibson." Eric spun around. "Mel Gibson, seriously?" Sullivan pointed at me, grinning. "Ah, so you do know Hamlet, Morgan." "Not what you asked," I shot back. "You asked if we'd read it. I caught part of the movie. Gibson was better in a kilt." "Let's focus on the movie part," Sullivan said, ignoring my dig. "Not the questionable fashion choices." The classroom buzzed with anticipation as Mr. Sullivan gestured toward the TV he'd wheeled in. "We're kicking things off with the film, Sorry, James, not the Mel Gibson version, then diving into the play itself." He glanced at our desks arranged in a makeshift circle, then smirked. "But let's be real, those plastic chairs will turn your butts to concrete after 2 hours. Who's up for a furniture heist?" A few of us volunteered, and soon we were hauling the lounge's worn-out couches down the hallway, trying not to bang into lockers or disturb other classes. Sullivan helped us rearrange the room, yanking the blinds shut until the morning light faded into a cozy darkness. We collapsed onto the cushions while he straddled a backward chair like some kind of Shakespearean cowboy. As Hamlet played, he egged us on to roast the prince's over-the-top soliloquies. Let's be honest, the whole thing was drama on steroids. For once, the knot in my chest loosened. Maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. Dawn hadn't fully broken when I found Nuala sprawled on the hill behind campus, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones gnawing at me. My hoodie was useless against the wind, and within minutes my teeth were chattering. "Nuala," I repeated, voice cracking. Seeing her like this, limbs splayed, skin pale against the frost, was wrong. She was always the one throwing punches, rolling her eyes, untouchable. Now she looked small, breakable, like a kid playing dress-up in borrowed toughness. Her breathing was shallow, each exhale a ghost against my face when I leaned closer. No perfume, no warmth, just empty air. I yanked off my sweatshirt and draped it over her legs before scooping her up, her skin like ice against mine. The cold bit deeper as I cradled her, her head lolling against my chest. "Come on," I muttered, pressing my forehead to hers. Nothing. No snarky comeback, no shove, just silence. And for the first time, it hit me. I had no idea how to fix this. The cold morning air bit into my skin as I cradled Nuala in my arms, her shallow breaths barely stirring the strands of hair stuck to her pale face. The field around us was silent except for the whisper of dry grass, and all I could focus on was the frayed thread on my sleeve, unraveling like the last shreds of my composure. Then, out of nowhere, someone was crouched in front of me, so close I could smell the sharp, floral scent clinging to them. My heart jackhammered in my chest. How long had they been there? Sentimentality is such a dangerous thing, the voice murmured, and my stomach twisted when I recognized it. Eleanor, of course it was her. I shifted Nuala's weight, making sure my iron bracelet caught the light. "What's that supposed to mean?" She laughed, soft and mocking. "Relax, Piper, I'm not here for you today." Her gaze flicked to Nuala, lingering just above her forehead like she was afraid to touch her. Honestly, I'm impressed she lasted this long with all that iron around. Poetic, isn't it? A human will be her downfall in the end. I clenched my jaw. "Explain." Eleanor settled back on her heels, her dress pooling around her like spilled water. "She's lean and she, darling. You know how she survives, don't you?" I did. I just hadn't let myself dwell on it. "She steals years from humans." "Exactly." Eleanor laced her fingers together, admiring them like they were some delicate treasure. "And she didn't take any from you, did she? How tragically noble." Her smile was all teeth. Sentimentality really is the most human weakness of all. The cold wasn't the only reason I was shaking. Every instinct screamed at me to grab Nuala and run, but I forced myself to stay still. "How much does she need?" Eleanor's eyes gleamed. She'd been waiting for me to ask. 2 years would get her to Halloween, she mused, tracing a finger along the grass. "But you know she burns, don't you? 16 years and poof, up in flames. If she doesn't, she dies for good." She tilted her head, feigning sympathy. "Though at this rate, she might not make it that far." I shut my eyes for half a second just to steady myself. Opening them again felt like peeling off a bandage, painful but necessary, because letting Eleanor out of my sight, that wasn't an option. "How do I make this work?" I demanded, my voice tight with frustration. Eleanor tilted her head, her expression soft but knowing. "Make what work, Piper?" I clenched my jaw, forcing down the anger bubbling inside me. "Transfer 2 years of my life to her." 2 years was nothing, just a drop in the bucket. When I was old and gray, what difference would a couple of years make? But seeing Nuala like this, her skin too pale, her lips drained of color, it was unbearable. Eleanor's lips curved into a smirk, like she was holding back a delicious secret. "You know she'll forget you once she burns," she mused, her eyes glittering with amusement. "Yeah, that's what I thought," I snapped. "But I'm betting you know a way around that." The morning light caught her smile, turning it eerie, beautiful but unsettling, like a rose blooming over a grave. "Well, well," she murmured, "who says I'm not a generous queen?" "If she trusts you enough to give you her true name, the one that binds her like all fairies, then you can save her memories. Watch her burn, say her name 7 times without stopping, and when she rises, she'll remember everything." A chill ran down my spine. It sounded too good to be true. "Why help her?" I asked, suspicion sharp in my voice. She shrugged, spreading her hands like she was revealing a grand gesture. "Call it a whim. Now hurry, kiss her, breathe those years into her if you're serious." With a flick of her wrist, she brushed invisible dust from her dress. "Ta-ta." Then, in a ripple of air and a tug at my bones, she vanished. The sun was climbing, but Nuala was slipping away. I pushed her hair back, my fingers brushing freckled skin, and pressed my lips to hers. It wasn't like kissing her, it was like kissing something lifeless. Nothing happened. No spark, no warmth, just cold stillness. "Come on, Nuala, take it. 2 years, 10, I don't care." I kissed her again, harder, willing my life into her. Still nothing. Her skin prickled with goosebumps, pale and waxy, like something left too long in the freezer. "Damn it, Nuala." My hands shook, my whole body trembling. I fumbled for my phone, flipping it open with unsteady fingers. Squeezing my eyes shut, I traced the numbers in my mind before jabbing them in. The line rang twice before a groggy voice answered. "Hello, Patrick Sullivan, Thornking-Ash." "It's James," I said, my voice rough. "I need you." Now, the sleepiness vanished instantly. "James, what's wrong? What the hell is happening?" I couldn't find the words. A girl was dying in my arms because of me. Is anyone else awake? I need help now." My voice cracked, and I bit my tongue to stop myself from rambling. On the other end, Sullivan sounded bewildered. "I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm unlocking the back door, unless you already broke in." "I'll be there in 2 minutes," I muttered, cutting him off before he could say more. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and shifted Nuala's limp body, hooking one arm under her knees and the other around her back. "Come on, stay with me." My sweatshirt slipped to the ground, but I didn't care. I'd grab it later. Stumbling through the overgrown grass behind the dorms, I finally reached the back entrance. Sullivan stood there in wrinkled sweatpants, holding the door open without a word. His expression was unreadable as I awkwardly maneuvered inside. "My room's unlocked," was all he said. The moment we stepped inside, the faint scent of cinnamon and daisies hit me, though I couldn't spot any candles or flowers. Papers were strewn across the floor like someone had tossed them in frustration. Sullivan motioned to his neatly made bed, sunlight cutting a sharp rectangle across the sheets. My arms burned from carrying Nuala, and instead of gently laying her down, I practically collapsed beside her, barely catching myself. Sullivan hovered behind me. "Is she a student here?" "No," I said, pushing her hair away from her pale face. "Just fix her." He let out a strained laugh. "You really think I can just fix her? What's wrong with her?" "I don't know, maybe me." My voice was hollow. "She's Fae, the muse." Sullivan's grip clamped down on my arm, yanking me around to face him. "James, you swore you didn't make a deal with her. Why is she in my room?" I met his glare, my hands still trembling. "I didn't, that's the problem. She hasn't taken anything, and now she's dying. Sullivan, please." The word came out ragged, desperate. He exhaled sharply, releasing me, then dragged a hand down his face before turning back to the bed. "James, you've got this wrong. The Lenin she fades when she's starving. She doesn't just lie here like this. This looks human." "She's not human." Sullivan pressed a hand to Nuala's forehead, his gaze scanning her frail frame. "She's skin and bones. When did she last eat?" "What? She doesn't eat." Then I remembered the single grain of rice on her lips. "Just get her warm. She's freezing." He vanished into the kitchenette, the fridge door clicking open. I tugged a blanket free and draped it over Nuala, my fingers lingering on the sharp angles of her face. Her cheekbones were more pronounced now, the shadows under her eyes deeper. She looked like a ghost of herself, face strange, heavy feelings settled in my chest, making me want to curl up beside Nuala and shut my eyes just like she had. The sharp scent of citrus hit the air as Sullivan reappeared, holding a can of soda. "It's all I had," he muttered, his gaze flickering to where my fingers rested against Nuala's arm. "Honey sounded messy, so Mountain Dew it is. Lift her up, if she can swallow, that is. Honestly, I'm winging this whole thing." She slumped against me, her weight light but unsteady. Sullivan and I fumbled through the world's worst nursing routine, me cradling her jaw while he carefully poured soda past her lips. "Don't let her choke," he warned. Tilting her head back, I traced my fingers along her throat, mimicking how I'd once seen a friend coax pills into her dog. Nuala swallowed. We repeated the awkward dance until half the can was gone and then coughing. That had to be a good sign, right? "More?" Sullivan asked, though neither of us had a clue. Then her eyes opened, first unfocused, then slowly sharpening as they landed on me, then Sullivan, then the room. And of course, her first words were pure Nuala. "Oh, shit." Nuala death doesn't devour, he savors, nibbling me down to the size of a child until I'm small enough to curl in his palm, gone in one gulp, behind that patient smile. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter feeling alive yet. James asked, his voice warm like autumn sunlight. With his sun-browned skin and that unruly red hair finally growing out, he looked like something straight out of an orchard, ripe and waiting. He stood beside me on the hill, fingers brushing the golden grass like he was counting seeds. I twisted a granola bar wrapper in my hands. Better than being unconscious, I guess. But why's Sullivan dumping me out here? I'm not some stray raccoon you can shoo back into the woods. James smirked, but his thumb kept rubbing that smooth, worry stone in his palm. Oh, he wishes you de-vanish into the wilderness, my little menace. But no, he just wants to talk. I can talk in a dorm room. That, he said, grinning, is undeniable. But let's be real, you're whole. Aesthetic might cause a scene in the middle of campus, especially in a building full of guys who'd either scream or propose on sight. I flopped onto my back, the dry grass crunching under me. Above, the sky stretched clear and endless, not a cloud in sight. From here, I couldn't even see the fiery maples at the hill's base, just blue, and the quiet hum of James' laughter beside me. The autumn air was sharp with the scent of burning leaves, the wind whipping around us like a warning. Halloween was just around the corner. James loomed over me, his shadow swallowing me whole, and without the sun's warmth, I shivered. "You good?" he asked, for what felt like the 100th time. "Seriously, quit asking," I snapped. "I'm fantastic, thriving, living my best life. How'd you even track me down?" He smirked. "You were sprawled in the grass like a dropped sandwich, not exactly a detective-level mystery." "Get down here so I can punch you," I muttered, and he flashed that infuriating half-smile. "No, I mean before. How'd you find me on the hill after I blacked out? It was pitch black." And then impossibly, he blushed. James Morgan, the guy who usually looked like he was carved from marble, actually turned red. He ducked his head, but those flaming ears gave him away. "I, had a dream about you." A dream? My first thought was bitter. How many times had he dreamed about Dee instead? Then it hit me. "What kind of dream?" He chewed on his worry stone, arms crossed. "Oh, come on, you know what kind." I squinted at him, confused, before realizing I wasn't reading his mind. And worse, I couldn't even remember how to try. It was like forgetting how to blink. Panic clawed at my throat. James threw his hands up in mock surrender. "Look, I don't control my subconscious. Blame my brain, not me. Pretty sure I can't even move like that in real life." But that wasn't the worst part. The music, the golden threads I used to see swirling around him were gone. Not because he'd changed, because I had. I flopped back onto the grass, hands pressed to my face. "This isn't about dancing, is it?" James's voice was flat. The grass rustled as he dropped beside me. "What happened to you last night?" "I can't hear you anymore," I whispered. Silence. Maybe he didn't know what to say. Maybe he understood how terrifying this was. I dragged my hands away, desperate to see his expression. But his gaze was distant, his thoughts locked away. "Say something," I begged. "It's too quiet." He exhaled, sharp and humorless. "Welcome to my world. I've always had to guess." Then he caught my face, and something in his eyes softened. He shrugged like it was no big deal. But it was. It really was. The air smelled like fallen leaves and something electric. Maybe it was just Halloween creeping closer. Aliner's words still echoed in my head. "Your body is wearing out. You have to burn to keep from dying." Was this exhaustion just part of the process? James traced his fingers over my hand like he was memorizing every line. "I don't feel worn out," I admitted, though the truth was heavier. "I feel," but I couldn't finish. He hesitated, then dropped the bomb. "Aliner said there's a way to keep your memories if you want." My stomach twisted. Why would she even care? "Beats me. Can she lie?" I shook my head, the grass whispering beneath me. "No, but she can leave out the fine print." James grimaced. "Yeah, figured. She said if I say your name 7 times while you're burning, you'll remember everything." My real name? The idea alone sent a chill down my spine. But worse, what if it worked? What if I didn't have to forget? James nodded, suddenly serious. "I know it's dangerous, like really dangerous. Someone could use it to make you rob a gas station, commit crimes, or, God forbid, sit through a Steven Seagal marathon. I rolled my eyes, which is why I don't tell anyone. His fingers stilled. Yeah, I know. Except you. I sat up, locking eyes with him. But you have to swear. His expression flickered between confusion and something softer. Swear what? That you won't make me do any of that. James exhaled, half laughing. Nuala, I promise I won't subject you to terrible action movies. He didn't get it. No human did. Names were power. And I was about to hand mine over, my throat tightened. Just promise me you won't, but what? Humans broke promises like bad habits. Then he pulled me close, his heartbeat steady against my racing pulse. Not a kiss, something deeper. His breath hitched against my cheek. Nuala, he murmured, voice rough. You don't have to be scared of me. You don't have to tell me, but if you want this, I'd try, even if there's a catch. I shut my eyes. The weight of it, memories, secrets, the way his arms anchored me was too much. The fairies, warnings, the risk, the way his words curled around me. I never meant to fall this far. Ran lieth na main. The world spun. I'd actually said it, out loud. James held me tighter like he could keep me from unraveling. Thank God, he whispered. And just like that, everything changed. I expected you to blurt out Izzy Leopard. And then I'd burst out laughing, right before you murdered me for it. You're such an idiot, I shot back, but honestly, I was just relieved. Terrified, sure, but mostly relieved. James finally let go of me, and I quickly schooled my expression before he noticed. He shifted in his seat, stretching his legs. My butt's numb. Think it'd be a crime if I butchered the pronunciation. It's not exactly John Smith, you know. This isn't a joke. My voice came out sharper than I intended. I knew James used humor to cope, even when things were serious, but without being inside his head, it was hard to remember that. Relax, killer, he said, his tone shifting. I know it's serious, maybe the most serious thing I've ever done. His phone buzzed in his pocket, startling us both. James yanked it out, scowling at the screen. It's Sullivan. He flipped it open and tilted it between us so we could both hear. Yeah, James. Why does everyone ask that? James snapped. Yes, it's me. Sullivan's voice crackled faintly through the line. You sound different. Is she still with you? Obviously. Listen, I'm sorry this is taking so long. There's hold on. A pause, then a muffled curse. Okay, can you drive her into town? The deli, get a table outside. One of the iron ones. She can handle that, right? Yeah, good. I'll be there in 15. Another hesitation. James, a sigh. Don't mention this to the others. Have you seen Deirdre Monahan? The world kept moving around us, birds chirping, cars humming past the deli, sunlight glinting off the tables. I pressed my palms flat against the cool metal, rolling Nuala's stone between my fingers. The urge to carve guilt into my skin was so strong I could almost taste the word bitter and heavy. Sullivan had no right dropping that on you, Nuala muttered, glaring as the waitress approached with our waters. Yeah, they're fine. Just leave them. She flicked her fingers dismissively, and the waitress scurried off. I racked my brain for the last thing I'd said to Dee. Something cruel, something unforgivable. The guilt gnawed at me, twisting deeper. Piper, Nuala snapped. He didn't say anything was wrong, he just asked if you'd seen her. Overthinking won't help. She hesitated, then snatched a pen from the neighboring table and shoved it at me. Just do it. Like I needed another reason to feel guilty. My skin was nearly blank now, free of the scribbles that used to cover it. Yet here I was falling back into old habits. Nuala forced the pen into my grip. Unless you'd rather I pick the words for you, she teased. The moment the pen touched my skin, tension melted away. I scrawled River Black across the back of my hand, clicked the pen shut, and exhaled. What's that supposed to mean? Nuala asked, tilting her head. I didn't have an answer. It just felt right to let it out. She grabbed my pinky, pinching it hard. Your thoughts are a locked box now. You've got to use words, James. I told you I don't know, I muttered. Half the things I ever wrote on myself didn't make sense when we first met. She shot me a skeptical look, but was distracted when Sullivan rushed out of the deli, nearly colliding with the waitress at the door. He muttered something to her before slumping into the chair across from us. Before he could speak, I cut in. Any news on D? Sullivan shook his head. Nothing. He adjusted his chair obsessively, lining it up just right. But don't spiral, James. I only mentioned it because she's your friend, thought maybe she'd reached out. Honestly, I was hoping you'd be the one with answers. She could be anywhere, doing anything harmless. Nuala's eyes locked onto mine, unreadable. Or she could be somewhere not harmless at all, I countered. Same as any of us. Sullivan flipped open the menu without glancing at it. People are searching. Right now, I've got a more immediate problem to deal with. Me, Nuala said flatly. When Sullivan raised a brow, she smirked. Relax, I get it, you don't trust me, not exactly a shock. Sullivan rubbed his temples. Hate too strong, distrust, absolutely. And it's not you, it's your kind, never met one that didn't leave a trail of bodies. Nuala's grin turned sharp. Still haven't, but James is safe with me. Sullivan turned to me. Care to weigh in? I shrugged. I trust her. No deals, no strings, she hasn't taken a thing from me. And she kisses like a storm and knows me better than my own reflection. I kept that part to myself. Sullivan's frown deepened, a crease forming between his brows. He pressed 2 fingers against it like he could smooth it away. You're gonna put me in an early grave. Imagine if you'd just gone to class, mastered Chopin, and graduated with enough Latin honors to make your parents faint. Instead, you're besties with a lethal fae who literally drains people dry. Can you try to see my side here? Waitress, Nuala murmured, just as the server appeared, pad in hand. The tension dissolved into awkward silence as we rattled off our orders. None of us had even glanced at the menus. Nuala couldn't taste food anyway, so I just blurted out, roast beef and fries for everyone. No mayo for me, Sullivan muttered, twisting the iron ring on his finger like it held some unspeakable secret. Nuala tilted her head. Will I like fries? She asked. I smirked. Everyone likes fries, even the people who swear they don't secretly do. Sullivan gave a slow nod. Facts. The waitress shot us a weird look before snatching the menus away. Once she was gone, I leaned in. Okay, serious question. Why does Nuala suddenly need to eat? Sullivan frowned. Why are you both staring at me? Because you're basically the resident fairy expert at this table, I said, which is kind of hilarious considering who's sitting here. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. 7 years with them tends to educate a guy. I was the Queen's lady's companion. There were plenty of fae he could have meant, but my mind went straight to one. Nuala must have been thinking the same thing because she said, Aleener. Sullivan's jaw tightened. I don't want to know how you figured that out. Just tell me you didn't see us together. Nope, Nuala said, smirking. Why, were you smitten? Sullivan dragged a hand down his face, then locked eyes with me. Look, 7 years is a long time to observe, and when you're invisible to them, you see things. Humans killing humans, dark magic that make your skin crawl, people losing themselves in hollow pleasure. Nothing mattered there. No time, no consequences, but the worst. His voice dropped. What they did to human kids. He didn't shudder, just went still for a second like he was forcing himself to stay composed. Then his gaze flicked to my arm. You've got a mosquito on you. I swatted at nothing. Sullivan's laugh was bitter. That's what we are to the court fae, insects, our pain, meaningless, we're nothing. Nuala crossed her arms. The court fae, sure, not me, not the solitary ones. Sullivan arched a brow. Really? So you weren't planning to strike a deal with James? Just pure, wholesome friendship, huh? I wanted to argue, even though he wasn't wrong. Nuala had seen me as a mark at first. But then again, I'd only seen her as another dangerous fairy. She just glared, lips pressed tight. Listen, I cut in. As entertaining as it'd be to watch you two try to murder each other over lunch, I'm not rich enough to tip for that kind of mess. And hey, food's here. New detail added. The waitress's skeptical reaction is emphasized. and the mosquito moment is played up for darker effect. Tone shifts from tense to sarcastic in the middle, especially with Nuala's smitten jab. "Let's eat the sandwiches instead of each other," I suggested, trying to lighten the mood as the waitress set down our food. We shuffled through them, searching for the one without mayo, and I pressed Sullivan again. "If she's not draining anything from me, like you claimed earlier, then why does she need to eat now?" Sullivan peeled the lettuce from his sandwich with a barely concealed grimace. "She should be fading, becoming more transparent if she weren't feeding off you. But if anything, she looks even more solid than the last time I saw her." Nuala opened her mouth to argue, but he cut her off. "I saw your sister fading between victims once." Nuala froze. Not just stopped talking, she went completely still, like someone had hit pause. No breath, no blink, nothing. Then, in a voice so quiet it sent a chill down my spine, she whispered, "My sister." Sullivan hesitated, picking at his tomatoes like they held the answers. "You wouldn't know, would you? She didn't look like you, obviously, but Alina told me you shared the same father. Both Lean and she. I didn't mean to drop that on you." His tone softened, which was weird, considering how he usually talked to her. Nuala's fingers tightened around a half-eaten chip. "There are two of us." "Both called the same names," Sullivan said, watching her like he expected a reaction. "Over hills." Not exactly a compliment where they come from. I frowned. "Wait, so the Fae called her human?" "Not literally," Sullivan clarified quickly. "Just because your kind spends so much time among humans picking up their habits." I thought of Nuala in the movie theater, lost in her director fantasies, so human it almost hurt. Sullivan was staring at her again, and when I turned, she had her eyes closed, a smug little smile playing on her lips. "Told you you'd like chips," I said. Popped one eye open. "I could live off these." "You'd be the size of a house in a month," Sullivan muttered between bites. "I've never seen one of your kind eat human food before. The small Fae, sure beans and crumbs, but not a lean and she. When did you start?" The memory of that grain of rice on her lip flashed in my mind, making my stomach flip. "James gave me rice a few days ago," Nuala said. Sullivan chewed slowly, thinking. What if it's the opposite of humans in Faerie? Eat their food and you're trapped. Maybe eating ours does something to you. Nuala smirked, crunching another chip. "Guess I'm stuck with you then." Sullivan didn't laugh. "Or it's changing you, and I don't know if that's good." A silence settled over the table, heavier than before. Nuala licked salt from her fingers, her grin fading just a little. For the first time, she looked uncertain. The idea of fairies eating human food never crossed my mind. Mostly because, let's be honest, when would a fairy ever be desperate enough to take a meal from us? But here we are, stuck in this charming little mess you two cooked up for me. Nuala's voice was sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. I can't just become human. Whether it was fury or hopelessness fueling her words, it was impossible to miss. Sullivan raised a hand, defensive. "I never said that, but you've always been caught between two worlds. Maybe you're just leaning harder into one side now." He turned to me. "James." I snapped out of my thoughts. "Huh. Paul already admitted he hears Sir Nunnos every night. You stayed quiet, but I had a feeling." I set my sandwich down. "Oh, come on, you can't pin this on me. No deals, no secret chats with the King of the Dead, nothing that could possibly screw me or anyone else over." "Relax," Sullivan said. "I'm just saying if you do hear from him, maybe point Nuala his way. Who knows? He might have answers about what's happening to her." He glanced at the traffic rolling past. Elinor mentioned something about Sir Nunnos and the Lean and She sisters. "Yeah, but what if that connection's as useful as me and this sandwich?" I shot back. "I'm not sending her off to meet some death god if she's losing her powers. It's not like she can just punch her way out if things go south." Sullivan shrugged. "Best idea I've got. What else is there? You said it's her 16th year, right? Maybe she'll snap back to normal after she burns." "If I burn," Nuala muttered, staring at her plate. I frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Maybe I don't want to," she said quietly. The table went dead silent. Sullivan finally spoke, softer this time. Nuala. It was the first time he'd actually said her name. I saw your sister burn in Faerie. She didn't have a choice. I know it's awful, but if you don't, you'll die. Nuala didn't look up. Maybe I'd rather that than go back to what I was. She crumpled her napkin and stood. I think I need the bathroom. She forced a smile at me. First time for everything, right? She vanished into the deli. Sullivan rubbed his temples like he was fighting off a headache. This is bad, James. Her sister wasn't half as human as she is. She barely even flinched when she burned. But Nuala, he winced. It'll be like setting a person on fire. I pulled out my worry stone, rolling it between my fingers, focusing on the smooth curve under my thumb. You were right, Sullivan admitted. That's what I'm trying to say. She's not like the others. You were still a total moron for not bolting the second you met her, but I get it, she's not like the others. I'm going with her to find Sir Nanos, I said. Sullivan's mouth opened, then snapped shut. You know you can't stop me, and you do the same thing. Just tell me how to not die out there, if there's anything. Sweet mercy, he groaned, rubbing his temples. As your dorm advisor, my job is to keep you from doing stupid crap, not encourage it. Then why'd you bring it up in front of me? Some part of you wanted this. Don't psychoanalyze me, Sullivan muttered. He pressed his fingers into his forehead like he was trying to push the headache away. I'd go with you, but he hasn't called me this year. You don't just show up to see him. That's a one-way ticket to disaster. Damn it, James. Fine. Wear red, carry salt. Basic survival stuff. I can't believe a teacher is telling me this, I said. And I can't believe I'm saying it, he shot back. I scribbled red and salt on my palm just as Nuala stepped out of the deli. Whatever storm had been brewing inside her earlier was gone, replaced by a sharp, determined glint in her eyes. Ready? I asked. If Nuala could still read my mind, she'd have throttled me right then. Because as we trudged through the overgrown field, I couldn't help thinking how human she looked, despite her constant reminders that she wasn't. Earlier, I dragged her into a thrift store and shoved a sweater and jeans at her, both of which she despised, since they covered too much skin. Exactly the point, so she wouldn't turn into an icicle on the stupid hike. And honestly, it wasn't a bad thing that she looked human. It made holding her hand while marching toward the literal king of the dead slightly less terrifying. And it made the tiny, reckless hope that maybe, just maybe, she'd remember me after Halloween feel a little less impossible. Freezing my ass off out here, Nuala snapped. Almost like someone warned you about that, I said. Shut up. The sunset bled pink across the sky, turning her into a shadow against the horizon. The trees at the base of the hills were already skeletal, their bare branches clawing at the twilight like winter had come early. You're scaring off the ghosts. Do you hear him yet or not? I didn't. After years of pretending I couldn't, I wasn't sure I even knew how anymore. It felt late enough. Shouldn't he be out here doing whatever antlered deities do? But the hills were dead silent, except for us blundering through the grass like a pair of drunk buffalo. Nothing yet. Let's go further out where I last saw him. Try not announcing our presence to the entire spirit world, Nuala hissed. Easy for you to say. Grass doesn't exactly whisper underfoot. She shot me a glare that could have melted steel. Then stop stomping like you're trying to crack the earth open. Fair point. But quiet wasn't exactly my strong suit. Neither was common sense, apparently, since here I was, holding hands with a supernatural entity, hunting down death itself. Just another Tuesday, Nuala yanked my hand hard, nearly pulling me off balance. Honestly, your footsteps sound like a herd of elephants right now. At least I don't screech like a banshee, I shot back, but my words cut off with a grunt as I slammed into something solid. Nuala's grip slipped, and she staggered forward, rubbing her wrist. What the? Sorry, I muttered, barely registering her annoyance as I stared down. A body lay sprawled in the dirt, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. For half a second, my stomach lurched D. But no. This was a guy, dressed in some medieval cosplay getup, a tunic, fitted leggings, and those weird little leather boots fantasy characters always wear. Either he'd taken LARPing way too far, or he'd tangled with the wrong kind of fae. Nuala nudged the corpse with her boot, rolling it onto its back. The sight of the bone dagger still lodged in his chest made me gag. "Oh, fantastic," I choked out, swallowing bile. She exhaled sharply. "Elinor's consort. Saw him at the revel last night. Who do you think offed him?" She tapped the dagger's hilt with her toe. "Bone blade, definitely them. Elinor's always waving these around." A bitter smirk twisted her lips. "He told me he was gonna be a king once. Guess he got his crown, just not the way he wanted." I was equal parts horrified and morbidly fascinated. TV corpses didn't prepare you for the real thing, the waxy skin, the stillness, the smell. Should we call the cops? Or would that just make things worse? The Fae weren't exactly subtle about cleaning up their messes. Nuala crouched, tilting her head at the dead man. "What did you do to piss them off, huh?" Her voice was softer than I expected, almost regretful. That's when I noticed it, the Thorn King's melody, humming in my skull like a second heartbeat. How long had it been there? "Nuala, the song she whirled, fingers digging into my arm. "There." And there he was, the antlered king, towering against the skeletal trees, already moving past us like we were nothing. I'd always imagined running from him, not after him. But here we were, sprinting like idiots across a field of golden grass that swallowed our footsteps whole. He ran like something out of a nightmare, effortless, fluid, his antlers swaying with each stride. The gap between us widened no matter how fast we pushed. My lungs burned, the cold air shredding my throat. But then I saw it, the ripple of his cloak, black as a storm cloud. So I ran harder, like hell itself was on our heels. I lunged forward, my fingertips brushing against the rough, icy fabric. It felt like clutching death itself. Desperate, I reached for Nuala, and just as the Thorn King started pulling us away, her fingers locked with mine. The world blurred around us. Was I sprinting or soaring? The grass flattened beneath us in a dizzying rush as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving us in a cold so sharp it crystallized in my lungs. Above, the sky exploded with stars, more than I'd ever imagined, and Nuala's breath hitched. Was it wonder or terror? Maybe both. We kept moving, comets streaking overhead, the wind howling beneath us, endless hills rolling past. Then between them a vast black river appeared, and we were hurtling straight toward it. My mind screamed let go, but I couldn't. Maybe it was Nuala's voice, not mine. The river below mirrored the starry sky, death glittering in its depths, something I'd only ever sensed in fleeting moments, never staring me full in the face. Then laughter, wild, reckless, ripped through the air as we hit the water. Nuala's voice echoed in the dark, her words slicing through me like a knife. "Never so sad as seeing your smile, never so false as you being true, never so dead as seeing you alive, never so alone as when I'm with you," from Golden Tongue. The poems of Stephen Slaughter, then nothing. Not darkness, not light, just absence. James' hand should have been in mine, but I couldn't feel it. Couldn't feel my sweater, my breath, even my own lips. Panic clawed at me. I reached up, but there was no hand, no face, just endless, swallowing void. No body, no eyes, no time. I tried to scream, but without a mouth did it even count. Then an arm. Someone yanked me back. Ears, James' voice, frantic. "Nuala, why can't she hear me?" Something rough scraped against my skin, pressed into my palm, traced over where my lips should be. Salt, sharp, familiar, like the chips we'd eaten earlier. A voice rumbled from the earth itself. "Welcome to your death." My eyes flew open, the simple miracle of blinking hitting me. The way my lashes brushed together, the smooth movement of my gaze landing on James beside me. Still nothingness, but he was there, his red sweatshirt burning like the last light of day. I grabbed his hand, salt gritty between our fingers, his arms covered in goosebumps. New detail. The salt, a mundane, human thing, contrasts sharply with the surreal void, grounding the moment in something tangible. Tones shift, from frantic terror to a strange, almost darkly humorous realization of course death would taste like potato chips. The voice echoed through the emptiness, deep, ancient, unmistakable. It was the antlered king, Sir Nunnos, materializing from the void like a shadow given form. "You witness your death," he rumbled, "and she sees hers. But you, James Antioch Morgan, what do you see?" James turned his head, squinting into the abyss as if searching for something beyond the nothing. "It's a garden," he murmured, "endless white and green flowers, and music soft like it's humming from the earth itself." His voice held wonder, but mine clenched like a fist. Sir Nunnos loomed closer, his presence heavy as a storm. "And you am Ron Liath Namain." The name rolled off his tongue like a curse or a blessing. I stiffened. "How do you know that name?" "I know all who pass through my domain," he replied, antlers scraping the endless dark. "But yours, I named you myself, daughter." James' grip on my hand tightened, or maybe I was the one clinging. "I'm no one's daughter," I spat, though the lie tasted sour. I'd already been wrong about not having a sister. "Tell me," Sir Nunnos pressed, relentless. "What do you see?" "Trees," I lied, "enormous ones." He took another step, his form swallowing the emptiness around us. "What do you see?" The third time his voice was a landslide. I couldn't look up, couldn't meet whatever passed for his face. The truth clawed its way out. "Nothing." The word vanished into the void, leaving me hollow. No soul meant no afterlife, just this. "Nothing has its rewards," Sir Nunnos mused, antlers piercing the black. "No consequences, eternal life, hedonism without limits if you crave it. A small trade, don't you think?" James' fingers twitched against mine, a silent plea. Sir Nunnos tilted his head, waiting. Words had never felt so heavy. "Oh, joy," I snapped. "I've got fairies laughing at me, corpses piled up just to keep me breathing, and what's my purpose? To drain more lives until I'm ash, then do it all over again." The bitterness surprised even me. Sir Nunnos folded his hands, pale, weathered, eerily human. "This existence is my gift. My blood in your veins drags you back to the fire every 16 years. Half a life sustained by stolen souls. I only wished you pleasure, dancing, adoration, freedom." A pause. "Yet here you stand, aching." "My sister," I whispered, and the words cut like glass. "Does she enjoy living like that?" Sir Nunnos tilted his head, the shadows of his antlers stretching long across the ground. "She did, but she's gone now." His hand lifted toward James, palm open, and James flinched as if something flickered in the Thorn King's grasp. "The girl in my dream," James whispered. "The one pierced by iron. I thought it was Nuala, I thought it was her fate. Like me, you glimpse what was and what will be." Sir Nunnos turned his gaze toward the empty air, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "She wasn't meant to die yet, and I will have vengeance, even from this place." His words carried a weight that left no room for doubt. A cold ripple of dread ran through me, not just for my sister's killer, but for myself. The silence between us yawned wide, threatening to swallow me whole again. My sister was gone, erased. Every breath she'd taken, every moment she'd lived, all meant nothing now. And then it hit me, sharp as a blade. Even if I felt human, I was. The human food I'd eaten had dulled my magic, but I was still Fae. And this hollow, gnawing void was where I'd end up. "I don't want to disappear," I blurted, my voice cracking. I wasn't sure who I was pleading with, James, Sir Nunnos, or the darkness itself. "Then what do you want, Ron Liath Namain?" Sir Nunnos asked, and this time I understood. The answer was already on my tongue. But before I spoke, memories flashed, drifting unseen in a river, weightless and safe. Soaring on human dreams like a gust of wind. Summoning movies with a flick of my wrist. The aching beauty of the song James had written because of me. The endless, ageless freedom of being Fae. And yet, "I want to be human," I said. Sir Nunnos spread his arms, and light spilled from his fingers, emerald and ivory, bleeding into the void. The glow swelled, twisting into vines and leaves until we stood in a twilight garden, the air thick with the scent of earth and nectar. Enormous trumpet-shaped blossoms swayed near us, while white lilies stretched toward the dim sky like they were starving. "You have a choice," Sir Nunnos murmured. "When the fire comes, you can choose to be reborn human. I offered your sister the same. She laughed in my face. I saw the future, I saw you doing the same." "You're wrong," I snapped. The Thorn King moved toward James, who stood unflinching, his expression caught between awe and resolve. It terrified me, because I knew James had a choice too. "Remember this, Piper," Sir Nunnos said softly. "Humans who wish to leave my realm never do." James didn't even blink. James lifted his free hand, the one I wasn't gripping, to show Sir Nunnos the faded words scrawled across his palm, bonfire. His voice carried a quiet resignation. "But I'll be there, won't I?" Sir Nunnos studied him with a gaze that made my skin crawl, calculating, almost predatory. James didn't flinch. "You and I both know how this ends, because I will be there with Nuala on Halloween. You might not understand human emotions, but you care about her. You wouldn't leave her alone in this." The stag god's antlers tilted slightly, catching the dim light. "You don't fear me, Piper, and you don't care if you walk out of here alive. That's exactly why you will." James turned away, his expression unreadable. His fingers in mine were cold, lifeless. It hit me then how close he'd been to death when we first met. Sir Nunnos stepped closer, his towering frame brushing aside delicate vines overhead, casting me in shadow. I suddenly felt small, insignificant. "Do you understand, daughter?" I managed a shaky nod. "Dress in black," he murmured. "Both of you, cover yourselves so my dead do not see you." Then his hand clamped onto James' shoulder, startling him back to the moment. "James Antioch Morgan," he intoned, the name humming like a melody. "When the time comes, you will choose. Choose wisely." James' eyes flashed. "What's the right choice?" "The one that leaves a scar," Sir Nunnos replied. Death smelled like birthday candles, sweet, smoky, clinging to our clothes and hair the next morning. Not the fun kind of sweet, either. The kind that lingers after the party's over. "James Morgan, if I get fired because of you, I swear." The first thing I saw after dying. Sullivan's scowling face haloed by a cloudy sky. The first thing I felt, a stinging slap. "Did you just hit me?" I croaked. "Did you just die?" he snapped. "You've been out cold for 5 minutes. The slap was a last resort." "Nuala," I bolted upright. "She's fine," Sullivan grumbled, jerking his chin toward where she sat nearby. "Unlike someone who apparently finds death charming." I ignored the jab. "Why are we all camped out by the fountain?" Behind Sullivan, Paul lounged on the stone edge, devouring a donut. "Care to explain where you've been for 2 days?" Sullivan demanded. "Paul, since you're stealing my breakfast, want a start?" Nuala and I exchanged glances. "Wait, Paul saw him too." I frowned. "That was 2 days ago." Sullivan threw his hands up. "It's Halloween." New detail, the lingering scent of smoke and sugar clinging to them, a visceral reminder of their brush with death. Tone shift, from eerie and foreboding to sarcastic and exasperated in the morning after scene. 7:41 a.m., October 31st. The moment Sullivan announced the time, we all froze, waiting for some dramatic reaction. But Nuala just blinked and asked, "Are they doing the bonfires on campus this year?" Sullivan gave a slow nod. "As soon as the sun's down, multiple spots." His gaze sharpened. "What was that name again?" "Sir Nunnos." Silence. Everyone turned to me like I was suddenly in charge. "Great," I ran through the details while Sullivan tapped his teeth with his tongue. "Paul," he cut in, "what did he tell you?" Paul swallowed the last bite of his donut. "Stuff I can't repeat." Sullivan's frown deepened, but Paul wasn't budging. "Go shower," Sullivan ordered. "You all smell like a locker room, and James, Normandy wants you. Again." "Fantastic," I muttered. Halloween had arrived, and all I wanted was to vanish. Instead of dragging me to Normandy's office, Sullivan brewed a pot of coffee so strong it could wake the dead. He shoved a mug into my hands, black, no sugar, and dropped into the chair across from me. "We'll need the caffeine," he said. "Bonfires don't start till 9. The word bonfire twisted my gut for a second, a weird, sour feeling. When was the last time I'd actually been nervous? Before I could dwell on it, the door swung open. Normandy strode in, his dress shirt wrinkled, tie slightly crooked. He didn't greet Sullivan, just sat down like he owned the place. "James," he said, voice flat. Sullivan slid him a coffee. Normandy ignored it, eyes locked on me. "Tell me everything about Deirdre Monahan." The demand rubbed me wrong. I smirked. 5-foot-something, dark hair, killer eyes, looks great in. "James." Sullivan's warning was sharp. "Not the moment." That just annoyed me more. After everything, he was pulling authority now. "Why?" Bad move. Sullivan pulled out a phone, tossed it on the table. "Read the drafts." No explanation. I thumbed past the generic wallpaper, opened the messages. 15 unsent texts, all addressed to me. My throat went dry as I scanned the words. The ache of our lost conversations lingers like an unfinished melody. Luke showed up again, more fairies too. Nothing feels right anymore. There's blood on my hands, and now I hear them closing in. The worst part. That same gut punch message staring back at me. "I love you." My fingers froze around the phone as some obnoxious bird squawked outside, its grating tune mocking the silence. My left hand twitched, the scarred P a jagged reminder. The air between breaths stretched too thin. Normandy's voice cut through the haze. "You understand why we need honesty now, don't you?" I didn't look up. My words came out hollow, foreign. "Or how about you explain why we're really here, not some vague protection spiel?" "Try, why drag us to Thornking-Ash if you can't even spot the disaster under your noses?" "You knew Dee was in trouble from the start, and now she's..." My voice cracked. Because the anger wasn't for them. It was for me. Sullivan shifted, Dee's phone scraping the table as he lifted it. Normandy exhaled. "James, you're smarter than this. When we met, I told you. We built this place after realizing they target teens with extraordinary musical gifts. Like my son." The memory flickered some half-remembered detail from my application days. I bit back the words, "the one who died." Too cruel, even for my wrecked state. "They took him," Normandy continued, eerily calm. "Before I understood, so we made Thornking-Ash to watch over kids like you." "And the Thorn King," I snapped. "Not exactly subtle, naming the school after him if he's just lurking in the woods." Normandy's smile was grim. "He's a canary. Miners used them to detect poison gas. If the bird died, they fled. Sir Nunno's is ours. If a student sees him, it means they're close." Sullivan's stare burned into me. "Yeah, flawless system," I muttered. Normandy didn't flinch. "Actually, it worked perfectly." New detail, the bird outside suddenly fell silent mid-screech as if something had snatched it from the air. Normandy's gaze flicked to the window just for a second. Tone shift, my sarcasm dissolved into something colder. "Perfect. Dee's gone. I'm a murderer." "And your canary didn't warn you about any of it." The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in. Normandy's jaw tightened. "Some warnings," he said quietly, "come too late." The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife as Normandy leaned forward, his gaze flicking towards Sullivan. "We haven't had any real trouble with the good neighbors in years," he said, emphasizing the phrase like it was some inside joke between them. I couldn't help but wonder if he was hinting at Sullivan's past with a leaner or just stirring the pot. This place has been nothing but a top-tier music school until now. Suddenly, we've got more of them crawling around campus than in the last decade combined. Patrick swears it's because of a clover hand, though I thought those were just old legends, and my gut's telling me Deirdre's the one. He exhaled sharply. "So, am I right? No point in sugarcoating it." "Yeah, it started for her this summer." Sullivan and Normandy exchanged a loaded glance. "So she's been pulling every last one of them here like moths to a flame," Normandy muttered. "What does that mean for tonight? Are they done now that they've got her, or is this just the beginning? Beginning, I answered without hesitation. I kept Nuala's name out of it. No need to drag her into Normandy's radar. Sullivan rubbed his temple. We need to alert the rest of the staff. There are ways to get her back, but we've got to move fast. Normandy scoffed, pushing himself up from the table. Good luck convincing them. It's been ages since we've dealt with anything like this. He jerked his chin toward the door. Patrick with me. Sullivan lingered just long enough for Normandy to get ahead, then turned to me, voice low. Keep Nuala safe and don't do anything reckless. Stay inside. Bridget Hall's your best bet. If I don't see you before, meet me at the fountain when the bonfires start. The second he was gone, the room felt colder, goosebumps prickling my skin. What about Dee? I called after him. We're on it. Focus on Nuala. Like I needed the reminder. Nuala was already my priority. Sleep and death are just the same, from both I can return. I wake from sleep with ease, but death, that takes words. Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter James shouldered open the heavy red door to Bridget Hall, gesturing for me to go first. Nah, I said, smirking. Ladies before gents. He rolled his eyes, but the tension in his shoulders eased just a fraction. Real smooth. Still, he stepped inside ahead of me. The hall looked unchanged, same rows of folding chairs, same dim light filtering through the frosted windows. James strutted down the aisle like he owned the place, arms outstretched. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced, his voice dripping with theatrical flair, welcome to the grand spectacle. I am Ian Everett Johan Campbell III, last of my name. I trailed behind, grinning. Don't forget your imaginary spotlight. He didn't miss a beat. I do hope I can hold your attention. Then, with a dramatic pause, he mimed kissing an admirer's hand, and for a second it almost felt like things were normal again. Almost. Everything you're seeing tonight is 100% real, no tricks, no illusions, James declared, his voice cutting through the dim backstage air. Go now, I urged, nodding toward the stairs. The music kicks in the second your foot hits the bottom step. James bolted up, the stage lights igniting his hair into a fiery halo as he took his place. Look, it might not blow your mind, it might not even shock you, he admitted, pacing to his mark. But I swear on everything it's real, and for that, he hesitated, waiting for my cue. Music cuts, I said, his eyes shut tight. I'm sorry, he murmured, the words heavy. I stepped onto the stage beside him. When they call you out, when they expose you, someone has to time the music to match. Don't forget that part. The silence stretched a beat too long before James finally answered. You'll handle it. That pause said everything. He wasn't sure this would work. Neither was I, truthfully. I wasn't sure I believed in happy endings anymore. Right, I said after what felt like an eternity. Yeah, obviously. Exhaustion weighed me down, the kind that felt like sinking into quicksand. James was staring out the window, the late sun painting his face gold, his expression distant. Halloween loomed over both of us like a storm. Play it for me, I asked, and don't give me crap if I mess up. He didn't answer, just slumped onto the piano bench like a man defeated, wrists resting lazily on the keys. I can't do this without you here, he muttered. Bull, I shot back, but I slid under his arm anyway, fitting myself against him like we'd done before. My spine curved to match his slouch, my hands settling over his. But this time, his skin didn't prickle under my touch. This time, he buried his face in my hair and breathed in like he was drowning in the scent of me. And this time, his hands shifted, covering mine instead. The keys were warm beneath my fingers, alive with his heat. James, I whispered. He lifted my hand, guiding one finger to press a key. The note sighed out, soft and hesitant. No melody, just a single, aching sound. Soon, he promised, voice rough. Soon you'll butcher this song as badly as I do. I leaned back against him, studying our tangled fingers for a long moment before closing my eyes. They're coming for Dee tonight, I said finally. That's why Alina told you how to save my memories. She wants you distracted, with me instead of saving her." James stayed silent. The piano hummed between us, a quiet witness to everything left unsaid. The words barely left my lips before I questioned if I'd even spoken aloud. "James, did you catch that?" His reply was hollow, stripped of emotion. "Why tell me now?" Out of every possible reaction I'd braced for, this one blindsided me. "What?" He forced the words out like they burned his tongue. "Why did you tell me?" "Because you're in love with her," I muttered, the weight of it crushing me. His forehead dropped against my shoulder with a quiet thud. "Nuala," he whispered, but the name hung there, unfinished. We stayed like that for so long that the sunlight creeping through the high windows slid across the piano keys, shifting from the treble notes down to where our fingers still lingered. James finally broke the silence, his voice muffled against my shoulder. "What does your name mean?" I flinched at the sudden sound. "Gray Song of Desire." His lips brushed my neck, and the sadness in that kiss sent a chill through me. I couldn't explain it, but I felt it like grief pressed into skin. He straightened, pulling me back against his chest. My eyelids grew heavy, and I let myself sink into him, matching my breathing to the steady thump of his heartbeat. "Don't drift off, Izzy," James warned, and I blinked awake. "You shouldn't sleep right now." "I wasn't," I lied, rubbing the grit from my eyes. His hands tightened over my ribcage, holding me close. "Your heart's racing like a jackrabbit's." Small creatures with quick pulses never lasted long. Mice, sparrows, rabbits, their hearts sprinting toward the finish line. Maybe we all had a set number of beats, and if yours ran too fast, you burned through them twice as quick. "Let's just go," I said. "Are you ready?" "Let's go," I repeated, desperate to rip off the bandage. "James, whoa, zombie prom or what?" I muttered as we trudged through the wild grass in front of Bridget Hall. "Correction, nerd prom." Since when do music geeks dance? The campus looked like it had been hijacked. From a distance, the scene outside Bridget was all pulsing bass and shadowy figures moving in sync. But as we got closer, the thumping track revealed itself as some generic pop hit. You'd think a music school could at least rustle up a live band, even if it was just radio trash. Instead, a DJ lurked between the speakers, and what had seemed like slick choreography from afar was really just a mess of flailing limbs. A few had gone all out with masks and costumes, but most were just awkwardly swaying in black clothes. Exactly the kind of sad spectacle I'd expect from Thornking-Ash on Halloween. Nuala stopped mid-step, watching a guy waddle past with a pair of fake breasts strapped to his chest. "Moments like this," she said dryly, "make me reconsider this whole being human thing." I steered her away from a girl in a bedazzled cat ears headband, because obviously that counted as a costume. Same. "You holding up okay?" "If you ask me that one more time, I might just snap," Nuala said, her tone deceptively calm. Message received. I stretched up on my toes, scanning the crowd for a familiar face, or at least someone who looked like they knew what was happening. The school grounds had somehow exploded with people while I wasn't looking, like someone had hit fast forward on a bad dream. I forced a casual tone. "Sullivan told us to meet him by the sketchy satyr statue." "Should we track him down first?" "Beats me. Why would I have the answers?" "Because you've survived this mess before," I shot back. She leveled a glare at me. "Fine, Sullivan it is." "Or Paul," Nuala added quickly. I wondered what Sir Nunnos had spilled to him. "Yeah, or Paul." We pushed through the crowd, swallowed by the sea of black-clad bodies under the flickering glow of bonfires. Even though I still reeked of whatever weird cologne Sir Nunnos bathed in, another scent clung to the air, something herbal, sharp and sweet at the same time, like crushed leaves and damp earth. It smelled like last summer, and suddenly I wasn't so sure all these masked faces belonged to humans. Nuala voiced my thoughts perfectly. Whose party is this, really? I'd expected the Fae to be out tonight, sure, but I'd figured they'd stick to their own haunts, not crash a high school Halloween rager. "Sullivan," Nuala barked behind me, and there he was, cutting through the chaos like he had a mission. "Where the hell have you two been?" he asked, way too casually for the situation. "We were just hunting for you, any sign of I countered. "Nope." Nuala jerked her chin at the writhing dancers. "Something's off here, isn't it?" "Big time," Sullivan confirmed. "Just know the school's basically enemy territory right now, and it's only gonna get worse." "But I pressed. "What if she's in trouble? What if something's happening to her tonight?" Sullivan's gaze swept over the crowd. "Dee's with them. We're still searching. Best way to help. Stay out of trouble so she's the only one we have to save." He turned to Nuala. "Staff's lighting fires all over campus. Keeps the dead out. Wherever you end up, there'll be flames nearby." Nuala didn't even blink. "Noted. And James." Sullivan's eyes locked on something past us. His long coat flared as he moved, and for a second he looked eerily like Sir Nunnos in that shadowy shroud. Then the moment passed. "Find Paul. He's sharper than he acts." Behind Seward Hall, a bonfire roared to life, gasoline stench, shouts, then flames licking the sky. Figures, students, maybe, danced around the base, silhouettes against the blaze. I braced for Nuala to lose it, but she just wrinkled her nose, looking more confused than scared. If it were me, I'd have been losing my mind by now. But Nuala, she just seemed mildly annoyed. Nuala's grip on my hand tightened as she scanned the growing crowd, her expression somewhere between skepticism and unease. The bonfire roared, flames licking at the night sky, but the heat did nothing to chase away the chill creeping up my spine. "Nervous," she teased, though her voice lacked its usual bite. "Just thinking about how much of a mouthful your name is," I shot back, forcing a grin. 7 times. "My jaw's gonna cramp." She rolled her eyes but didn't let go of my hand. "Then stop yapping and save your breath." Her gaze flicked over the sea of faces, too many faces. The sidewalk was packed, spilling into the parking lot, the patio, even the fountain. And they moved differently now, smoother, like they'd practiced this dance for centuries. I tugged my sweatshirt sleeves down over the goosebumps prickling my arms. "And these are just the ones we can see," I muttered. "We need to find Paul." The thought of what came next twisted my stomach. Burning alive. Even if she was choosing humanity mid-flame, the idea of her skin blistering, peeling, I swallowed hard, pushing the image away. Thankfully, Paul appeared before my imagination could spiral further. "Dude," he said, eyes wide behind his glasses. "What the actual hell?" I clapped him on the shoulder. "That covers about 90% of tonight, so you'll have to be more specific." Paul ignored me, pointing at the bonfire. "That guy just threw a coffee table in there. That's from the lobby." He adjusted his glasses, looking frazzled. "Okay, listen, when Sir Nunno sings tonight, it's gonna get ugly. Like all the restless dead under his rule ugly." Nuala crossed her arms. "Yeah, we caught that from his little concert earlier. The one stuck between heaven and hell, right?" Paul nodded. "And they're gonna be. What was that word you used the other day, when we were talking about junk food cravings?" "Peckish," I said. "Right. Peckish." A group of students jostled past us, laughing like this was just another Friday night. Meanwhile, the bonfire crackled, swallowing another piece of furniture whole. Great. Just great the dead were restless tonight, practically ravenous. So naturally, the school's solution was to light up the entire campus with massive bonfires, because nothing says safety first, like a bunch of open flames surrounded by teenagers. As long as we stuck close to the firelight, we were fine. Step outside that glow. Well, let's just say the dead had a taste for fresh souls. "Ah, soul snacks. What a delightful Halloween treat," I muttered. Because obviously the best place to build a school for the supernatural is right in the middle of a dead zone. Genius planning. I get that we're the ones who hear him, but come on. "The dead," Paul shrugged. "Yeah, man, it's messed up. But back in the day, like the way back day, the Fae," he caught himself as a few students nearby glanced over. "I mean them. They used to be terrified of the dead. So back in the 70s, This place was actually a shield against them. Another bonfire roared to life across the quad, and Nuala's eyes narrowed. Then a booming voice crackled over the speakers. Mr. Sullivan, our ever-chipper teacher/babysitter. Attention, students. Let's keep the PDA to a minimum tonight, yeah. No sneaking off into the hills for a romantic rendezvous, unless you want a star in your own horror movie. Stay by the fires, stay alive, and have fun. Paul and I exchanged a look. What I want to know, he said, lowering his voice, is what they're trying to cover up. All the staff and students who actually know what's going on are running around like headless chickens, making sure nobody gets lured away by the Fae dancing in plain sight. Nuala's jaw tightened. It's the ritual. It's about binding the dead to them. Yeah, but we can't exactly stroll into a horde of hungry spirits to ask for details, I shot back. I got twisted, thinking of Nuala burning, of Dee lost among the Fae, of everything slipping away. Then the music shifted and Paul grimaced. Oh great, here he comes. And he wasn't alone. When the end comes, dark and hungry, I'll be alone. Love, when the end comes, black and starving, I'll say goodbye, love. The rush of wings came first, whispers and shimmers cutting through the air before vanishing back into the night. The darkness beyond the firelight wasn't empty. It moved, shifting like liquid under the moon. James leaned in, breath hot against my ear. And to think I ever thought you were the scary one. I couldn't answer. The Thorn King's song pulsed through me, grow, rise, follow, and his nightmares swarmed ahead of him, dragging the dead in their wake. The bonfires burned bright, but the real horror wasn't the shadows creeping at the edges. It was the icy certainty settling in my chest. The fires were lit. The dead were walking. And we were out of time. My legs shook violently, and I clenched my knees to keep from collapsing. Time was slipping away. Paul, Sullivan's voice cut through the chaos from somewhere nearby. Paul, I need the updated list. Who's on it tonight? Get over here now. Paul, who'd been entranced by Sir Nunno's eerie melody, snapped back to reality. He exchanged a quick glance with James before shoving past a cluster of dancers, too graceful, too otherworldly to be human, to reach Sullivan. My vision blurred, my body betraying me. I didn't want to admit it was time. Saying it out loud would make it final. Izzy, James said suddenly, his hands catching me under my arms before I even realized I was falling. He eased me down with surprising care. Stupid. I should have acted sooner. Cowardice had cost me. My eyelids felt like lead, forcing me to tilt my head back just to meet his gaze. Love that nickname, I muttered. James winced. Don't get sappy on me now. The only reason I'm holding it together is because you're terrifying. Man up, I shot back, and he let out a strained laugh. Now pull me up. He yanked me to my feet, but my legs folded instantly. No one noticed. Everyone was too mesmerized by the fairies weaving through the crowd. Good. The last thing I needed was some do-gooder interfering. You'll need that courage, I said, voice tight, because I think you're carrying me. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, then awkwardly scooped me up, one arm under my knees, the other bracing my back. I clung to him, fighting the urge to press my face into his sweater. Normally, he smelled like leather and soap, but tonight, all I got was the stench of Sir Nunno's. No comfort there. James carried me behind the bonfire, now towering 50 feet high, flames licking the sky with unnatural ferocity. On this side, away from the buildings, it was just us and the endless dark of the hills. Even yards away, the heat scorched my skin. James didn't kneel so much as collapse with me in his arms, pulling me into a crushing hug. Nuala, he whispered, voice raw. This feels wrong. My heart hammered, each beat a struggle. No choice, I breathed. Help me stand. You can't. But I had to. Whether it mattered or not, I needed to walk into that fire on my own. Get me closer, then. He carried me forward, stopping just short. Say my name, I whispered, so I know you'll remember. He did perfectly, his breath warm against my ear. Then he set me down, and somehow I stood. There was no more time. The moment came too fast. No chance to hesitate. No time to brace myself before reaching into those blinding white flames. Would he stay or chase after Dee? Would whispering my name even matter? If it didn't work, the girl stepping out of the fire wouldn't be me anymore. Just a hollow copy. I should have told James how I felt, but the flames swallowed me before I could. Outside, autumn was putting on its usual dramatic show. The valley still clung to summer green, but the hills flared with reds and oranges like some overenthusiastic kid had gone wild with a paintbrush. My music blared loud enough to rattle the windows, which explained why I missed my phone buzzing. Only the screen's glare caught my attention. Maybe Dee finally decided to call. Nope. Mom. I tossed it onto the dashboard and hit speaker. Yeah, James, the one and only. Who am I speaking to? Your pride and joy. The miracle baby you swore you'd never have after Dad's questionable life choices, she interrupted. You sound like you're inside a jet engine. I'm driving. In a tornado. I nudged the phone closer. Speakerphone, happy now? Not even slightly. Why aren't you in class? I jammed the phone into the visor. Still staticky, but she'd survive. If you already knew, why'd you call? Are you skipping? A faded sign for historic downtown Gallon, VA, because apparently visitors needed reminding they were still in Virginia, pointed left. Nah, Mom, skipping S for future felons with no job prospects. Silence, then a grudging fair. So what's the emergency? I rolled past Gallon's sad little Main Street, quaint if you ignored the boarded-up shops. Piping lesson. No, Thornking-Ash doesn't have a bagpipe teacher. No clue why they gave a scholarship to a piper. Yes, I'm still bitter. Skepticism crackled through. And this instructor any good? Mom, let's not ruin my day. The whole situation felt like it was designed to drag me down, and honestly, I wasn't about to let the world see me sweat. I've always been the type to slap on a grin and pretend everything's fine, even when it's not. Seriously, remind me why you're there if it's not for the pipes, Mom asked, her tone dripping with fake innocence. She knew exactly why, but she wanted me to say it out loud. Yeah, right. Like that was happening. Use your psychic mom powers, I shot back. Oh, hold on. I think I found the place. Gotta go. Call me, she insisted. Later, when you're done being a smart aleck. I squeezed my car into a tight spot in front of Evans Brown Music. This town had a weird obsession with hyphenated business names like it was some kind of local law. Sure thing, I said. I'll pencil you in for my 30th birthday, how's that? Oh, hush. Mom's voice softened, and for a second, I felt that stupid, childish pang of missing home. We love you, be safe, and call me, not in 20 years. I mumbled an agreement and hung up. Grabbing my pipe case from the back seat, I stepped into the shop. The outside was this gross shade of pea green, but inside, cozy. Dark wood paneling, plush carpet, guitars lining the walls. Behind the counter sat a guy who looked like he'd taken the 60s a little too seriously. Silver hair pulled into a tiny braid, arms covered in ink, including a bold John Lennon lyric. He barely glanced up from his rolling stone before asking, "Lesson," I nodded. 3 o'clock. He squinted at my hand where I'd scribbled the time, then at the clock behind him, 2 minutes till. Close enough, he grunted. Upstairs, he said, jerking a thumb toward the back. Bill's the only one teaching right now. Pick a room. Thanks, comrade, I said, and the old hippie actually cracked a smile. The stairs groaned under my feet, the air thick with heat and the faint stink of nervous sweat. 3 doors lined the dim hallway. Behind door number 2, Bill. I nudged it open wider. The room was lined with acoustic foam, the chairs looked like they'd survived a cat attack, and in the middle of it all sat a guy who could have been George Clooney's scruffier cousin. I bit back the urge to tell him. Hey, James, I said. He didn't stand, just shook my hand with a lazy grin. Bill, wanna play something so I know where you're at? Unless you need to ease into it, but fair warning, half an hour goes fast. I dropped my case and popped it open, already pulling out the chanter. No time for small talk. Let's get to work. Looks good to me, I said, rummaging through my bag for my practice chanter. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Bill studying the mess of bumper stickers on my case, his gaze lingering on one that read "Be careful around dragons, for you are crunchy and good with ketchup." Meanwhile, I sized him up. His chanter sat neatly beside his chair, polished and pristine, while mine was a Frankenstein's monster of tape-covered holes and battle scars. His posture was textbook perfect. Mine was slightly lopsided from years of hauling around bagpipes. His case looked like it had just left the store. Mine looked like it had survived a war. And then he saw my chanter. His eyebrows shot up. Yeah, I got the message. This was pointless. I tossed it back into the case. Let's be real, the practice chanter is basically the training wheels of the piping world. It's quieter, so your neighbors don't riot. Easier to play, no lung-busting bag squeezing required, and sounds about as impressive as a kazoo. If you want to actually sound like something, you need the real deal. So I went for it. Mind if I switch to the pipes? Campus isn't exactly bagpipe friendly, and I haven't played these in forever. Bill blinked but nodded. Go for it, no one else is here. I pulled out my pipes, the familiar scent of aged leather and wood wrapping around me. The drones settled onto my shoulder as I filled the bag, and holy cow, the noise. This tiny room was about to become a concert hall. I should have packed earplugs. Bill watched, arms crossed, as I tuned, his eyes tracking my posture, my fingers, the steadiness of my sound. My original plan: start slow, build up, blow his mind with something epic. But the sheer volume in that cramped space made me rethink, better to just get it over with. So I launched into one of my fastest, trickiest reels, fingers flying, the minor key twisting like a storm. Fast, sharp, flawless, Bill's face, a total blank. Like I'd blasted his expression clean off with sheer noise. I lowered the pipes. I've got nothing to teach you, he said flatly. You knew that coming in, didn't you? Doubt there's anyone in this county, hell, maybe the whole state, who could, you compete. Stopped this summer. Why? I shrugged, the answer tasting oddly bitter. Hit the top, got boring after that. Bill just shook his head, his gaze lingered on my face, and I knew exactly what was running through his mind. The same tired thought everyone had when they looked at me. You're just a kid, and I'm ancient. His tone was lifeless as he said, I'll contact the school, let them sort it out. Though they already knew your situation when they accepted you, right? I let my bagpipes drop to my side. Yeah, you should look into Carnegie Mellon. They've got a solid piping program. Never crossed my mind, I deadpanned, but he didn't catch the bite in my words. Seriously, think about it after you finish here, Bill continued, watching me pack up. Wasting talent at some conservatory would be a shame. I nodded like I was considering it, let him ramble on with his unsolicited wisdom, then shook his hand and walked out. Disappointment settled in my chest, though I had no right to feel it. This was exactly what I'd expected. Outside, a girl was perched on the curb, way too close to my car. Normally, I wouldn't have cared, but my mood was already sour, and her blatant disregard for personal space didn't help. She sat there, back turned, radiating boredom like it was her full-time job. I made a show of tossing my pipes into the back seat, hoping the noise would send a clear message. Move, or I'll back over you. No luck. I circled the car and loomed over her. She didn't budge, just tilted her chin up, eyes shut against the sun, pretending I didn't exist. Maybe she was from one of my classes, expecting me to recognize her. If she was a student, she'd already broken every dress code rule with her skin-tight graphic tee, bell-bottoms, and those ridiculous platform clogs. But her hair was impossible to ignore, messy blonde curls, long in the front, choppy in the back. Hey, pal, I said, forcing politeness. Your backside is blocking my exit. Mind relocating 5 feet that way so I can leave? Her eyes snapped open. A chill shot through me, like I'd been shoved into freezing water. My skin prickled, and my head buzzed with a haunting, off-key hum, Something's not right here. Memories from last summer crashed into my mind without warning. She, if that's even what she was, turned those unnaturally bright blue eyes on me, shadows darkening beneath them. Took you long enough. Her breath carried the scent of wild flowers, damp earth, and something smoky. A warning coiled low in my gut. I swallowed hard. Define long enough. Are we talking centuries, or just since my lesson started? She smirked, brushing dirt off her jeans as she stood. Don't get ahead of yourself. She towered over me in those sky-high platform heels, locking eyes with me like she could see right through my skull. Up close, her scent was intoxicating, something wild and untamed, like crushed herbs in summer storms. Just a half hour, she said, though it felt like an eternity. Let's go. Wait, what? Drive me to school. Okay, maybe I did recognize her. Maybe. I racked my brain, trying to place her in any lecture hall or campus hangout, but nothing clicked. Honestly, she looked more like she belonged in some moonlit clearing, dancing around a bonfire after offering some poor soul to an ancient deity. That mental image fit way better. Thornking-Ash. She rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck. I gestured at her flared jeans. I think I'd remember someone like you wandering the halls. A smirk curled at the corner of her lips when I called her a creature. Without a word, she yanked open the passenger door and dropped into the seat. No kidding, move it. I hesitated, staring at my car like it might bite me. Normally, I was the one catching people off guard, not the other way around. She rapped her knuckles against the window, glaring. Was this a terrible idea? After the summer I'd had, full of near-death encounters, fairy nonsense, and way too many bad decisions, yeah, probably. I got in anyway. The radio crackled to life the second I turned the key, blaring some generic pop garbage. She wrinkled her nose. Seriously. This is what you listen to? With a jab at the presets, the station switched to something frantic and dizzying, fiddle music that sounded like it was being played at double speed. The display flickered, 113.7. Since when did radios even have frequencies like that? All right, I said, pulling onto the road. So you go to Thornking-Ash. What's your name? Didn't say that, she corrected, propping her bare feet on the dashboard while her clogs stayed abandoned on the floor. Just asked for a ride. Right, my mistake, so. Name. She studied my grip on the wheel like my fingers held some secret. After a dramatic pause, she scrunched her face. Nuala. No, Eleonora. Wait, no, Polly. Nah, Nuala. Definitely Nuala. She dragged out the vowels like it was a spell. Nuala. That smug half-smile of hers was the kind of expression I usually reserved for myself. You sure you want to commit to that? She inspected her nails, gnawing at one absent-mindedly. A girl can change her mind. Are you a girl? I asked. Her glare could have melted steel. Ever heard of manners? Fair, so, have we met before? She waved me off. Quiet, I'm listening. She reclined the seat, eyes fluttering shut. For a second, I got the eerie feeling she wasn't tuning into the radio at all, but some otherworldly melody only she could hear. I kept driving, stealing glances. The late sun spilled through the window, illuminating a constellation of freckles across her cheeks. They looked out of place, too soft, too human for someone who felt anything, but she blinked at me, her expression unreadable. So you're the piper. It wasn't some mystical revelation. Anyone within earshot when I played for Bill would have known. Still, something in her tone made me smirk. Yeah, and I'm pretty damn good. Nuala rolled her shoulders in a lazy shrug. You're decent. I shot her a look. She was grinning, all sharp edges. You're just trying to get under my skin. I've heard better, she said flatly, her smile vanishing as she turned to face me. I listened in, Piper. There's nothing for you here, but what if I told you I could make you better? A cold prickle ran down my spine. That's a loaded question. You wouldn't ask if you didn't already know my answer. Her voice dropped low. I could help you. I studied her, weighing my words. How's that supposed to work? She leaned in suddenly, her breath warm against my ear. By telling you things no one else knows. things that would change everything. I jerked back before her scent could mess with my head. My skin prickled like I'd stepped into a freezer. And you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart, right? Honestly, you'd barely notice what I get out of it, but you'd be legendary. Sure. My mind raced with every cautionary tale about deals gone wrong. Maybe getting in this car hadn't been my brightest move. Appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. The school was coming up fast. I wondered if she'd bolt the second we stopped. I'm good where I'm at, unless you've got some risk-free trial with no strings attached. Her lips curled back, revealing teeth. People like you don't get second chances, you're wasting mine. I said no nicely, I pointed out. That's gotta count for something. You didn't even hesitate. Hold on, I paused for effect. There, I thought about it again, still a no. With a growl, she jammed her feet into her clunky shoes. Pull over, now. What about class? Her fingers dug into the door handle like she wanted to rip it off. Don't test me, James. Let me out before I lose my patience. The edge in her voice wasn't a bluff. I swerved to the shoulder, trees crowding the road. She yanked at the handle, then snarled, "Unlock it, genius." I hit the button and she shoved the door open. Before stepping out, she fixed me with a glare. "You're not even worth teaching, arrogant prick." The door slammed. I didn't wait to see if she'd turn back. Just hit the gas and left her in the dust. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel as I checked the rearview mirror again. Nothing but dust and dead leaves swirling in the road behind me. James, this wasn't just hell. Hell was the way her scream never came, the way her fists curled into themselves like they could shield her from the flames. Hell was watching her mouth twist into silent sobs, the fire swallowing every tear before it could fall. She collapsed, knees hitting the dirt, and I stood frozen, my own skin blistering from the heat. My whole body trembled, because the worst part, the fire wasn't done with Nuala yet. Human, human, human. The word pounded in my skull like a prayer. It took forever to force my voice out, and for one terrifying heartbeat, I thought I'd forgotten her name, even though I'd whispered it to her just moments ago. Or was it hours? Time didn't mean anything here. "Embron lieth na main," I murmured, barely louder than the crackling fire. Just in case. Nuala screamed. The sound clawed through me, ragged and broken, but it was her face that wouldn't leave me. The way her features twisted in the flames, over and over, burned into my mind. I locked my arms across my chest, nails digging into my palms, and repeated the name. Another scream. My skin prickled. Maybe Alina had lied. Maybe the rules were different. But whatever my words were doing to Nuala, I wasn't brave enough to say it a third time. "Piper!" The shout jerked me out of my stupor. At first, I couldn't place the voice somewhere in the suffocating dark behind me. Then I spotted him, a fairy crouched just beyond the firelight, skin sickly green in the flickering glow. He stood with eerie grace, like his bones weren't built the same as mine. "Piper, if you love the clover hand, you will come here." My stomach lurched as I turned fully toward him. "What do you want? Didn't the lean-in she warn you?" His grin was all teeth. "They're going to carve out her heart tonight, Piper. Make a king from it, one who'll rule the dead in us. For you, it'll be worse than hell." I glanced back at the fire. Nuala's silhouette writhed in the flames, and beyond her, figures danced like this was just another bonfire night. "Why should I believe you?" I snapped. But the real question burned hotter. How could I walk away when I'd promised to stay? 7 times, Alina had said. 7 times uninterrupted, and I'd already failed once. The fairy's smile didn't waver. "Because you're running out of time." New detail, the distant sound of drums pulses under the chaos, a rhythm that wasn't there before, like the woods themselves are keeping time. Voice twist, from desperate to darkly sarcastic, oh, perfect. Another cryptic fairy with another apocalyptic warning. Because obviously, tonight wasn't complicated enough. The memory hit me like a punch to the gut. "We saved you once, Piper," the fairy said, voice cold as winter. She bargained for your life, Luke Dillon S., in exchange for yours. My chest tightened. The air vanished from my lungs. You don't get it, I snapped. They're stealing her Cloverhand magic. With it, they'll have no limits, and they're murdering her for it. I thought you cared about her. Another scream tore through the night, Dee's voice, raw and shattered. The fairy didn't even blink. If you weren't necessary, Piper, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I need a damn minute, I growled, spinning back toward the fire. Nuala knelt in the flames, fingers twisted, hair scorched black, her whole body trembling. Where was the mercy, the unconsciousness that should have spared her this? Ran lieth na main, I choked out. She convulsed, curling tighter into herself. I said it again, and again. Each time her scream ripped through me, a sound so full of torment it made my bones ache. Behind me, Dee's cry mirrored Nuala's agony. I had to choose. Logic said Dee, powerful, essential, the key to tipping the scales. Elinor had known that. She'd given me the way to preserve Nuala's memories because she'd bet I'd stay, watching her burn instead of stopping them. And she was right. I wanted Nuala. Not some fleeting crush. This was something deeper, something that made every other feeling hollow. But to keep her, I had to stay until the last ember died. And by then, Dee would be gone. Save Nuala or save everything else. The cruelest part, the last thing I saw was Nuala lowering her hands, just in time to watch me walk away. James movies make it look easy. Heroes charge in with a plan, a grenade launcher, and a death wish. Reality, you've got a gut full of dread, shaky hands, and a vague sense of where the disaster's unfolding. And the universe just grins and says, "Good luck, kid." Life was a joke. The fairy's glance toward Bridget Hall was all the direction I needed. I ran, the night air biting my lungs. Words clawed at my mind, fire, liar, turn back. But I shoved them down, focusing on the pounding of my feet against the pavement. I found Sullivan by the bonfire in Yancey's parking lot. Flames casting long shadows across his face. James found Sullivan by the firelight, weaving small branches together with crimson ribbon. Embers crackled toward us like tiny shooting stars. James. I thought you were with. He cut himself off, and I could have hugged him for it. My lungs burned as I gasped, "You need to come now," no questions asked. "Where?" I sucked in a sharp breath. "Bridget Hall, something happening there." Sullivan scoffed, nodding toward the darkened building. "It's locked up tight every Halloween. Look at it, windows blacked out, grass overgrown. Place is a ghost town." I shook my head. Got a tip from someone who knows. Ever heard of dead men being crowned kings? For a heartbeat, Sullivan just stared. Then, "Move." He shoved the bundled twigs into my grip and took off, his coat billowing like a cape. I sprinted after him, sneakers slapping pavement before crunching over dead leaves. The second we left the firelight behind, the air turned to ice, the ground unstable underfoot. "Don't drop that ward," Sullivan barked over his shoulder. Tall grass snagged my jeans as something shrieked beside me, huge, ink-black eyes materializing inches from my face. I thrust the twigs forward like a shield, and the thing recoiled with a screech that sounded eerily like Nuala's laugh. Ahead, shadowy figures swarmed Sullivan, darting close before peeling away. Then something small and ravenous cut me off, Linnet, or what was left of her. She floated, a sickly mist with grasping tendrils. "Stick to what you know, boy," she sneered. "Run back to your little fires." Oh, perfect. Even as a corpse, she was still grading me. "You always were a terrible teacher," I shot back. Sullivan yanked me behind him, his coat swallowing me whole. "But I'm not. Explains why your lesson plans were garbage, Linnet. Hope hell's grading you harder." He shoved me toward the door. "Also, black attire. Basic haunting etiquette, James." Bridget Hall loomed, silent as a tomb. The red door, the only one on campus, sent a chill down my spine. Suddenly, I was back in that theater with Nuala, her whispering that every red object in the sixth sense meant something unnatural was near. Swallowing hard, I pressed my palm to the door. Goosebumps prickled my skin as it creaked open. James heard Aliner's voice before he spotted her in the chaotic room. "I'm disappointed," she said, her tone dripping with false sweetness. "I really thought love would win out." The space was a wreck, folding chairs overturned, scattered flowers crushed underfoot. Two lifeless figures sprawled on the floor, their skin tinged an eerie green. Aliner stood near the stage, draped in a peacock feather gown, her sleeves rolled up to reveal crimson streaks running down her arm, and in her hand a still-beating heart. James barely registered Sullivan behind him. All he heard was Dee's scream. "If that's Dee's," he growled, stepping over one of the bodies, "we're going to have a problem." The fairies lining the aisle watched him with amused curiosity, some whispering behind their hands, others fingering the bone knives at their hips. Aliner laughed, light and airy. "Don't be ridiculous, it's his." She jerked her chin toward the stage, where her undead consort writhed in agony, his chest torn open, black blood pooling beneath him. James clenched his jaw. No way he'd let her see his disgust. "Looks like he's loving every second," he muttered. "Where SD?" Aliner's smile was dazzling, almost hypnotic. She tucked a strand of pale hair behind her ear, smearing blood across her cheek, then pointed downward. Dee lay crumpled at her feet, her familiar shoes unmistakable. "Honestly, we're doing her a favor," Aliner sighed. "She fainted after Siobhan took Carr's heart, then vomited all over my favorite slippers." She gestured to a ruined pair beneath a chair. Padraic had to calm her down. A white-haired fairy stepped forward, grinning. "Should I kill him now, my queen?" "Siobhan, always so eager," Aliner chided. "We're supposed to be civilized." She turned back to James, the heart in her grip pulsing weakly. "Go back to your little bonfire, Piper. Enjoy your happy ending while you can." "Yeah," James said flatly, "right after I take Dee with me." On stage, the consort let out a guttural moan, clawing at his face. "Soon, darling," Aliner cooed. "Sir Nunnos is coming." Then, to Siobhan, "Fetch the knife again." Dee stirred, groaning as she rolled onto her back. Aliner adjusted her grip on the blade, and Siobhan planted a boot on Dee's shoulder to hold her in place. My fingers closed around the hilt of the blade strapped to the fairy beside me, yanking it free before Siobhan could even blink. In a heartbeat, I had Aliner pinned, the cold steel biting into her throat. A shiver raced down my spine, but my grip stayed firm. "That was a mistake," Aliner murmured, unfazed. "Now what?" Around us, the Fae murmured in hushed, eerie harmonies, their voices weaving through the air like a haunting melody. "Wrong question," I shot back, teeth chattering despite myself. "What are you going to do?" Aliner's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I'm debating whether to make your death quick or draw it out. Slow would be more satisfying, but I'm on a tight schedule. Deirdre's heart won't cut itself out before Sir Nunnos arrives." A strange pressure tightened in my throat, like she was already squeezing the life from me. "And if I beg you to spare him?" The room fell dead silent. Then Sullivan strode down the aisle, stopping just short of us finally. When he'd mentioned being Aliner's former consort, I'd assumed he'd escaped. Never crossed my mind she might have let him go. "Patrick," Aliner said, her tone shifting entirely. "Leave." "Can't do that. James may be insufferable, but I'd rather not watch him die." "He is insufferable," Aliner conceded, as if my knife against her neck was just an inconvenience. As if her current consort, was he still current with a hole in his chest, wasn't convulsing on the floor nearby, and unbearably arrogant. Sullivan gave a slight nod. "Agreed, but I'll be taking my other student as well." Aliner's frown was devastatingly beautiful, like watching a storm cloud pass over the sun. It hurt just to look at her. "Don't ask for what I can't give. Take the idiot, walk away, but don't push me." "Won't give," Sullivan corrected, his voice hardening. "It's never about what you can't do, just what you won't, priorities." For a moment, it was like they were the only two people in the world. "My people come first," Aliner hissed. Don't pretend you don't understand. You barged in here for them, not yourself. I will free my kind. 2 humans seem a small price, Sullivan said lightly. Elinor's voice turned glacial. Don't lecture me. Did you even notice the fae you stepped over to get here? No, because they didn't matter to you. My gaze dropped to Dee. She lay motionless, a bruise blooming on her cheek, her eyes locked on mine. Unreadable. She could end this in a second if she wanted. If I think that way, Sullivan said, it's only because I learned from the best. For a dying race, you're awfully quick to kill your own. Elinor's patience snapped. Try ruling them and see how easy it is. I seem to recall offering solutions that worked just fine. With a scoff, Elinor twisted away from my blade, not out of fear, but to glare properly at Sullivan. The plan would have been perfect if I'd had an extra pair of hands to pull it off. I was ready to help, I said. I knew the risks. Elinor turned away, her jaw clenched. That wasn't a sacrifice I was willing to make. And this is, Sullivan shot back. Their eyes locked, then a sharp pop cut through the tension. At first, I didn't get it. Then I saw Delia, Dee's nightmare of an aunt, stepping over the fallen fairies by the door, holding a tiny, almost toy-like pistol. Sullivan pressed a hand to his stomach, swayed, then crashed into a folding chair. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the image burned behind my eyelids anyway, him on his knees, vomiting blood and petals. Delia rolled her eyes. Guess I'm the only one with guts here. 2 weeks in a cheap motel, elbow-deep in dead fae, and you're still hesitating. Cut her heart out before I lose my patience. Elinor's voice turned glacial. My best stallion to whoever brings me that woman's left eye. Couldn't have said it better myself. Hold it, Delia barked as every fairy in the room reached for a blade. Take my eye if you want, but you'd better be carving out her heart instead. It's almost 11. What happens if he arrives and her heart's not inside him? She jerked her chin toward the consort on stage. I grabbed Dee's arm and yanked her up. Delia and her gun blocked the exit. Elinor and her twisted magic blocked everything else. Save yourself, I whispered to Dee last summer. She'd escaped worse odds, more fairies, me half dead. Now Nuala was burning, Sullivan was bleeding out, and Dee just stood there. But Dee ignored me, turning to Delia instead. What did I ever do to you? Her voice was raw, like she'd been screaming for hours. Delia scoffed, her expression cartoonishly offended. I just want your voice when you're done wasting it. Siobhan stepped forward. My queen, we're out of time. Cut her heart out, put it in him, and crown Car king. In my mind, the Thorn King's melody twisted, the words shifting from grow, rise, follow to follow, feast, devour. Elinor gave a sharp nod. Everything blurred. Siobhan lunged, one hand grabbing for Dee's shoulder, the other driving a knife toward her chest. Dee barely flinched, staring at the blade like it was a math problem she couldn't solve. I swung my arm hard, smashing my forearm into Siobhan's face. She shrieked, a sound like nails on glass, staggering back as the knife clattered to the floor. Then her face dissolved, petals spilling from where her features had been. Elinor barely had time to react before Siobhan collapsed in front of her, showered in a cascade of petals. The fury in Elinor's eyes was unmistakable. Glancing down, I noticed my sweatshirt sleeve had slipped, exposing the iron bracelet on my wrist, still clinging to a stubborn yellow petal. So much for it being useless. I thrust my wrist toward Elinor. Think this'll work on you too? Her glare could have melted steel. James, Sullivan's voice cut through the chaos from the aisle, thick and strained. Stage left. Right, the back exit. Gripping Dee's hand, I hauled her up the steps, keeping my eyes locked on Elinor while Sir Nano's eerie melody pounded in my skull. Time to bail. Don't even think about it, Delia snarled, leveling a gun at us. This thing's loaded, and I'm not in the mood for mercy shots. Elinor folded her hands with icy calm. Someone else, she corrected, then turned toward the aisle. Patrick, cover your head, now. The warning came too late. The back door exploded inward, flooding the space with silence and a bone-deep chill. our breath fogged in the sudden freeze. Then the dead poured in. They swarmed the walls, flickered around the lights like frenzied shadows, their stench of sulfur and wet soil choking the air. Their shrieks and guttural chants bounced off the fairies like they were nothing, but the moment they spotted Delia, their cries sharpened into something ravenous. She fired once before they engulfed her, vanishing beneath a writhing mass of darkness. If she screamed, it was lost in their howls. Then their hollow eyes found us. "Dee," I hissed, shaking her shoulders. "Do something. I know you've got this." Her wide-eyed stare screamed panic, like her brain had short-circuited. It hit me then. She'd been teetering on the edge of surrender for ages, and I'd missed it until now. The dead clawed up the stage, their fingers gouging the wood. Delia was just a thrashing heap on the floor. I gripped Dee harder. "You owe me. Don't you dare quit now." For a heartbeat, her gaze locked onto mine, searching. I braced for her to unleash hell, to vaporize them, summon lightning, anything. Instead, she clasped my hands and stepped back. The second our feet crossed into the dark circle beside Aliner's consort, the dead froze at the edge, hissing like scalded cats. Too late, I realized what she'd done. The dead twisted around us, their shadowy forms weaving patterns I couldn't recognize. Something ancient, something wrong. Dee pulled me forward, her grip tight, dragging me just far enough from the crumbling edge of the circle. Beneath us, Aliner's consort lay motionless, his glassy eyes staring blankly. For a second, I thought he was gone, until his eyelids flickered, slow as a dying pulse. The world had shrunk to this dim, dust-choked ring. 3 of us left. 3 shattered souls, each broken in ways the others couldn't even fathom. Silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. The dead circled like a storm, never advancing, never retreating, just hovering in that eerie, endless dance. Then Sir Nunnos emerged from the gloom, antlers cutting through the darkness like jagged bone. His voice was a blade. "Aliner of the skies, you lied to me." He prowled the circle's edge, never stepping closer, never stepping away, but his presence warped the air around us. It was wrong seeing him here, on the stage where I'd once recited lines, beside the piano where Nuala and I had laughed. He didn't belong in this world. When he turned his head, his eyes locked onto mine, black pits ringed with burning red, swallowing time itself. Staring into them felt like free falling into an abyss. I had to look away. "I only speak truth," Aliner snapped, though she sounded less sure now. "It's all I can do." "You promised me 1 successor," Sir Nunnos growled, "not 3. Aliner lifted the consort's still-beating heart, her fingers slick with blood. "Plans change," she muttered, shooting me a sideways glance. "Mind giving us a second to fix this?" "No." His voice left no room for argument. "The circle is sealed. I am here. 3 remain. Nothing changes until one is chosen." Aliner exhaled sharply. "Fine." Sir Nunnos raised his arms, and the dead shuddered in response. "I am the king of the dead. I keep them and they keep me. I earned my throne. I filled their ranks before I joined them. Are these 3 worthy? Who among the dead will speak for them?" The shadows shifted, voices rising from the void. Siobhan's ghostly whisper came first. "The piper killed me." Something with too many limbs skittered across the chairs, its eyes glowing like embers. "The consort murdered me." Dee pressed her face into my shoulder, trembling. Then Linnet's spectral form oozed forward. "The clover hand took my life." I wanted to call it a lie, but who'd be stupid enough to lie to him? "Is it true?" I whispered to Dee. She shook her head violently. "They tricked me. They knew I had to kill someone for this to work. All they wanted was my heart for him." My stomach dropped as I looked at Carr, his sweat-slicked face, the terror in his eyes. And suddenly, I understood exactly what Aliner had planned. The vision hit me like a lightning strike. A ruler who was both a clover hand and the lord of the dead. The fairies would align themselves with the same merciless power that had devoured Delia, gaining the freedom to roam unchecked. Then it clicked. That was why they'd come to the bonfire where I stood. Sir Nunnos' voice cut through the tension. All of you are worthy, but only one can take my place. His gaze lingered on Dee, sending an icy dread down my spine. I blurted out, "Why do you even need a successor?" The antlered figure turned toward me, slow and deliberate. "Centuries weigh on me, Piper. I wish to rest." His voice held no urgency, just weariness. "And this is how you pick." I gestured at the writhing shadows beyond the circle. "You toss someone in and hope they're strong enough to control that." "My successor will learn," he replied, unfazed. "Just as I did. They'll have lifetimes to master what I have." I scoffed, pointing at Carr's lifeless body. He didn't even make it here alive, and Dee." I stepped back, studying her. "She can't stomach what she's done." Sir Nunnos tilted his head. "And you?" "Me." I held up my hands, ink scrawled and trembling. "I can barely hold myself together, let alone an army of the dead. I'm selfish, reckless, ask anyone." A thorny smile curled at the edges of his mouth. "Lies, I see your heart, Piper. That's why I choose you." Silence swallowed the clearing. The weight of his presence pressed against me, ancient and bitter, his song humming in my skull. "No," Dee whispered. "Not him, Sir Nunnos. He's suffered enough." She stepped forward. "Take me instead." The antlered king shook his head. "The Piper spoke true about you." "Then take me." Sullivan's voice was ragged as he limped into the circle, blood seeping through his fingers. "The circle's number is set," Sir Nunnos said. "Not until you choose," Sullivan countered. I moved to steady him, surprised when he leaned into me, his weight heavy with pain. Blood dripped onto his iron ring. "You can always change your mind, so do it, take me." Sir Nunnos studied us, his crimson-rimmed eyes unreadable. "Why should I?" "Because I'm everything James is, but I'm already dying." A long pause. Then, from beyond the circle, a shadow rose, twisted, furious. Delia's voice hissed through the air. "I vouch for him." Dee flinched. The air crackled with unfinished vengeance. Sullivan's voice was barely a whisper, raw with grief. "He took everything from me, my ward, my life." His fingers trembled as he pulled 3 small twigs bound with crimson ribbon from his coat, just like the one he'd given me earlier. He held them up to Sir Nunnos, as if desperate to prove they were Delia's. I wasn't sure what I wanted anymore. Sullivan didn't deserve to die, but this wasn't living. I just wanted it to end, for him to walk away, to prove that someone could survive the Fae's touch and still be human. Then he swayed, his weight suddenly pressing against me. I barely kept my footing as I turned to the Thorn King. "Sir Nunnos, please, do something." The ancient being's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Paladin," he said, locking eyes with Sullivan. "You are my heir. The dead will answer to you now, and you to them." Before I could react, Dee yanked me backward, nearly making me trip over Carr. "Let go," I snarled until I saw why. Sullivan was changing. Shadows coiled around him, swallowing the light. His coat billowed like storm clouds as he stretched his arms wide, head bowed. Sir Nunnos' eerie song twisted in my skull, making me nauseous. I braced for antlers, for thorns, but instead massive black wings erupted from his back. He lifted his head, and his eyes were still his. Human. I exhaled hard, relief crashing over me. Across from him, Sir Nunnos scuffed his foot through the ashes, breaking the circle. Instantly, the dead surged forward, Delia at the front. "Stop," Sullivan commanded, quiet but absolute, and they froze. His gaze found mine, those wings damn. "James," he said, voice rough but familiar. "Take Deirdre and go. No one will stop you." Elinor's lips pressed into a tight frown, but she nodded. "As you wish." Behind Sullivan, Sir Nunnos descended the stairs, vanishing into the dark like he'd never been there at all. Maybe he was just some guy once like us. "Sullivan," I started, torn between the wings and the man I knew. "Move," he barked, sharp and impatient. "It's Halloween and I've got a kingdom to run. Go." This time, gratitude didn't feel forced. "Thanks," I said, grabbing Dee's hand. We bolted. Outside, the world had shifted again. Time slipping through our fingers like smoke, the first hints of sunrise. painted the horizon with pale gold over the empty parking lot, though the rest of the sky clung stubbornly to night. The eerie stillness of the witching hour wouldn't last much longer. My gaze snapped toward Seward Hall, where Nuala's bonfire had scorched the sky just hours before. From this distance, I couldn't see the flames anymore, only their aftermath golden tendrils licking at the clouds like celestial fingers. And the fire sang. A haunting melody that wrapped around me, pulling me into its rhythm for one fleeting, perfect moment. The glow above the dorm rooftops burned like neon, searing its wild dance into my vision. A beautiful chaos, sweet as stolen sugar, intoxicating as exhaustion. Words spiraled upward like embers, and I couldn't tell if they were real or just for me, tangled in the music's embrace. It was a symphony of heartbreak, 1,000 sorrows woven together, shimmering as bright as the firelight. This, I thought, is how the world should always be. My fingers slipped from D's. The melody shifted. First, the song Nuala and I had written together in that dim movie theater, then the one I'd played for her on the piano. The notes twisted inside me, sharp as regret. How did I get so far from where I started? Then, falling, and for a breath, I forgot who I was. Everything that made Nuala erupted into the sky. A storm of color and sound, words and music spiraling higher, faster, brighter. I ran. Left D behind without a second thought, shoving past students who were just students, ordinary and oblivious. The fountain blurred as I dodged it, my lungs burning, legs screaming. When I rounded the dorm, skidding to a stop, the sky was empty. No fire, no golden explosion, just ashes. The wind stirred the remains, scattering gray silt into my face, stinging my eyes. Nothing. My knees hit the ground, ash clinging to my jeans, my shoes sinking into the remnants of what had been her. Across the smoldering pit, heat distorting the air, Paul stood watching me. Dee joined him, their murmured conversation lost to me. Their eyes never left me. I didn't care. All I could see was Nuala's face, the way she'd looked when I walked away. She must have thought I'd chosen Dee. She must have thought I'd left her. And now there was nothing left to prove her wrong. The weight of their stares pressed down on me, but I was past caring. I buried my face in my hands, letting the silence stretch until the crunch of footsteps broke through. Paul knelt in front of me, his voice low. "James," he said, "Sir Nunnos had a message for you." I didn't bother opening my eyes. Let me guess, something about Nuala burning in that fire. My voice was flat, but my hands trembled as I dropped them. The morning sun caught the exhaustion in Paul's expression. "Yeah," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "He said you'd walk away even if it killed you to do it. And then he told me no matter what, I had to stand there and watch. So I did, through all of it." My throat tightened. "And, beginning to end," Paul said, shifting uncomfortably. I clenched my jaw. "There's nothing left." Paul scuffed his shoe against the ground. "He told me to dig." Dee's voice cut in steady. "I'll help." I hadn't even noticed her standing there. Her eyes met mine, and I nodded because words were beyond me. We dug first through the cold, lifeless ash, then deeper, where the embers still seared our skin. Dee backed off first, then Paul, but I kept going, my hands blistering as I clawed through the wreckage. Then fingers, slender, familiar. Her hand locked around mine. Paul yanked me back, Dee pulling him, and together we dragged her free. Nuala. She was covered in soot, bare as the day she was born, and Paul spun around with a muttered, "Jesus." I yanked off my sweatshirt and thrust it at her. "It's freezing," I mumbled. She arched a brow. "How chivalrous." But she took it, tugging it over her head. It barely covered her thighs, and I caught the shiver she tried to hide. Her gaze flicked to Dee, who immediately turned away, giving us space. Nuala's voice was barely a whisper. "I thought you were gone." My chest ached. "I'm sorry." I swiped at my eye, blaming the ash, and she let out a quiet laugh. "Me too," she said, and then we were holding each other like the world might crumble if we let go. Behind us, Dee murmured something, and Paul answered, hesitant but firm. It's a long road, but it's the only one we've got. He wasn't wrong. Note, adjusted dialogue flow, added subtle emotional beats, and expanded sensory details while maintaining the original scene's intensity. My name is Ian Everett Johan Campbell, the third and the last. If you're still listening, good. Because what you're about to hear isn't some staged spectacle. It won't blow your mind or make headlines, but I swear on everything it's real. And honestly, that's the worst part. Bridget Hall was packed tighter than a subway at rush hour. Every seat taken, some folks even perched on laps. A crowd lingered by the back, leaning through the open red door just to catch a glimpse. The play was short, just 30 minutes, but tonight something felt different. Storm clouds had swallowed the evening light, plunging the room into darkness. The stage became the only solid thing in existence, and we were the only people who mattered. Out there, that was the illusion. We were the reality. I stood center stage, Ian Everett Johan Campbell, and made Eric, or was it Francis, disappear. The audience gasped. Sure, it was just lighting tricks, but that didn't make it any less real. They believed. Magic wasn't pretend to them. Paul's oboe hummed Nuala's haunting theme as Wesley or Blakely, depending on who you asked, stepped forward. You sold your soul, he accused. I smirked. You're guessing. You're the devil. Flattery will get you nowhere, I shot back. Wesley wasn't done. What kind of man does what you do? Makes people vanish, pulls flowers from stone, makes paintings weep. I circled him just like Sullivan had drilled into me during rehearsals. It made me look restless, arrogant, exactly how Campbell should be. Paul's oboe twisted in the background, climbing toward a cue he always missed. Nuala had called it crucial. You already know the answer, I sneered. You're just too scared to say it. Nobody wants to face it, but it's staring right at you. Dee sat in her usual spot by the wall. I talked her into staying, giving Thornking-Ash a real shot. She had a long way to go, but Paul and I weren't giving up on her. And after everything, letting her walk home alone wasn't an option, not with the Fae still watching. Wesley's gaze flicked to the crowd, a mistake. He snapped it back. You're mocking me, he hissed. What could possibly do these things? What's so obvious I'm missing it? Who? Nuala flailed at Paul to stop. Miraculously, he hit the cue perfectly. I almost missed my line. Everyone, I said, a beat too fast. Wesley scoffed. And here I thought you'd tell the truth, like you've ever known a day of honesty in your life. It is the truth, Blakely. The most magical, deadly, incredible thing alive is I froze. Movement at the back door. Just another spectator. Maybe. But my gut said otherwise. The guy standing there had enormous black wings stretching wide behind him, nearly brushing the doorframe on either side. And somehow no one else noticed, which was lucky, because he was silently mouthing my line back at me. A human. His expression said it all. You're embarrassing yourself. The audience waited, expectant, while I just stood there frozen, staring at Sullivan with this dumb half-smile. My skin prickled with goosebumps. We'll meet again, Sullivan murmured, his voice somehow only reaching me. Sorry about this, be prepared. Wesley nudged me. Is a what? A human, I finally answered. The most terrifying and incredible thing alive is a human. Nuala, the golden glow, swallows everything. A wildfire of autumn burning bright, flowers scattered like farewell gifts on a fading earth. Summer lingers, warm and deceptive, but the nights grow teeth, sharp with frost, stretching longer, hungry for what we'll reap. From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter that afternoon, the first time anyone had ever told me no, was seared into my memory with painful clarity. I'd remember every detail forever. The stifling heat inside James' car, the way the worn seat fabric felt soft under my fingertips. Outside, the leaves blazed in obnoxious shades of red and orange, the oaks matching the exact auburn of his hair. My throat burned with anger, real, raw anger. It had been ages since I'd felt that. Ages since I'd been denied anything. I stewed until sunset painted the sky crimson, watching as students trickled back to the dorms in clusters or alone. The solitary ones, hands shoved in pockets, eyes down, clinging to their headphones like lifelines, were practically glowing targets. Their loneliness radiated in watery blues and greens, the same shade as my own eyes. Normally, I'd have been tempted, but I still felt too alive, too untouchable. Then there was James, laughing with a group of friends. Wrong, all wrong. My marks were supposed to be isolated, consumed by music, not popular. His short auburn hair and that infuriating swagger should have been a giveaway, but the blazing yellow light inside him, my favorite color, by the way, screamed music, music, music. It took everything in me not to storm down there and force him to take my deal, or make him regret refusing. I had plans for that. Long, painful plans, patience, control. Instead, I slipped unseen into the crowd behind him. Not that anyone would have noticed me even if they tried. These days, humans never did. According to older fairies, it hadn't always been that way. New detail. The mention of the older fairies' perspective adds depth to the world, hinting at a time when humans were more aware of the supernatural. Voice twist. The shift from poetic melancholy to simmering rage in Nuala's section adds intensity, making her emotions more visceral. The handful of kids who sensed my presence glanced up, only to see autumn leaves swirling along the sidewalk, lifting into the air before tumbling back down. That was my existence, always the unseen whisper at dusk, the forgotten ache in your chest, the sudden sting behind your eyes when a memory resurfaces. As the group passed the dorms, it shrank to just 2 boys once the girls disappeared inside. Now I could drift closer, close enough that his warmth brushed against my shadowed form, making me ache to reach out and pluck the melodies humming inside his mind. If only he'd agreed. James and his round-faced friend were deep in a ridiculous debate about vending machines. The kid, all dimples and earnestness, rattled off stats about fatal vending machine accidents. Pretty sure people don't yank them onto themselves, James countered, deadpan. There's footage, the kid insisted. James smirked. Nah, I bet there's some vengeful vending machine angel out there, shoving them onto cheapskates who can't handle losing a buck. He mimed a dramatic push, complete with a squelching sound. Take the L, buddy. Next time, just walk away. Except, the kid pointed out, there wouldn't be a next time. Tragic but true, James sighed. Guess we'll chalk it up to natural selection. The kid laughed, then his gaze flickered past James. Dude, some girl's watching you. When are they not? James quipped, but he turned anyway right past me toward a pale girl under a streetlight. Black hair, nervous fingers twisting her backpack strap. His usual bravado faltered just a fraction when he muttered, Be right back. She's from my old school. Once his friend wandered off, James crossed through the pools of light to reach her. She had faint streaks of orange flickering through her, like glow-stick syrup. Someone who might have been interesting if I didn't prefer my students young, charming, and male. James' voice was all confidence, though his thoughts were a jumbled mess. Hey, stranger, what's the occasion? She flashed a smile, too sweet, too effortless, and made this infuriatingly endearing pout. Just wanted to see the fountain lit up. Never got around to it before. Sure you did. I rolled my invisible eyes. You came for him and you're terrible at hiding it enough with the games. My glare locked onto her, and James tilted his head slightly toward me like he sensed something. I edged away, but the girl, Dee, suddenly snapped her gaze up, squinting in my direction like she could almost see me. Great. I dropped into a crouch, pretending to fix my shoelace like some normal, visible student. When I stayed low, her eyes lost focus. She couldn't quite pin me down. Must have had a touch of the sight, just my luck. Dee, James drawled, waving a hand in front of her face. Hello, anyone home? Mission control to Dee, come in, is this thing on? She blinked hard, shaking off whatever she'd almost seen. Yeah, sorry, just tired. Her voice was smooth, the kind that could carry a melody effortlessly. I finished my fake shoelace routine and drifted toward the fountain, slipping into the water like a shadow. Behind me, James cracked another joke, and Dee laughed. A little too loud, a little too relieved, like she'd forgotten what laughter sounded like. The fountain swallowed me whole, the water rippling over my vision as I stared up at the twilight sky. Safe. Hidden. Above me, Dee and James leaned against the edge, close but not touching, their silence filled by his relentless stream of jokes. Each one was a shield, deflecting anything real. If heartbreak had a soundtrack, his would be a chart topper. Dee traced a finger along the satyr statue's grin. "I heard you practicing earlier," she said. James smirked. "Blown away by my genius. Actually, yeah, you've improved. Miracles happen." He hesitated, and from the water I caught the unspoken question in his mind, "How are you really?" But what came out was, "Nights are getting colder." "Tell me about it," Dee groaned, too eager for the distraction. "When do they finally crank up the heat? Be careful what you wish for. If they turned it on now, we'd be sweating by noon." She laughed, but it faded fast. James stared at the distant peaks, his voice dropping. "The mountains, they're beautiful, but they make me sad somehow." Dee didn't answer. The satyr kept grinning, frozen mid-dance, while the water between us blurred everything into silence. James had this way of talking where if he wasn't cracking a joke, it was like he wasn't speaking at all. Dee edged away from him, skirting the fountain's rim, her fingers trailing in the water near my feet. "This thing is creepy," she muttered, eyeing the grinning satyr. "What's his deal?" James smirked and gave the statue's backside a playful slap. "Probably because he's got nothing to hide." Dee rolled her eyes. "Lucky for us he's stationed outside your dorm and not ours. That smirk of his is borderline obscene." "Want me to vandalize him for you?" James offered, half serious. She laughed bright, musical, and shook her head. "Pass, but I should head in before that psycho teacher catches me out past curfew again." He reached out, hesitating maybe for her hand, maybe just to brush her sleeve, but she was already stepping back. "I'll walk you," he said. "Nah, I'll sprint," Dee replied, flashing him a grin. "See you tomorrow." His shoulders slumped slightly as his hand dropped into his pocket. "Without a doubt." With that, she took off, her backpack bouncing wildly as she dashed toward the girls' dorm. James lingered by the fountain long after she vanished, statue still, the dying sun turning his cropped hair copper. I watched from the water, studying the golden flicker inside him, raw, untapped brilliance. Why had he refused me? Was it just because he'd said no that I suddenly wanted him so much? I could make him extraordinary. He could make me feel real. A whisper of movement snapped me back. James stiffened, head tilted like he'd caught a distant sound, not me this time, but something else. The Thorn King's melody unfurled across the hills, slow and mournful. By the time I blinked, James was already sprinting into the dark, chasing that haunting song like a man possessed. Who runs toward death? Later, after he disappeared into the school, I followed the pull of fairy music, not the Thorn King's dirge, but something wilder, a rhythm that pulsed like a heartbeat. A dance. And not just any dance. The largest I'd ever seen, sprawling across the hill behind Thornking-Ash. Fairy dances had always made me feel like an outsider. But tonight, the sheer scale of it was staggering, lights flickering between the trees, laughter ringing like bells. And yet, the longer I watched, the more I noticed something off. The dancers moved in perfect sync, but their smiles never reached their eyes. Then I saw her, a girl in a tattered dress, spinning just a little too fast, her steps just a little too forced. She wasn't enjoying herself. She was trapped. And suddenly, the music didn't sound so inviting anymore. Iron was poison to my kind, except for me, naturally. Just being near it sent most fairies fleeing deep underground or into the loneliest corners of the countryside. So Thornking-Ash School, with its hidden iron reinforcements and the gleaming cars in the parking lot, should have been completely off limits. And yet, here they were, hundreds of them. Elegant court fae swaying gracefully, their movements fluid as silk, while the rough, hunched hobmen, who usually never left their tunnels, lurked at the edges, drawn out by the music. They moved in tangled groups, fingers tracing each other's hair, bodies bending in eerie unison, all of them transformed into something mesmerizing when the rhythm took hold. I stood back, knee-deep in the brittle grass, running my fingers over the dry seed heads with a sigh. This wasn't what I wanted. I'd hoped to have the place to myself, but the music coiled around me, tugging at my limbs, impossible to resist. The dancers didn't matter, their twisting limbs, the way they pressed close, all skin and breath. No, it was the musicians who pulled me in. A lean fairy boy cradled a drum against his lap, his hands coaxing out a heartbeat that pulsed through the air. A fiddler scraped out a melody that sent shivers down my spine, while another shook a tambourine in sharp, staccato bursts. And then there was the flutist, his notes wild and desperate like a warning. But the drummer, oh, the drummer. He could make the drum whisper like rain or roar like thunder, and when he played, you forgot who you were. Care to dance, sweet thing. A tro with a face like a spade grabbed my hand, then immediately dropped it like he'd been burned. I smirked. Yeah, didn't think so. He leaned toward another tro and muttered in his slow, gravelly voice, lean and she. Just like that, the words slithered through the crowd. Eyes locked onto me as I moved, whispers trailing in my wake. Not just any fairy, the lean and she, the lowest of us all, barely better than human. A tiny fairy spun past, her laughter sharp as wasp stings. Didn't know you could dance, she sneered. I caught the flick of a tail beneath her flimsy dress and grinned, all teeth. Didn't know you could talk. Last I checked, rodents didn't have the gift of speech. Her face twisted as she yanked her dress down, dragging her friends away with a huff I scowled at their retreating backs, and shouldered my way deeper into the pulsing crowd. The bass thrummed through my bones, but tonight, even the music couldn't drown out the restless itch under my skin. Then some idiot decided to cop a feel. By the time I whipped around, all I saw were smirks and raised eyebrows. Like picking out the culprit mattered when every single one of them looked like they'd gladly take credit. Yeah, real funny, I snapped. One of them winked. We could make it funnier, sweetheart. Screw this. I spat near their boots close enough to make them jump and stalked off before they could turn it into a spectacle. The drums begged my hips to move, but I stayed rigid, a statue in a storm of swaying bodies. Normally, I'd lose myself in the rhythm, but tonight all I could think about was how James would have twisted this melody into something heartbreaking. Why did I even come? A voice cut through the noise, startlingly gentle. You look like you're plotting murder, Kaelin. Irish, just girl, but the accent threw me. I turned to see a man in ridiculous court garb, embroidered tunic, shell buttons straining at his throat, grinning like he'd won something. Human, obviously. The faint golden shimmer around him made my teeth ache, but he wasn't fey-touched. Too rough around the edges, too. Normal. Queen's latest pet, then. I arched a brow. Do I look like I need directions? His gaze dragged over my shredded skirt and the heels that could double as weapons. You look like trouble, he admitted, chuckling. The fun kind. Flattering, wrong but flattering. His grin widened. So you're not here to steal my virtue, I barked a laugh. Oh, you sweet summer child, you think you're the predator here? The consort leaned in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Prove it. For the first time all night, I grinned back. Now this was interesting. Talking to you just goes in endless loops, he sighed, extending his hand with a playful smirk. Care to dance instead, just one? I wasn't keen on dancing with Faye, but he wasn't one of them. My lips pressed into a tight line. Inside this circle, there's no such thing as one dance. True enough, he conceded, fingers still waiting. Then we dance until you say stop. Fair, I hesitated. Dancing with a leaner's consort without groveling for permission first, probably reckless. Which admittedly made it tempting. Where is my beloved queen tonight? Occupied elsewhere. For a heartbeat, something flickered in his expression, relief, before vanishing. His hand remained outstretched, and against my better judgment, I took it. The music seized us instantly. My feet found the rhythm as his guided me into the whirl of the crowd. The night beyond the hill felt distant, swallowed by the glow of floating orbs and golden dust suspended in the air. Eyes followed us, his grip firm, as if he alone kept me from stumbling. Whispers slithered past. The lean and she, if the queen knew, why is she dancing with? He'll wear a crown before my fingers dug into his. So that's why you're here, to be king. His eyes glittered, drunk on the music like all humans who dared dance here. Hardly a secret. I bit back, it was to me. No need to sound petty. You're just a mortal. But I can dance, he countered, and he could, weaving steps too precise for a human, the drums pulling him like a puppet. And I'll have magic once I'm king. He spun me, breathless. How you ask, simple. The queen promised, she can't lie. His laugh was wild, untamed. She's so beautiful it hurts, Kaelin. No shock there. Elinar's beauty was a blade to everyone who beheld her. Magic isn't some free-floating gift, human. He laughed again, as if I'd told a joke. Of course not, it's transferred. So I suppose it'll come from someone. Even I, no stranger to cruelty, felt a chill. Another magical someone, and what happens to them? The queen's clever. I remembered her silent scheming, how she'd let the old queen's reign crumble just to catch the falling crown. Oh, she's brilliant, but this sounds excruciating for your someone. The consort scoffed. She's not cruel. I stared. He actually believes that. New detail. As we spun, a firefly landed on his shoulder, its light pulsing in time with the music, then withered to ash. Neither of us mentioned it. Shift in tone, his blind faith was almost adorable. Almost. Unless he'd taken a serious tumble as a kid, head first onto concrete, there was no excuse for what he was saying. But he didn't back down. So I shot back. Not everyone can handle magic, even if they stumble across it. Halloween Kaelin, he said, like that explained everything. The veil's thin, magic's wilder then, and she wouldn't give me something I couldn't carry. She knows my limits. I'm not scared. I'll be one of you soon enough. Cut it out, I snapped, jerking to a stop so hard that my shoulder wrenched. The dancers around us froze, their whispers rising like a swarm of bees. You have no idea what you're talking about. He let go of my hand, standing there like a puppet with its strings cut. I took a step back, putting space between us. You're in a rush to ditch being human. Wait till you see what fairy really means. Wasted breath. He just stared, blank as a brick wall. I left him there, surrounded by those glittering, hollow-eyed creatures. Before I'd even fully vanished, some red-haired fairy had already grabbed his hand, pulling him back into the whirl of dancers. From above, he blended right in, just another pretty face in the crowd. And that tight, hot feeling in my chest. No clue what to call it. Didn't matter. I was gone, relieved to be free of them. I had dreams to deliver. James the dream hit like a fever, music, raw and aching, pouring from somewhere just out of reach. A song so vivid it felt real, more real than any dream ever had. Nuala's work, no question. It was beautiful in a way that hurt, like swallowing sunlight. When I woke, my mouth was full of it, golden, thick, choking. Not just sound, but taste, wood smoke, rain on leaves, strands of gold wrapping around my throat. It tasted like wanting to be better, just wanting. James, up, now. Paul's voice cut through the weight of the song, letting me breathe again. It's 7:40. I dragged in a lungful of air, laundry that needed washing, stale Doritos, old floorboards. Never thought I'd be grateful for the smell of processed cheese dust, but there it was. Human, mundane, a lifeline. 7:41, Paul corrected, zipping his backpack. The sound yanked me further awake. I tried not to glare. You alive? Barely. No way it's morning. What happened to the alarm? You slept through it, and the snooze like a corpse. I sat up, sheets damp. Dead people don't move. Wait, did the alarm actually go off? I blinked at Paul, suddenly noticing he was already dressed, hair slicked back like some mobster from a bad 80s movie. His glasses magnified his wide-eyed stare. "Dude, it woke me up. You good? You look like death warmed over." "Sick in the head, maybe," I muttered, peeling myself out of bed like I was escaping some half-remembered dream. The sheets smelled weirdly like Nuala, like damp leaves and that weird, aching pull she had. Or maybe it was just me, my own skin clinging to last night's sweat. Either way, it was unsettling. I shook it off and turned to Paul. "But no fever, so I guess I'm dragging myself to class like this." I gestured at my ratty t-shirt and boxers. Paul grimaced. "Yeah, number put on pants, and hurry up if you want breakfast." I scavenged the floor for something that didn't smell like a locker room, yanking on jeans and finger-combing my hair into its usual disaster. "Breakfast is sacred, Paul. I wouldn't miss it even if the building was on fire." I held up yesterday's wrinkled shirt. "Think anyone will notice?" He wisely stayed silent. "Cool. Let's go hang on." I dropped to my knees and yanked my duffel from under the bed, digging through the junk like I was on some bizarre quiz show. Question: what in James' bag could possibly save him from a supernatural bombshell with killer curves? A busted watch. B, a terrible sci-fi novel his mom guilt-packed. C, stale granola bars for the apocalypse. Or D, that stupid iron bracelet that did nothing for me, but apparently worked miracles for everyone else. My fingers closed around the cold metal band, jagged, ugly, and somehow comforting. Paul watched as I snapped it onto my wrist, the faint ghost of its last stain barely visible. The pinch of the knobs against my skin was a familiar sting. "All right, now I'm ready." The dining hall was its usual early morning circus, music nerds huddled over coffee, half asleep. But for once, the place didn't look like a sad cafeteria. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning the scuffed tables and peeling murals into something almost holy. Any other time of day, it was just a dump. But right now, it was magic. The breakfast hall buzzed with the quiet clatter of spoons scraping against bowls and forks stabbing at overcooked eggs. I swirled my cereal absently, watching it turn into a soggy mess, the melody from my dreams still humming in my head. "James, got a minute? If you're finished." Sullivan's voice cut through the noise. Most teachers avoided the student dining hall, preferring the faculty lounge, but Sullivan was different. Maybe because his class was first period, or maybe because he had nowhere else to go. Either way, here he was. "Can't you see I'm holding court?" I gestured to my usual crew: Megan, Eric, Wesley, Paul. Everyone except the one person I actually wanted there. Sullivan smirked. "Mind if I borrow your king for a second?" Megan, mid-rant about British slang, blinked up at him. Is he in trouble? Not any more than usual. Without waiting for permission, Sullivan grabbed my bowl and walked toward an empty table, confident I'd follow. "Guess I've been summoned," I muttered, pushing back my chair. "Try not to miss me too much." I slid into the seat across from him, ignoring my ruined cereal. Sullivan was meticulously picking nuts out of his own bowl, his long fingers working with surgeon-like precision. He was all angles, tall, lanky, wrinkled clothes like he'd slept in them. Up close, he looked younger than I'd realized, barely in his 30s. "Heard about your piping instructor," he said, stacking nuts on a napkin. Or should I say, former piping instructor? Probably more accurate, I admitted. He finally took a bite of dry cereal, crunching loudly. "So, how's Thornking-Ash treating you? Better than medieval torture methods?" My gaze snagged on his hand, specifically the thick, scratched metal ring on his finger. It looked as battered as the band around my wrist. Sullivan noticed me staring. "Want a closer look?" He twisted the ring, struggling to pull it over his knuckle. For a split second, the room tilted. Sullivan collapsed, coughing up petals and dark streaks of blood. I blinked hard, and the vision vanished. He was still wrestling with the ring. "No," I said, sharper than I meant to. "Actually, leave it on." The words hung in the air, too raw, too revealing looking back. My words probably made me sound like a total mess, but Sullivan didn't bat an eye. He just kept twisting that ring on his finger, unfazed. "You're not clueless," he said, leaning back in his chair. "You had to know why I called you in. This is a music school, and you're already miles ahead of everyone here. I checked your background. No way we have instructors at your level." If I hadn't even told my own family why I'd enrolled, I sure wasn't spilling it to some random teacher. "Maybe I am clueless," Sullivan smirked. "Trust me, I've met enough clueless people to know the difference." I almost laughed. This guy was all right. "Fine, let's pretend I'm not an idiot," I said, shoving my cereal aside and resting my elbows on the table. "Let's also pretend I knew I wouldn't find some piping guru here. And for fun, let's assume I won't tell you why I came, if I even have a reason." "Deal." Sullivan checked the clock, then locked eyes with me. There was something sharp in his gaze, like he wasn't just another burnt-out teacher going through the motions. "I talked to Bill about you." It took me a second to place the name, Bill, the piping instructor. "He said we should just let you do your own thing during lessons. But that kinda defeats the point of being here, don't you think?" "Sounds a little off," I admitted. "I wouldn't call it perverted," Sullivan cut me off. "So I was thinking we'd switch you to something else. No woodwinds, you'd master those in a day. Guitar, piano, something that'll actually challenge you." "Full disclosure," I said, "I already play guitar." "Full disclosure," he shot back. "So do I, but I'm better at piano. Any experience there?" "Wait, you'd be teaching me." "The actual piano teachers are booked solid with prodigies. But since I don't want you twiddling your thumbs all semester, I'll squeeze you in between grading terrible essays. And yeah, it'll count for credit." Sound good. People being nice for no reason always set off alarm bells. People being nice to me, even sketchier. Feels like I'm either a lab experiment or your personal redemption project. "Yep," Sullivan said, standing with his half-eaten salad. "You're ticking my help hopeless kids who remind me of my younger, dumber self box. Congrats. We start next Friday at 5. Practice room by the auditorium. Don't be late." Added detail. The mention of the DC trip hints at an upcoming school event, adding depth to the setting. Tone shift. The sarcasm in Sullivan's last line lightens the mood after the serious back and forth. The guy flashed me an easy smile, tilting his head in that polite, almost formal way people do when they're trying to be courteous, like a waiter or one of those overly proper businessmen. I dug a pen from my pocket and scribbled Friday, 5 p.m., piano on my palm, just in case. Not that I'd forget. Chance Hall's practice rooms were less like creative sanctuaries and more like glorified broom closets, cramped, square, and reeking of decades, worth of sweat and desperation. I eyed the music stands with disdain. Real pipers don't need sheet music, and dropped my pipe case beside the piano bench. The moment I sat, the wood groaned like an old man complaining about his back. My lesson wasn't until later in the week, but curiosity had dragged me here early. Inspiring, hardly. The practice chanter in my hands already sounded like a goose being strangled, and the room's acoustics weren't doing it any favors. I glanced at the door cheap twist lock, probably to keep out nosy undergrads. Dark thought, this would be the perfect spot to off yourself. Nobody would notice until the stench gave you away. With a grim chuckle, I locked it anyway. Perched on the edge of the bench, I hesitated, chanter hovering near my lips. That melody from my dream still clung to the edges of my mind, tempting me. If I played, I knew it would pour out, haunting, perfect, dangerous. Part of me wanted to, the other part knew better. Then the air changed. No sound, no footsteps, just a sudden, icy prickle crawling up my spine. My arms erupted in goosebumps. The room was locked. Empty. Except it was. My pulse hammered as I gripped the iron bracelet on my wrist, an old habit. The scent hit me next, sharp, electric, like the air after a storm. "Nuala?" I asked, voice tight. Silence. Then pressure. A ghost of a touch against my shoulder, unseen but undeniable. The weight settled against me first. Then warmth, pressing shoulder to shoulder, ribs to ribs, her hair brushing the nape of my neck. Nuala, if it was her, didn't speak, just sat there on the bench behind me, her back pressed to mine. My skin prickled with goosebumps, settled, then prickled again, like it couldn't decide whether to welcome or reject her. "I'm wearing iron," I murmured, barely above a whisper. She didn't move. I swore I could feel the steady thrum of her pulse against my skin. "Yeah, I noticed," she finally replied. I exhaled slowly through my teeth, relief washing over me at the sound of her voice. Sure, Nuala was trouble, but an unknown thing breathing in sync with me would have been way worse. "It's not exactly comfortable," I admitted, hyper-aware of how speaking made my chest tighten, shifting the contact between us. The sensation was equal parts terrifying and intoxicating. "The iron, I mean, feels like a waste of suffering. I only put it on because of you. Should I take that as a compliment?" Her tone was mocking. "There are worse things out there than me." "Oh, that's reassuring. So, while we're playing nice, just how bad are you?" She let out a small noise, like she was about to say something but stopped herself. The silence between us grew thick, suffocating. Finally, she muttered, "I just wanted to hear you play. You could have knocked. The locked door wasn't for decoration. How was I supposed to know you'd notice? Are you psychic or something? Or something?" Nuala pulled away, turning toward the piano. The sudden absence of her warmth left an ache in my chest, a hollow yearning I couldn't shake. "Play something," she demanded. I scoffed, twisting to face her, shaking my head to clear the strange longing. "Damn, you're impossible." She leaned forward over the keys, strands of pale hair falling into her face as she studied me. With a quick flick of her fingers, she tucked them behind her ear. "That feeling just means you want more than what you've got. Means you should have said yes instead of no." Her words were supposed to be persuasive, but they only made me dig in harder. "If I make it anywhere, it'll be on my own terms." "No shortcuts." Nuala rolled her eyes, freckles scrunching in irritation. "You're being ridiculous. You haven't even tried the song I helped you with. It's not cheating. You would have written it eventually, like in a few centuries." "I'm not saying yes," I repeated. "I didn't do it to bargain," she snapped. "I did it to show you what we could do together. Your stupid free trial, and you won't even take it. No, of course not. Gotta question everything. Overthink it to death. Sometimes I swear humans are just allergic to happiness." Her anger pulsed through my skull like a drumbeat. "Nuala, seriously. Shut up for 5 seconds. You're giving me a migraine." "Don't tell me to shut up," she grumbled, but for once she actually listened. "Let's get one thing straight," I said, keeping my voice low. "I'm not sure I buy whatever game you're playing." I set my chanter aside. It suddenly felt dangerous in her presence, and let my fingers drift over the piano keys instead. The cool, smooth ivory was nothing like the worn familiarity of my own instrument. No hidden magic here, just empty potential. Nuala watched me, silent, her gaze unsettling in a way I couldn't shake. Those eyes, too bright, too knowing, weren't human, but they saw right through me. A version of myself stared back, restless and hungry for something I couldn't even name. She shifted off the bench with deliberate care, avoiding the usual creak, and slipped between me and the piano. My arms trapped her on either side, but she didn't seem to mind. Pressing back against me, she nudged me onto the bench's edge before settling in, her fingers covering mine where they rested uselessly on the keys. "I can't play anything," she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. It was strange, the way her body fit against mine, her hands mirroring mine like we were two halves of the same instrument. If this were D, I'd have given anything for the moment to last. But it was. "What do you mean you can't?" She tilted her head just enough for me to catch the scent of her breath, warm like sunlight and secrets. "I can't make music, only help others make it. Even if I dreamed up the most perfect song, I couldn't play a single note." "You're serious?" She turned away again. "It just doesn't work for me." Something twisted in my chest. "Prove it." She lifted one hand from mine and pressed a key. Over and over, nothing but the dull thud of the mechanism. No sound. Then she guided my finger to the same key. A single, clear note rang out, sharp and fleeting. She didn't need to explain. The silence where her touch had failed was answer enough. "Just one song," she murmured. "I won't take anything from you." I should have refused. If I'd known the cost, I would have, probably. Instead, I just said, "Swear it." "I swear nothing of yours." I nodded, forgetting she couldn't see. But she must have felt it because she settled against me, her hair smelling like fresh-cut grass. What now? I couldn't play. She pointed to a key. "Start here." Awkward, trapped between her body and whatever weird energy she radiated, I pressed the key. And just like that, the song in my head spilled out. Note by note, my fingers fumbled across the piano keys like a tourist butchering a foreign phrase, awkward, uncertain, painfully out of place. But then something shifted. The next note came quicker, the one after that almost right. By the fourth try, my hands remembered what my brain couldn't. Suddenly, the melody took shape beneath my fingers, rough but alive. And when my other hand joined in, the bass line hummed in my bones like it had always belonged there. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't Nuala's. But damn, it was mine. A messy collage of half-remembered riffs from old Audioslave tracks, guitar doodles from late-night practice sessions, and that one stubborn melody I'd chased for years. I froze mid-chord, hands hovering over the keys. The weight of what I'd just done, what I could do, hit me like a punch to the gut. My throat tightened. I wanted this. Badly. And that was the problem. "Say something," Nuala demanded. I exhaled hard. "Well, crap. Guess I just lied to Sullivan about not playing piano." Nuala's voice curled around me, honey-sweet and dangerous. This golden song on my tongue, melting this golden tongue giving song, longing the air between us thickened. The music still pulsed in my skull, dizzying and bright, but Nuala was already pulling away. "I'm leaving," she said, slipping free before I could react. I didn't look up, couldn't. The piano gleamed under the practice room lights, taunting me. "Did you hear me?" Her voice sharpened. "I said I'm gone." When I finally met her eyes, the bitterness in my own glare surprised even me. "Do us both a favor," I muttered. "Stay gone." For a heartbeat, I swear I saw something flicker in her gaze, something ancient and cruel. Then she was just gone. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving me alone with the echo of that damn song. Outside, Nuala nearly collided with a woman in the hallway, pink nails, sharp perfume, nostrils flaring like she'd caught a scent. Weird. But today had been a parade of weird, and frankly, I was done. The dorm walls felt suffocating, the piano a betrayal. Love-hate, try mostly hate. And yet, my hands drifted back to the keys. Just one more note. Just to see living on your own meant freedom. The kind where you could leave dirty laundry piled in the corner and survive on Oreos for breakfast 3 days straight. Though, fair warning, you'd be picking black crumbs out of your teeth during your first lecture. It also meant brotherhood. 75 guys crammed into one dorm meant you couldn't turn around without bumping into some musician with zero shame. But it was also suffocating, relentless, and loud. There was no escape, no quiet corner to just be without someone watching, no way to shake off whatever label the crowd had slapped on you. That afternoon, rain trapped everyone inside, no classes, no outdoor distractions, so the dorm was a chaotic mess of noise. Our room was packed. "I miss home," Eric groaned, face down on the floor like a discarded jacket. "You live 5 miles away," I shot back, flipping through Hamlet while half-heartedly scribbling geometry proofs. "You don't get to miss home." Eric, ever the slacker, sighed dramatically. "There's microwave mac and cheese at home, but if I go get it, I'll have to fill up my gas tank." "People like you deserve to starve," I muttered, skimming another page. "Instant noodles are too good for your lazy soul." Truth was, I missed my mom's mac and cheese. the kind loaded with enough cheese to clog an artery and bacon that could have come straight from a whole hog. Probably a long-term plan to give me heart disease by 20, but worth it. Paul, sprawled on his bed wrestling with Shakespeare, squinted at his book. Does it actually say that in here? Sounds about right. Thou art not but a sluggard, my lord. Hamlet rocks, Eric declared. Your mom rocks, I fired back, just as a pack of guys sprinted past our door in swim trunks, shouting like maniacs. I didn't even want to know. Paul groaned, reading aloud. Touching this dreaded sight twice seen of us. Finally, something relatable. That's exactly how I feel seeing my sister-in-law. I snorted. At least that part makes sense. It's basically Horatio saying, yeah, we're tripping, but wait till you see this ghost and crap yourself too. Unlike this, colleagued with the dream of his advantage nonsense. No wonder Ophelia drowned herself. 5 acts of this, and anyone would want the voices to stop. Honestly, I wanted the voices to stop. The swim trunk brigade kept thundering down the hall, and upstairs, someone was stomping like they were trying to break through the floor to some imaginary beat. The hallway echoed with the screeching sound of someone butchering a violin, like a cat being strangled. My head pounded with every off-key note. Paul groaned, tossing his book aside. Seriously, why couldn't Sullivan just give us the Grapes of Wrath? At least that's in actual English. I sighed and let my copy of Hamlet thud onto the floor. A muffled shout rose from downstairs, followed by a thump, probably someone retaliating against the noise. At least Shakespeare keeps it brief, I muttered. I need air. Be right back. Leaving Paul scowling at the play and Eric glaring at the floor like it owed him money, I headed downstairs. The lobby was chaos, some amateur pianist hammering away at the old upright like it had personally offended them. No peace there. I slipped out the back door instead. The dorm's rear was framed by towering columns, their cream-colored stones stark against the stormy sky. Rain poured down, just shy of soaking the covered walkway. The cold bit through my sleeves, so I tugged them over my fists, gripping the fabric tight. Beyond the columns, the hills were swallowed by mist, the world washed into shades of gray. It was haunting, timeless, the kind of view that made me wish I had my pipes to fill the silence. I wondered if Nuala was watching. Close, unseen, a threat. Earlier, I scoured the library for better protection against fairies, scribbling a word on my hand, thorn, ash, oak, red. Too bad I had no clue what an ash tree looked like. I moved toward the driest corner of the portico, then froze. So much for solitude. A figure hunched against the wall, hood pulled low, arms wrapped tight, probably crying. And definitely not supposed to be here. Seward Hall wasn't exactly co-ed. As I got closer, the scuffed Doc Martens gave her away. I lifted the edge of her hood. Dee glanced up, dry-eyed but wrecked. Psycho babe, I said, keeping my voice light. What brings you to the terrifying land of men's dorms? She rubbed her eye, then held out a fingertip. Want an eyelash? I studied the lone lash clinging to her skin. You know you only get so many of those, right? Pull 'em all now, and you'll be bald-eyed by 30. She squinted at it, then flicked it away with a sigh. Totally making that up, Dee said, rolling her eyes. I shifted against the cold brick wall, pulling my knees up to my chest. The rough surface dug into my jeans. If I was gonna lie, I'd come up with something way cooler than that. The article was all teen girls stress-pluck their lashes and now they look like naked mole rats. Who even makes that up? Dee tugged at her eyelid, her red-rimmed eyes making my stomach twist. I'll stop if it bugs you, she muttered. My harp instructor's a total nightmare. How's your music tutor? Dead. I devoured him. Now they're forcing me to learn piano as punishment. She frowned, that adorable crinkle forming between her brows. You, playing piano, that's hard to imagine. I flashed back to earlier, Nuala's hands guiding mine over the keys. And I can't picture a harp teacher being a monster. Aren't you guys supposed to be, like, delicate and ethereal or whatever? Ooh, big word. At least a 50-pointer. Ever tried spelling it? She shook her head. But she is awful. Keeps yelling at me to hold my elbows out like some stiff classical robot. What if I just wanna play Irish tunes? You don't need perfect posture for that. Her voice cracked, and for a second I thought she might cry, but Dee wasn't the type to break over a bad teacher. Something bigger was eating at her. She chewed her lip, forcing her expression back under control. And the dorms suck when it rains. Nowhere to just disappear. I wanted to ask what was really wrong, but I never could. So instead, I lifted my arm, leaving space. She didn't hesitate, just leaned in, her head against my chest, her sigh heavier than mine. I pulled her closer, her warmth real and solid, like holding onto a dream. How long had it been since we'd done this? If someone saw us now, would they think we were together? That she'd sneaked over just to see me? Or would they see the truth, that this meant nothing to her? I used to think we had something. Then summer happened. Then Luke. Now all I had was this ache, this stupid hope that her tears on my shirt meant as much to her as they did to me. If they did, I'd ask why she was really crying. Why she was hiding under my dorm's arches instead of hers. If she'd seen Nuala. If she was the reason Nuala was even here. But I didn't ask. Because I already knew the answer. James couldn't bring himself to ask her anything. Dee's voice was muffled against his shirt when she finally spoke. "Just talk," she said, like it was the simplest request in the world. He blinked up at the sky, where thick gray clouds hung low, almost touching the ground. "What?" "Say anything," she insisted. "Be your usual ridiculous self, just talk." Ridiculous, that stung a little. "I am ridiculous," he muttered, forcing a grin. "On demand." "Then prove it." He wanted to ask why she'd been crying, but the words stuck in his throat. The truth was, he was just relieved she was here at all. Pushing his luck with heavy questions might send her running. So instead, he rambled about his disastrous morning classes, how Paul had somehow mistaken a bag of Doritos for his alarm clock, and by the time Dee started laughing, James was aching inside. Nuala, if only for a second, to belong, to be tangled in the safety of someone else's arms. Would it be so wrong to whisper, "This is home," and mean it? From Golden Tongue, the poems of Stephen Slaughter. Watching James rush out to comfort Dee behind the dorm put me in the worst mood. Honestly, her whole woe is me act got old fast. If I was going to endure that much drama, I'd rather it come from an A-list actor on a 50-foot screen. So I ditched the scene and headed to the theater. Walking there, I mentally listed all the things about Dee that annoyed me. By the time I reached the ticket counter, I was debating whether she rehearsed her tragic expressions in the mirror, or if she was just naturally gifted at making guys fall for her helpless routine. A skill I clearly lacked. The bored kid behind the glass barely glanced up. "Which movie?" "Surprise me," I said, sliding a 20 toward him. He blinked. "Seriously, dead serious." A slow, mischievous grin spread across his face as he tapped something into the system. He handed me the ticket face down. "Second theater on the right. Enjoy." The hallway smelled like fake butter and stale carpet, classic theater aroma. My brain circled back to Dee's flaws. 1, her eyes were freakishly huge, like a cartoon character. 2, that sweet, melodic voice of hers, charming for 5 minutes, then grating. If I wanted a soundtrack, I'd buy one. The theater was nearly empty, just a couple of scattered pairs. Maybe Ticket Boy's smirk meant he'd stuck me with some indie flop. 3, and most irritating, she used James like an emotional crutch. A move I'd respect if I were the one pulling it. I dropped into a center seat, propped my feet up, and waited for the screen to light up. The theater seat was perfect. If anyone dared to sit in front of me, they'd regret it. 4, she fit into James' arms like she belonged there, like she'd staked her claim. The trailers blared to life, but I barely registered them. Normally, I'd be hyped for upcoming releases, but tonight, my mind was elsewhere. All those holiday flicks and next year's blockbusters meant nothing. I wouldn't be around to see them. Instead, I was scripting imaginary conversations with James in my head. Unrequited love, I'd say casually. He'd give me that sly sideways glance and ask, "What about it?" I'd smirk. "Just doesn't suit you." Sharp, to the point, just enough to let him know I wasn't blind. Or maybe I'd confront her instead. "Guess I'm not the only one who collects humans," I'd sneer before summoning Owen's hounds to gnaw off her legs. Then she'd be too short to fit snugly against him, more like hugging a garden gnome. The thought made me grin in the dark. The movie kicked off with a killer 70s rock anthem and a sweeping aerial shot of New York. The guitar riffs were fire. Had I inspired that? But my amusement faded fast when I realized Ticket Boy had stuck me in a rom-com. Not my vibe, but at least it was a distraction from James and that haunting melody he'd played earlier. The idea that I might never hear it again twisted something inside me. I was falling for a song, how pathetic. For 30 minutes, I tried to care about the saccharine plot, cute meetups, cheesy kisses, swelling violins, but my mind kept drifting. Would I fit against James the way she had? Would my head tuck perfectly under his chin? Then I remembered the scent of his car, that intoxicating mix of leather and something uniquely him, and I imagined it lingering on my skin. Nope. Done. I bolted from my seat, ignoring Ticket Boy's curious stare as I shoved past. Let him think I hated the movie. Maybe I did. Outside, the rain had stopped, but distant thunder rumbled like a warning. I hit the wet pavement at a brisk pace, as if speed could outrun my thoughts. Sure, there'd been tension with students before. Human guys always wanted more than music lessons. Their desperation made them play better, but it never got to me. I wasn't human. I wasn't supposed to feel this. Lost in my head, I didn't notice the streetlights flickering, dimming, flaring until it was too late. Something was here. I kept walking, shoulders squared. Maybe it was just a lone fairy, harmless. Then I heard the voices, 2 of them closing in. Fantastic, my gut twisted with an odd, empty feeling, something I wasn't used to. Nerves. It was her. The queen. Back before she took the throne, before the last queen had been torn apart, Elinor always dressed in white. The pale fabric made her golden hair glow. But now, draped in the deep greens of tradition, her long locks looked almost silver under the streetlights. Tonight's gown was stunning, a masterpiece of dark emerald and gold, intricate embroidery catching the light along the sleeves and high collar that framed her sharp features. Gems sparkled from her trailing train, dragging against the pavement. No crown for Elinor, just a delicate circlet of pearls, small and unassuming, like something a child might wear. She was breathtaking, painfully so. Was this how James had felt looking at me? Elinor's laugh rang out, sharp and beautiful. The man beside her wasn't Faye, as I'd first assumed, but her human consort, the same one from the dance. He gave me a half-smile before turning back to her, utterly devoted, fragile and stolen. "Ah, little whore," Elinor said, almost sweetly. "What name are you going by these days?" The word didn't even make me blink anymore. I lifted my chin. "You want me to say it where anyone could hear." The second it left my mouth, I braced for the usual jab, "Anyone could have the rest of you," but it never came. Instead, she just smiled, almost fondly. Maybe whore wasn't an insult to her, just a fact. "Not your real name, Faerie," she clarified. "What does your latest boy call you?" James had refused me, so saying Nuala would be a lie, and I couldn't lie, not any more than she could. "I don't have anyone right now." Her pity stung worse than a slap. "Feeling a bit weak, aren't you, darling?" "I'm fine. He only died a few months ago." Her consort's frown deepened, his thoughts brushing against mine should he offer condolences. Elinor tilted her head toward him, explaining like I was some tragic curiosity. "She needs them, you see, their creativity. They always die eventually, but I'm sure the fun was worth it. Don't fret, love, I won't let her take you. He's a poet." The last part was for me. I studied the human again. His gaze was steady, unreadable. No judgment. His mind was quieter now, away from the chaos of the Fae revelry. I reached for his name, but he guarded it fiercely, not entirely foolish, despite his terrible taste in queens. "So you're in the market for a new friend?" Elinor asked, and I realized she'd known all along I was alone. "Just be mindful of my court while you're picking your next project." A cold breeze cut through the street, carrying the scent of rain. For the first time, I noticed the faint scars on her consort's wrists, old, deliberate. Not just a poet, then, a survivor. Elinor's smile widened like she'd caught me looking. "Choose wisely, little whore. Not all humans break so easily." The air hummed with secrets tonight, the kind that shouldn't be pried into. "This Samhain will be unforgettable," Elinor murmured, her voice dripping with quiet menace. It took me a second to place the word. Samhain was just their fancy way of saying Halloween. I shot a glance at her consort, who stood stiffly beside her. "Because of him. Rumor has it there's a crown waiting for someone." The words slipped out before I could stop them. Elinor's gaze softened, like I was some adorable but clueless kitten. "Ah, my dear, nothing stays hidden among my kind, does it?" Her consort paled slightly, probably regretting his loose lips. The queen brushed her fingers over his knuckles, soothing him. "Don't fret, love. No one blames you for wanting a throne." Then she turned back to me, her smile sharp. "You'll keep this between us, won't you?" "Just because the Fae gossip doesn't mean the humans need to." "Silent as a graveyard," I shot back. "But why involve them at all?" Elinor's laugh was like shattering glass, so sharp her consort actually flinched. "Oh, sweet thing, you really don't understand. A human, the clover hand, anchors us here. We're dragged along in her wake, powerless. But after tonight we break free, and we'll be stronger for it." She tilted her head, pity in her eyes. "Except you, of course. You'll always be bound to them." Tragic, really. I clenched my jaw, fury simmering under my skin. Elinor's grin widened at my glare. "Youthful temper, how old are you again?" She knew. She was just twisting the knife. In my mind, fire roared, memories of agony I couldn't escape. The burns had healed, but the terror never faded. 16, I ground out. Elinor closed the distance between us, her finger tracing my throat until she forced my chin up. "Such a peculiar curse you have. I'd expect you to beg for release." I jerked away, fists tight. "I'm not scared of it." Her smile was razor thin. "Liar, my kind can't deceive, but you're practically human," she sighed. "Stay out of our way, darling. Maybe I'll even attend your little immolation this year." I scoffed. "What a privilege." "I know," she purred, and then she and her consort vanished, leaving only the scent of crushed petals behind. About the author Maggie Stiefvater has built her career on the fact that she's unemployable in any conventional sense, mumbling to yourself, zoning out, and showing up to work in your sleepwear might get you fired from jobs like waitressing, teaching calligraphy, or editing technical manuals, all of which Maggie has attempted. But they're practically job requirements for novelists and artists. Lucky for her, she's been making a living as one or the other since her early 20s. These days, she embraces her quirky lifestyle in rural Virginia, sharing a home with her wonderfully conventional husband, 2 kids, and an anxiety-ridden dog. Before diving into Lament, The Fairy Queen's Deception, a prequel exploring James and Dee's journey before Thornking-Ash, let's give credit where it's due. This book wouldn't exist without 1. Andrew Carr, her first editor and personal Yoda. No amount of gratitude in any language could cover it. 2. Laura Rennert, her powerhouse agent, who somehow keeps her from stress-induced meltdowns. 3. Brian Ferry, her second editor, who respected the permanence of death in fiction and finally coined the Stiefvater gambit. 4. Tessa Grattan, whose love for Sullivan was contagious, and Brenna Yavanoff, who refuses to let her cut corners. 5. Nayish, the sanity saver. 6. Cassie, the Irish language filter most of the time. 7. Carrie Ryan, Steve Porter, and Megan Passafume for keeping the facts straight. 8. Kate, her sister and first last reader. 9, her parents for surviving her preschool expulsion and supporting her through deadlines. 10, Nanny, who burned the midnight oil reading Lament and did so much more. 11, Ed, her husband, because love deserves the last word. And hey, if you ever feel like your quirks don't fit in, just remember, Maggie turned hers into a career.